Chapter 936. TSK, I didn't expect the moon to be like this. There's no moon lord, no jade rabbit, and no trees. It looks like there's only barren mountains and dry rocks. The moon lord refers to Chang'e, and the moon star refers to the moon in the ancient language. The Book of Changes states that Tai Chi gives birth to yin and yang, and yin and yang give birth to the four symbols. Yin and yang refers to yin and yang, and the four symbols refers to Taiyang, Taiyin, Shaoyin, and Shaoyang. After the Qin and Han dynasties, they gradually referred to the eastern god Azure Dragon, the western god White Tiger, the southern god Vermilion Bird, and the northern god Black Tortoise. Yinhuang College, Guanghua Building Atrium. Li Er looked at it for a long time and finally couldn't help but sigh. However, he still didn't have any intention of moving. It seemed like he hadn't seen enough. The ministers all sighed in their hearts. Encountering such a boss who liked to eat alone, they as little brothers felt very helpless. Li Zishuan, can you point this telescope somewhere else? I want to see the Milky Way. Well, the origin of the word Milky Way is unknown, but there was the word Milky Way before the Sui dynasty. There were earlier names like Milky Way, and so on. Li Er reluctantly moved his eyes away from the telescope and said to Li Zishuan. All the officials were cursing in their hearts. Li Er was really pushing his luck. They hadn't even seen the moon yet, but Old Li wanted to see the Milky Way. He was pushing his luck. Most of the ministers were angry, but they didn't dare to say anything. However, there were always one or two brave ones. Your Majesty, why don't you let me see what the moon looks like? I've lived for most of my life and have seen everything, but I've never seen what the moon looks like. Qingyaojin couldn't help but mutter. Old Li didn't take it to heart. He laughed and said, Jija, there's no hurry. The night is long and there's still a long time. Besides, it'll be late at night and the moon will rise. You'll see it more clearly, right? Everyone was speechless, thinking that Li Er was really a shameless old scoundrel. Seeing Li Zishuan looking at him again, Li Zishuan had no choice but to bow and say, Your Majesty, this telescope is just a prototype. There are still many imperfections, so it is not enough to see the celestial bodies outside the moon. If you want to see other celestial bodies in the Milky Way, you have to wait for the Academy to make a greater technological breakthrough in the future. To be honest, this telescope was still very crude, and its image was not very clear. It could barely be used to see the moon, but as for other celestial bodies, forget about it. Li Er shook his head and said with a smile, It's fine. I just want to see what's the difference between using this telescope and using the naked eye. When Li Zishuan heard this, he could only nod in agreement. He looked up at the night sky. Fortunately, the weather was very good tonight. He could clearly see a band of light in the night sky. That was the Milky Way. Li Zishuan stepped forward and pointed the telescope at a random location in the Milky Way, then said, Okay, Your Majesty. Li Er nodded. Under the covetous gazes of the officials behind him, he once again put his eyes in front of the telescope's eyepiece. What he saw made Li Er feel as if he was in a sea of stars, surrounded by boundless stars. Further away, there were dreamy and magnificent nebulae and star clusters, giving people a strong visual impact. In the vast dark space, everything seemed so small. Emptiness, vastness, loneliness, shock, and all kinds of complicated emotions poured into Li Er's heart in an instant, making him the supreme ruler of the human world. A little confused at this moment. Seeing that Li Er was silent for a long time, the officials couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what Li Er had seen that made him silent for so long. Chang Yaojin was so anxious that he scratched his ears and cheeks. If the person squatting in front of the telescope was not Li Er, but someone else, old Chang would probably go forward and kick him away, and take his place to enjoy himself. In fact, Li Zishuan quite understood Li Er at this moment. In his previous life, when he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he had been severely shocked. Some movies were not worth going to the cinema to watch. The big screen also exposed the shortcomings. Some movies were born for the big screen. When he went to the cinema to watch Interstellar, he was deeply shocked by the visual effects on the screen. Even after walking out of the cinema for a long time, his heart was still in a state of accelerated heartbeat, and he did not calm down for a long time. It was also because of this that he had specially gone to the capital's planetarium in order to feel the vastness of space and the brilliance of the interstellar. Those who had seen the star chart in space, regardless of whether they were men or women, could not resist its charm. At that time, his dream was really the sea of stars. If a technology company wanted to recruit volunteers for interstellar travel, he really might have given it a try. However, this was just his unrealistic dream at that time. Later, his dream became a house, a car, and money, and he completely became a layman. As a modern person, he was so shocked when he saw space. How could Li Er, an ancient person, be indifferent when he saw space for the first time? After about 15 minutes, perhaps he felt that his legs were a little tired from standing. Li Er finally came back from space. His face was full of absent-mindedness. He walked to the side and stood beside Li Zixuan, giving up the position of the telescope. Cheng Yaojin could not wait any longer. This old guy was afraid that someone would beat him to it. He rushed to the front of the telescope and shouted, "Xiao Xian, quick! Quickly point this guy to the position of the moon. I, Old Cheng, want to see if there are any fairies on it." Hearing this guy start talking nonsense, everyone could not help but laugh. Li Zixuan had no choice but to step forward and point the telescope at the position of the moon. Old Cheng smacked his lips and began his journey to the moon. Li Zixuan returned to his original position. Seeing that Li Er was still in a daze, he said, "Your Majesty, what do you think after seeing this Milky Way?" Li Er murmured, "Vast, vast. I feel that I am so tiny in the midst of all the stars in the heavens. Previously, you said that the ground under our feet was a sphere. At that time, I didn't believe it. Tonight, I completely believe it. In the past, I was still complacent about conquering this land, but compared to the universe, this land is probably as small as a speck of dust." After a pause, Li Er looked at Li Zixuan with a burning gaze and said faintly, "Marquion, is it possible for Yanhuang College to let me go to the sky to take a look in my lifetime?" Li Zixuan was speechless. He never thought that old Li's feelings after seeing space were to actually want to go to the sky. Could it be that Li Er wanted to conquer the sea of stars in the future? Wasn't that too ridiculous? Chapter 937. Your Majesty, when engineering is developed to the extreme, it is indeed possible to achieve interstellar flight. However, there is still a long way to go. It could take decades or even centuries. Li Zixuan was speechless for a while. He looked into Li Er's burning eyes and replied, "In his previous life, the United States of America, which had been established for more than 100 years, relied on its advanced and complete industrial system to launch the Apollo program, which started in May 1961 and ended in December 1972. They achieved the first moon landing in history. The entire Apollo program lasted for about 11 years and cost more than $25 billion. It accounted for about 0.57% of the United States GDP and about 20% of the United States total scientific and technological research and development funds. At the peak of the project, there were more than 20,000 companies, more than 200 universities, and more than 80 research institutions that participated in the project. The total number of people involved was more than 300,000. It could be said that the United States of America had mobilized the entire country to complete the first moon landing project. Even a powerful country like the United States of America had done so. For a feudal dynasty like the Tang dynasty, which did not even have a complete industrial system, to complete space travel was tantamount to a fantasy. Not to mention a few decades, even 100 or 200 years would be difficult. A few decades? A few hundred years? Li Er's eyes suddenly dimmed. He muttered, "How I wish to live for a few hundred more years." Li Zixuan thought to himself, if Li Er had heard Han Lei's borrow another 500 years from the heavens, would he also sing a song to his heart's content? Feng Zhidai, who was standing behind Li Er, could not help but feel shocked when he heard the conversation between Li Er and Li Zixuan. According to his official position, Feng Zhidai was actually not qualified to stand here tonight. However, as the Vice Minister of the Guard, he had the responsibility of accompanying the Emperor. Moreover, for some reason, Li Er seemed to be afraid that he would forget and specially sent someone to inform him to accompany the Emperor at Yanhuang College tonight. Hence he came. Although he had not used the binoculars before, from Li Er's expression and words, he could roughly imagine what Li Er was describing. After hearing Li Zixuan's reply, he could not help but feel a huge wave of emotions surging in his heart. This was because Li Zixuan did not give Li Er a direct negative answer. Instead, he said that it would take decades or centuries. This was a mission that seemed impossible to ordinary people, but Li Zixuan had turned it into a goal that could be achieved. This had completely overturned Feng Zhidai's understanding of the world. During his stay in Chang'an, he had collected a lot of information about Li Zixuan. The more he read, the more surprised he became. He was even more confused about Li Zixuan. Tonight was the first time he came to Yanhuang College. The majestic college was like an immortal palace standing on the top of a mountain. However, Li Zixuan, a mortal younger than him, seemed to have the ability to surpass immortals. He could talk about interstellar flight, which completely broke his understanding. Feng Zhidai felt that Li Zixuan's ability was even more terrifying than the so-called martial arts of the Grandmaster realm. He could win in terms of individual bravery, but what could he use to fight against this kind of power that he couldn't understand? If he made an enemy of such a person, he wouldn't even know how he died. At this moment, Feng Zhidai was deeply grateful for his original decision. Li Zixuan was very difficult to defeat, and with the help of someone like Li Zixuan, Feng Zhidai felt that if the Feng family had the slightest disloyalty, they would definitely die a horrible death. At the same time, he also rejoiced for his father's wise decision. Earlier on, some of the tribes under the Feng family had tried to persuade Fengong to establish himself as the king, but Fengong had refused. Now it seemed that the older the ginger, the spicier it was. At this time, Chang Yaojin had already come down from the platform where the telescope was placed. The other ministers went up to look at the moon according to their ranks and qualifications. Old Chang kept muttering things like, "There are no fairies and no energy." He looked very disappointed. At this moment, Li Er had already recovered a little. He whispered to Li Zixuan earnestly, "Develop Yanhuang College well. Although I won't have the chance to go up and see it in my lifetime, I hope that one day, my descendants can jump out of this land and go to other places to see it." Li Zixuan inexplicably felt a toothache. Old Li said it so lightly, but he didn't want to dampen Li Er's enthusiasm, so he replied, "Yes, Your Majesty. We will definitely not disappoint Your Majesty." Li Er nodded and looked up at the sky. He couldn't help but sigh when he thought of the vast starry sky he had seen earlier. That scene would probably stay in his mind for a long time, and he wouldn't be able to forget it. Before Panga died, he turned into the sun and moon. His left eye was the sun, and his right eye was the moon. The mountain and sea scripture. Western scripture of the Great Wilderness also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Changxi, gave birth to 2 moons. At this time there were rabbits and toads in the moon. But from what I see, this moon seems to be barren. Sure enough, everything in this world is seen with your own eyes. In ancient legends, the sun and moon were transformed from the eyes of Pengu. The mountain and sea scripture also states that Emperor Jun's wife, Changxi, gave birth to 12 moons. Emperor Jun was a mythical figure in the Shang dynasty. After looking at the moon with a telescope, Old Fong couldn't help but sigh. "Hey, I say Old Fong, if there are no fairies on the moon, then there are no fairies. You are complaining so much here. Aren't you afraid that sister-in-law will?" Hee. Chang Yaojin couldn't help but make fun of Fong Xianling after listening to him for a long time. Everyone roared with laughter. Few people didn't know that Fong Xianling was afraid of his wife. "You, Chang Jijie, if you continue to talk nonsense, do you believe that I won't go to your house and tell sister-in-law what you muttered before?" Fong Xuanling's face turned red, and he pointed at Chang Yaojin angrily. As the saying goes, don't expose a person's shortcomings. Chang Yaojin was too immoral. While these people were making fun of each other, there was never a shortage of people around the telescope. The courtiers who had never used it came up one by one to try it. After about 2 hours, almost all the courtiers had tried the telescope. At this time, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe walked out of the crowd. He had a jade-like complexion and a graceful demeanor. It was Li Chunfeng. He was only a minor official in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Logically speaking, he wasn't qualified to be here tonight. He heard from the Imperial Historian Bureau that Li Er was going to bring courtiers above the 3rd rank to the Cloud Mountain to use Li Zixuan's newly made telescope to observe the moon. He was curious, so he asked Li Er personally for a spot. When Li Chunfeng met Li Er for the first time this year, he left a deep impression on Li Er with his knowledge of the calendar. When Li Er heard that Li Chunfeng wanted to go to the academy to observe the moon, he thought about it and agreed. At this moment, seeing that this man in a Taoist robe also wanted to use the telescope, Li Zishuan was curious. He couldn't help but ask, "May I know who you are?" Li Chunfeng smiled and bowed. "I am Huang Guanzi. Greetings, Marking." Chapter 938. Huang Guanzi. Li Zishuan found the name familiar. It didn't take him long to remember. When the results of the entrance exam of Yanhuang College were announced, Li Zishuan had investigated the families of the top students. Li Zishuan was ranked second among the freshmen. Li Chuanfeng's information was on Li Zishuan's desk. Therefore, Li Zishuan knew a thing or two about Li Chunfeng. Li Chuanfeng's Taoist name was Huang Guanzi. In the first year of Zhengguan, he made 18 comments on the Wuyin Yuan calendar written by Fu Renjun, a Taoist priest. Li Er appreciated his talent and accepted 7 of his comments. Li Chunfeng was appointed to serve in the Bureau of Imperial History. Right now, Li Chunfeng was just a young man who had just made a name for himself in the imperial court. Few people would pay attention to him. However, Li Zishuan, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew what Li Chuanfeng's name meant. For this reason, he even asked someone to look into Yuan Tiangong's information. He didn't give up until he found out that Yuan Tiangong wasn't in the imperial court. In fact, Yuan Tiangong only entered the imperial court in the 5th year of Zhengguan. "Oh, it's Taoist Li. Sorry for the disrespect." Li Zishuan bowed to Li Chunfeng and said politely. Li Zishuan looked at Li Zishuan seriously. This made Li Zishuan uncomfortable. He felt that Li Chuanfeng's eyes had a penetrating power that could see through everything. Under this kind of gaze, no secrets could be hidden. Li Zishuan's heart skipped a beat. He quickly used the Taishan Sutra to maximize his mental strength and stay alert. Li Chuanfeng's face suddenly turned pale. Sorry. I was surprised by Marquis's appearance just now. I couldn't help but look at you a little longer. I hope Marquis won't blame me." Li Zishuan smiled and said, "It's fine. You and I are both Taoists, so how can we blame each other? This Marquis has heard that Taoist priest is quite accomplished in calendar, astronomy, and mathematics. If there's a chance in the future, I'll definitely ask for your advice. I hope Taoist priest won't hold back." Li Chunfeng cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you flatter me. Marquis has been taught by a famous sect since he was a child. How can my insignificant skills be compared to Marquis's? I'm here today to use Yanhuang College's binoculars to verify some of my past conjectures. I hope that Marquis can help me." Confirm some conjectures? It was probably related to the calendar, right? Li Zishuan thought to himself. At the same time, he promised, "Just use it, Taoist priest. In the future, the door of the academy will always be open for you. If you want to use this telescope, you can come anytime." Li Chuanfeng's face lit up and he said, "Marquis, are you serious?" Li Zishuan smiled and said, "Of course. If I'm not wrong, you probably want to use the telescope to calculate the calendar, right? Since ancient times, the calendar has been very important to the people's agriculture. If this telescope can help you, then it's Yanhuang College's and my good fortune, isn't it?" Li Chuanfeng's face turned serious and he bowed sincerely. "Marquis, you are a righteous man. This humble Taoist is very impressed. The people of the world will definitely remember your kindness, Marquis." Li Zishuan was right. His main purpose for coming today was to see if Yanhuang College's telescope could help him improve the accuracy of his calendar deduction. Simply put, the so-called calendar was based on the natural law of the changes in the sky to measure the longer time intervals, judge the changes in the climate, and predict the arrival of the seasons. The calendar based on the cycle of the moon's phases, the synodic month, was called the lunar calendar. The calendar based on the cycle of the Earth's rotation around the sun, the solar year, was called the solar calendar. China's ancient calendar used the solar year as the unit of year, and the synodic month as the unit of month. It was a combination of the solar and lunar calendars. When the rulers of the dynasties ascended to the throne, they would usually organize officials to revise the calendar. This was because the people's annual spring plowing, autumn harvest, and other agricultural activities were all based on the calendar. The importance of the calendar to the country could be seen from this. Many people who knew about China's lunar calendar would sigh in their hearts. How could the 24 solar terms in the lunar calendar, which had existed for thousands of years, be so accurate in predicting agricultural activities? At the beginning of spring, people would start to cultivate the land to raise seedlings. The rain would weed the wheat, the insects would fertilize the wheat would grow at the spring equinox, and so on. Every mid-autumn festival, the moon would never be round. The creator of the calendar and the discoverer of the laws of the calendar for thousands of years was truly admirable. Compared to it, the modern Gregorian calendar was so weak. In fact, China's lunar calendar used the 24 solar terms to determine the year, the leap month, the leap year, and the lunar moon to determine the month. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Thus, it was very accurate in predicting the farming season. Thus, China's lunar calendar was based on the solar calendar. The 24 solar terms were based on the solar calendar. Its cycle was the same as the Earth's revolution. Observed from the Earth, the moment when the sun passed the spring equinox in the ecliptic was the beginning of a new year, and the end of an old one. The ancient dynasties set up the imperial astronomer to observe and correct the equinox every year to ensure that the spring equinox was accurate, and the farming season was accurate. Li Zixuan felt that giving the telescope to Li Chunfeng was like giving a sword to a hero. This way Li Chunfeng might be able to perfect the calendar even more. This was something that would benefit the country and the people. Furthermore, if Li Chunfeng discovered the 8 planets of the solar system through the telescope, and came up with a heliocentric theory or solar system theory, wouldn't that be a contribution to the Tang dynasty's astronomy? Yu Mar Qiong. I don't know what tricks you used to make Dr. Sun move to Yunshan, but now you want to use the telescope to poach my man? The two of them were chatting happily, as if they regretted not having met earlier. Li Er walked over from the side and said angrily. He had always been a good judge of character. Li Er had high hopes for Li Chunfeng. I am afraid. I, Li Chunfeng, will always be loyal to your majesty and the Tang dynasty. Perhaps Li Er was joking, but Li Chunfeng had not known Li Er for a long time, so he did not know much about Li Er's personality. As the saying went, being in the king's company was akin to being in the company of a tiger, so he did not dare to treat Li Er's words as a joke. Li Zixuan wasn't afraid at all. He could tell that old Li was joking. He cupped his hands and said helplessly, Your Majesty, I would like to borrow the Academy's technology to help Li Shirlang perfect the calendar. We are both working for your Majesty, the Tang dynasty, and the people. How can you say that we are poaching him? Although Li Zixuan did have this idea, he couldn't say it out loud. Chapter 939. In fact, Li Zixuan wasn't the only person he wanted to poach. He wanted to poach a few other people as well. Previously, he had mentioned in the imperial court that he wanted to establish a medical school in Yanhuang College. This wasn't something he said on the spur of the moment. He truly wanted to contribute to the development of Tang dynasty's medical science, not only for others, but also for himself. As the saying went, how could people not get sick after eating grains? He had a strong internal energy, so he wasn't worried about getting sick. However, what about his family? What if they got an incurable disease? What could he do with his half-baked medical skills? Sun Simiao had great medical skills, but how could he be in Chang'an every day? Therefore, Li Zixuan had to push the development of Tang dynasty's medical science on the right track, even if it was for the sake of his family's health and longevity. The cholera incident had given him a huge warning. Just think about it. If he didn't happen to know a few prescriptions for cholera, Chang'an might have been hit by a large-scale cholera outbreak. As the saying went, when the nest was overturned, no egg would remain unbroken. When that time came, how would their family be able to stay in one corner of the country? The only way was to develop medical science and establish a medical school. However, establishing a medical school required a large number of medical-related talents. That was why Li Zixuan had made a request to Li Er in the imperial court. He wanted the Imperial Physician Bureau to help Yanhuang College train medical students. Of course, it was not a bad idea to poach a few imperial physicians with excellent medical skills and noble medical ethics into the Yanhuang Academy during the process of nurturing them. The moon viewing event lasted until around 9 in the morning. When they were about to leave Yanhuang College, a group of military officials asked Li Zixuan if the telescope could be used in the military. After Li Zixuan gave a positive answer, the military officials requested Li Er to ban the telescope manufacturing technology in Yanhuang College and put it on the list of prohibited weapons. Only Tang Dynasty's fourth-rank generals and above had the right to own it. Reality had proven that none of these bigwigs who had been able to make it to their current positions in the imperial court were fools. Even without Li Zixuan's reminder, they could imagine just how great of a threat it would be to their side if the telescope were to fall into the enemy's hands. Li Er naturally understood this as well. He didn't think too much about it and agreed to Li Jing, Qin Qiong, and Niu Jinda's request. However, before leaving, Li Er asked Li Zixuan in front of all the officials, "You're now an adult. Do you have a courtesy name?" According to the weekly system, a man will be crowned at the age of 20. However, in order to take control of the country as soon as possible, the emperor and the dukes will do it earlier. Legend has it that King Wen of Zhou crowned at the age of 12 and King Chong crowned at the age of 15. Later generations changed according to the time and place. Among the people, it was held from the age of 15 to 20. Li Zixuan was about to reach the age of 15 so he could be considered an adult. Li Zixuan naturally replied that he didn't have one. Li Er smiled and said, "You're multi-talented and you're proficient in both literature and martial arts." Zhuge Liang once said in the Book of Commandments that a gentleman should cultivate his body with quietness and cultivate virtue with frugality. Without living a simple life, there is no way to show one's aspiration. Without being tranquil, there is no way to reach far. I hope that you can look at the big picture and have lofty aspirations. You'll be ambitious. In ancient times, people not only had names, but also had names and even nicknames. For example, Zhuge Liang had a name called Kongming and was called Crouching Dragon. Another example was Bai Juyi. His name was Bai Juyi and his courtesy name was Letian. He also had a nickname, Fragrant Mountain Hermit. Therefore, the names of the ancient people should be divided into 3 types: name, courtesy name, and nickname. The name was the official name for oneself, the courtesy name was the continuation of this name, and the nickname represented one's ambition. Before Li Zixuan could say anything, Fang Xianling clapped his hands and laughed. "Wonderful! Wonderful!" In the Zhuozhuan, Zipai once said that a gentleman knows the big picture and knows the big picture. A villain knows the small picture and knows the small picture. One knows the big picture and the other knows the big picture. Marquis Yong'an is so lucky. Li Zixuan thought about it carefully for a long time and felt that Li Er's words were not bad. He cupped his hands and said, "Thank you, Your Majesty, for the words. I will remember Your Majesty's admonition today." Li Er, who liked to trick people, finally didn't trick him this time around. Li Er nodded his head in satisfaction. The rest of the officials looked at Li Zixuan with envy. This was the first time Li Er bestowed words to a court official. They never thought that this great honor would fall on Li Zixuan, who had just entered the court for less than a year. It really made them feel a little jealous. Li Zixuan, who had a big heart and nerves, was naturally not afraid of the envy and jealousy of others. After Li Er and the ministers left, he returned to the courtyard and spent a rare 2-person world with Han Yushi, although there was still Xiao He and Xiao Shi in the courtyard. But these 2 girls had heard the word bed too many times, so Li Zixuan no longer treated these 2 girls as outsiders. They shamelessly fooled around until 1 o'clock in the morning before going to sleep. Li Zixuan slept comfortably until the sun was high in the sky the next day before he woke up. Li Zixuan stretched his body and ate the breakfast that Xiao Shi had prepared. He then went to the academy. There were still many things to do there. First of all, he had promised Mo Lingwei that he would persuade her father, Mo Lingwei. However, there were a lot of things to do yesterday. He had to attend court, receive the imperial edict, and receive Li Er and the other big shots who came to the academy to look at the telescope. Therefore, Li Zixuan did not have time to do this. However, since he had promised Mo Lingwei, he had to get it done as soon as possible. Otherwise, when that girl went crazy, not many people could control her. Back then, Mo Lingwei said that the principle of the telescope was proposed by Li Zixuan. She did not want the credit for inventing the telescope. She only wanted a little effort to make Li Zixuan persuade her father to let her stay in the academy. However, from the looks of it now, this credit was undoubtedly more worth it for her. This was because Li Zixuan realized that it was very difficult for his current noble rank and official position to be promoted. Unless he made a very significant military contribution, such as the war that destroyed the country, Li Er would not let him be promoted. This could be seen from the reward given to him for the cholera incident. Therefore, it was better to use the credit of inventing the telescope to exchange for some substantial rewards for Mo Lingwei. This would force old man Mo to agree to let Mo Lingwei continue to stay in the academy. Hurry up and go back. I thought you were just fooling around in Yanhuang College. I didn't expect you to want to stay in the academy for a long time. You're simply fooling around. Sure enough, just as he approached Mo Huai's office, he heard old man Mo's angry roar from inside. Li Zixuan shook his head and quickly pushed the door open and walked in. Chapter 940. Father, why can't I study at Yanhuang College? Don't you just dislike your daughter for being a girl? But back then, Grandmaster Li Ying not only became a general as a girl, but she also became the head of the Mo family. Why can't I come to the academy to study? Li Ying, the 42nd generation head of the Mo family, was also the first female head of the Mo family. She fought with the Northern Wei many times and once fought with the Erzhu family and defeated them. She commanded the cavalry and was one of the valiant generals of the Southern dynasty. As soon as Li Zixuan entered, he heard Mo Lingwei arguing with Mo Huai. Mo Huai slammed the table and said angrily, "Bastard! How can the present be compared to the past?" At that time the 5 barbarians were in chaos and the world was in turmoil. The Mo family was facing internal and external troubles, so Grandmaster Li Ying stepped forward. But now that the world is peaceful, the Mo family has no internal and external troubles. Why do you need a girl to show her face in public? Yamacho. Mo Huai only realized that Li Zixuan had pushed open the door and entered at the end of his sentence. Awkwardness immediately appeared on his old face. After all, this was a family scandal. Li Zixuan smiled and walked to a spot not far from Mo Huai. Then he said, "Haha, I was looking for Mr. Mo for some matters, but I accidentally came in without permission. I hope Mr. Mo won't blame me." Mo Huai waved his hands awkwardly and said, "It's fine, it's fine. It's my daughter who is naughty and has embarrassed herself in front of Yamacho." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Mr. Mo, you're wrong. Also, Mr. Mo said something wrong just now." Mo Huai asked, "Oh, may I ask what Yamacho is referring to?" Li Zixuan glanced at Mo Lingwei and gave her a look that said, "Leave it to me." Then he said to Mo Huai, "Mr. Mo just said that now that the world is at peace, the Mo family no longer has any internal or external troubles. Why would they need Ink Girl to show her face in public alone? In the past, Confucius," Li Zixuan said Confucius, not Confucius, in order to avoid provoking Mo Huai. After all, in the eyes of the followers of the school of Mo, there was only one saint, and that was Mozi said, "Only women and villains are difficult to raise." Later on, the Western Han Confucian Grandmaster Dong Zhongshu was given an important position by Emperor Wu of Han, due to his 3 strategies for heaven and man. Emperor Wu then adopted Dong Zhongshu's theory of heaven and man interaction, the 3 cardinal principles and 5 constant principles, and officially proposed, abolish the 100 schools of thought and respect Confucianism. The result of this was that men were superior to women, and women were inferior to each other. Originally, I thought that the concept of men being superior to women would only exist in Confucianism. Who would have thought that it would also exist in Moism? But Mr. Mo, don't forget that when the Mo family's divine ancestor was recruiting followers of the school of Mo and promoting Moism, did he mention anything about men being superior to women and women not being allowed to show their faces in public? Confucianism has changed a lot since then. I don't want, and I believe that Mr. Mo and the Mo family's divine ancestor don't want Moism to follow in the footsteps of Confucianism, right? Women's rights. Although Li Zixuan wasn't a woman, he also felt that the excessive concept of men being superior to women was very detrimental to the development of society. Perhaps he could use the Mo family and Mo Lingwei to set an example for women's rights in this era. Moreover, if he let go of women's rights appropriately, it would also help to liberate society's productivity. Good. 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 Yamacho, what you said is too good. Every word that Li Zixuan said was in Mo Lingwei's heart. She also wanted to say these words, but she felt that they weren't as imposing as Li Zixuan's. As soon as Li Zixuan finished speaking, Mo Lingwei excitedly clapped and cheered. At the same time, she couldn't help but sigh in her heart. To be able to say such words, it was obvious how much respect Li Zixuan usually had for Han Yushi. What an enviable couple. Mo Lingwei was happy to hear this, but Li Zixuan's words were like a heavy hammer that smashed fiercely into Mo Huai's chest. His expression changed drastically, and his brows were tightly knitted. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to his chin and landed on the ground with a plop. After a long time, Mo Huai spoke. His voice was a little hoarse. Thank you, Yamacho, for your reminder. Mo's legacy has indeed deviated from its original path. Yamacho's words today are like a warning bell. I will definitely keep them in mind at all times. Actually, Mo Huai's feelings for Li Zixuan were very complicated. Cough cough, don't misunderstand. These feelings weren't ordinary feelings. When he first met Li Zixuan, he looked down on this young brat and was slapped in the face on the spot. However, the way Li Zixuan slapped his face made him realize that Li Zixuan had too many similarities with the Mo family's divine ancestor. He couldn't help but treat Li Zixuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. Although Li Zixuan had explained that he wasn't, Mo Huai still subconsciously treated Li Zixuan as the reincarnation of the Mo family's divine ancestor. It was precisely because of this that he was willing to bring the few remaining members of the Mo family to Yanhuang College. He felt that this might be a better way to continue Mo's legacy. Li Zixuan's words just now made Mo Huai feel that the Mo family's divine ancestor was beating him to his face. That was why his expression changed drastically and he broke out in cold sweat. Li Zixuan saw this and hurriedly said, Mr. Mo, you're too kind. That was just my opinion. If you feel that it's wrong, please don't take it to heart. Mo Huai said with shame. No. Yamacho is right. This old man brought the Mo family's disciples into the world for several months. I didn't expect that they would be tainted with the vulgarity of the world. I really shouldn't have. Oh, by the way, Yamacho, didn't you say that you wanted to talk to this old man about something? Li Zixuan finally revealed his foxtail at this moment and said, Ahem, Mr. Mo, I'm sure you've seen the telescope upstairs. His Majesty is very satisfied with it. And this telescope was mainly completed by your daughter. I see that your daughter is very talented in this area, so I want to invite her to the academy as a specially appointed professor. What do you think? Mo Huai frowned. Li Zixuan saw this and hurriedly said, Don't worry, Ink Girl will only be responsible for research after coming to the academy. She won't be responsible for teaching students. What do you think? Unexpectedly, Mo Zhong waved his hand and said, Yamacho, you're mistaken. This old man isn't worried about that. This old man thinks that the identity of a professor in the academy is very noble. How can this girl be qualified with her little cleverness? Li Zixuan laughed and said, Mr. Mo, you don't have to worry about that. Ink Girl's knowledge and ability are obvious to everyone. As the saying goes, a hero doesn't care about his background. A person's ambition doesn't depend on his age. The academy needs to promote talent. Ink Girl is completely worthy of the title of a specially appointed professor. Mo Huai couldn't help but feel happy when he heard Li Zixuan praise his daughter. After all, she was still his biological daughter. In that case, this old man has no objections. Mo Huai glanced at his daughter and nodded. Wow, Dad, you finally agreed. That's great. You're so open-minded. Mo Lingwei, who had gone through a lot and finally got what she wanted, immediately flattered him without hesitation, causing Mo Huai to roll his eyes. Chapter 941. Hehe. Yamacho, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, I would have to stay at home and do needlework every day. Mo Lingwei followed Li Zixuan out of Mo Huai's office. The girl caught up to Li Zixuan and smiled sweetly. Li Zixuan shook his head with a smile and said, There's no need to thank me. This is what I promised you. I'm just fulfilling my promise. Ah, Yamacho, your businesslike manner makes you very boring. Mo Lingwei complained. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes. If I don't do business with you, do you want me to say some witty words to make you laugh and flirt with you? I can't bully my friend's wife. I won't do such a wicked thing. Ink Girl, I know why you want to stay in the academy so much. Don't worry. I'll think of a way to make Xiaoning stay in the academy too. Li Zixuan changed the topic and said with a faint smile. Mo Lingwei's cheeks flushed red. She hurriedly said, Yamacho, what are you talking about? What does it have to do with me whether Xiaoning is in the academy or not? Li Zixuan saw that the girl was not saying what she meant and deliberately teased. Oh, since that's the case, then forget it. Xiaoning doesn't seem to be willing to continue staying in the academy anyway. Don't. Mo Lingwei immediately panicked and shouted subconsciously. Then she saw Li Zixuan's teasing face and knew that she had been fooled. She said angrily, "Humph, Yamacho, you're playing with me again." Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore. But Ink Girl, seeing that the two of you are progressing so slowly, there's something I have to say in my heart." Mo Lingwei asked curiously, "What is it?" Li Zixuan looked at the girl seriously and said in a deep voice, "Since you love him, then teach him well. Time waits for no one, and neither does love." Faced with such straightforward words, Mo Lingwei couldn't help blushing no matter how shrewish she was. However, the meaning of Li Zixuan's words aroused her curiosity and anticipation, making her unable to care about her embarrassment. "Train? Yamacho, what is training?" Seeing that Mo Lingwei had taken the bait, Li Zixuan's lips curled into an inexplicable smile. He said, "Well, for example, you have a dog and you play with it all day long. You comb and bathe the dog carefully. When the dog makes a fuss, you play with it. When the dog lies down and doesn't speak, it looks at you. You look at the dog and stroke its head. Everything is going well, but the only thing that makes you feel awkward is that the dog doesn't go to the designated place to pee. It always pees here and there, leaving behind either a wet mark or a small pile of dog poop. Tell me, what should you do?" Mo Lingwei stared at him and said with a disgusted expression, "If it were me, I would beat it until it doesn't dare to pee anywhere." Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "This is the problem I want to talk to you about today. Sometimes violence, oh no, force, sometimes blindly using force can't solve the problem. Take this dog for example. If you blindly beat it, it might not do as you wish. I have another method here. You can see if it's better. You can first lead the dog to the designated place to pee 5 or 6 times a day for a week. After a week, you can start doing something. When you find the dog peeing at the designated place, you should try to gently hug its neck and stroke its head. Let it know that it will be praised by its owner if it pees here. When you find the dog peeing somewhere else, you should severely reprimand it on the spot. Poke its nose and scold it. After a period of time, the dog will obediently go to the designated place to pee." Mo Lingwei frowned and thought seriously for a while. She said, It seems that Yamacho's method is better." Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Of course. In fact, this process is training. Training is a reward and punishment. The purpose of training is also very direct. It is to make the other party obedient. Obedient is the so-called obedience. Dogs need to be trained, but some people also need to be trained. If you blindly use force on Yan Xiaoning, it will only make him more afraid of you. In this way, the distance between you and him will naturally increase. I believe that you don't want to see this result, right?" Mo Lingwei's little face was a bit pale. She was probably frightened by Li Zixuan's analysis. At this moment, the girl nodded pitifully and said, Yes, yes. Although Yan Xiaoning is usually quite hateful, I know that he has a good heart. Yamacho, did you just say that you want me to train him like a dog? Li Zixuan was sweating profusely. He resisted the urge to vomit blood and said, Cough, cough, that was just an example. Mo Lingwei blinked and said, I know. I mean like training a dog. You have to clearly punish and reward Yan Xiaoning. This way, he won't be afraid of me in the future. Li Zixuan said in his heart, That's what you mean, but can't you put it in a nicer way? Logically speaking, he was already regretting telling Mo Lingwei these things. He didn't know if it was good or bad for Yan Xiaoning. He waved his hand and turned around. All right, I've said everything that needs to be said. If you feel that this relationship is worth cherishing, then manage it well. You can't always let your emotions affect your decisions. When you encounter problems, you have to think for the other party. Things like relationships are not simple at all. I'll leave first. Think about it carefully. Oh, Mo Lingwei replied sullenly. She was a little curious as to why Li Zixuan knew so much about relationships. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to leave, she suddenly thought of something and hurriedly chased after him. Hey Yamacho, I'm now a professor of the academy. Can you give me a courtyard in Yunshan? Li Zixuan's face darkened. Not only did he have to be a relationship consultant for this girl for free, he also had to give her a house? What the F***ck is going on here? According to the rules of the academy, it's like this. Li Zishuan's face tightened as he said sullenly. Mo Lingwei was instantly amused. Haha. Then Yamacho, can you give me the third courtyard? Li Zishuan was a little curious as to why this girl wanted the third courtyard, but he couldn't give it to her. He shook his head and said, No, Sun Daozhang just moved into the third courtyard. You'd better choose another courtyard. Mo Lingwei's face was filled with disappointment. Suddenly, she raised her head and said with bright eyes, Yamacho, can you arrange for me to live in the fourth courtyard, and then move little Ning from the second courtyard to the fifth courtyard? Li Zishuan was suddenly enlightened, and then immediately retreated. He was completely defeated by this girl who dared to love and hate. Chapter 942. In the end, Li Zishuan didn't agree with the girl's nonsense and slipped away. At this time he came to the third courtyard, Sun Simiao's temporary residence. The old Taoist was drying herbs in the front yard. Hu Jingyao was also there to help. The little girl was wearing a white dress and had a reserved temperament. Coupled with her smile, she looked a little ethereal and was becoming more and more like the fairy doctor. Young master, you're here. Hu Jingyao saw Li Zishuan at the entrance of the courtyard and greeted him with a smile. Sun Simiao heard and turned around with a smile. Xiao Xian, you're here? Oh no, now that you have a courtesy name I should call you Haha. Li Zishuan smiled. Actually, he hadn't gotten used to the name Nan yet. If someone else were to call him Zhan next to him, he probably wouldn't know who they were calling out to. Haha, Taoist Sun Zhuan is me, Xiao Xian is also me. You can call me whatever you like. I don't mind at all. Hey, are you guys drying medicinal herbs? Li Zishuan greeted Sun Simiao, then looked at the medicinal herbs in the courtyard and asked. Sun Simiao nodded. Yes. A few days ago, I and Xiao Xian picked some herbs on the west side of Yunshan. Since the weather is good these 2 days, let's take them out and dry them. Li Zishuan asked curiously. There are herbs on Yunshan? Sun Simiao handed the bamboo sieve to Hu Jingyao and smiled at Li Zishuan. Heaven and earth have spirits and nurture all things. Every blade of grass and tree can be used as medicine. Yunshan has abundant rain and water, and the west side of the mountain is uninhabited. Of course there will be many mature herbs. Li Zishuan thought about it. Indeed, very few people went to the west side of Yunshan. According to Second Master Lu, the terrain there was dangerous and there were often some ferocious beasts. At the end of the Sui dynasty, many farmers risked hunting in the mountains in order to get food. There were often casualties when they went to the west side of Yunshan. Thinking of this, he said worriedly, Taoist Sun, the west side of Yunshan has dangerous terrain and there are often some ferocious beasts. In my opinion, you shouldn't go there to pick herbs in the future. Besides, there aren't any rare herbs there, so why would you take the risk? Sun Simiao waved his hand and chuckled. Haha, it's fine, it's fine. Over the years that I've been traveling the world, I've also picked herbs from various places. Qinling Mountains, Taibai Mountains, Zhongnan Mountains, Mount Shu and Wudong Mountains. Which of these places is not more dangerous than Cloud Mountain? This poor Taoist has a way to avoid wild beasts. Little Xian, you don't have to worry. To be honest, Sun Simiao was still not used to calling Li Zishuan by his courtesy name. Li Zishuan was helpless. After thinking for a while, he suddenly had a bright idea and said, Priest Sun, since there are medicinal herbs in this Cloud Mountain, why don't we mobilize the people and let everyone go into the mountain to gather the herbs together? First, it will be safer with more people. Second, the herbs that the villagers gather can be sold to us. For them, it can be considered a considerable income. Third, Priest Sun, your medical skills are superb. There are countless patients waiting for you to treat, yet you often go out to gather herbs. This is simply a waste of talent and will delay the treatment of many patients. At this moment, Hu Jing looked up and said to Sun Simiao, Master, what the young master said is very reasonable. Previously, Aunt Han's son had an intestinal abscess, appendicitis, and came here to look for you, but you went to gather herbs alone. If you hadn't taught me how to treat this disease, Aunt Han's son might have died. Sun Simiao frowned and looked troubled. He thought for a moment and sighed. How can this poor Taoist not know that what you said is reasonable, little Xian? Many times, saving a life is far more important than gathering a basket of herbs. But if this poor Taoist doesn't go to gather herbs, then I can only go to the pharmacy in Chang and to buy herbs. The prices of all kinds of herbs there are generally very high. This poor Taoist's entire fortune is not enough to treat the people's illness for 3 days. Li Zishuan understood when he heard this. It turned out that Old Sun not only did not charge a consultation fee, but also did not charge for the herbs when he treated the people. Even if he did charge, it was probably just a token charge, right? How could this be? Li Zishuan, who had experienced all kinds of unreasonable charges in the modern era, felt that where could he find such a good doctor like Old Sun? If there really was, even 1,000 of them wouldn't be too much. That, Taoist son. I came here today because I have something to discuss with you. Li Zishuan changed the topic and cupped his hands towards Sun Simiao. It's about the medical school, right? Sun Simiao smiled. Although he was not in the imperial court, he still knew some news about the imperial physician department. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "That's right. Since Taoist Sun already knows the news, then I'll just say it. It has been more than 200 years since the imperial physician department was first established during the northern and southern dynasties. Although the current size of the imperial physician department in Great Tang is much larger than before, how many students are there in total? Only about 300 people, right? But the Great Tang has more than 360 states and counties. These 300 students of the imperial physician department are like a cup of water to the entire Great Tang. Furthermore, the imperial physician department only serves the important officials in the imperial palace and the imperial court. If the common people want to see a doctor, they can only seek help from the private medical centers. The inheritance of medical skills among the common people is mostly passed down through the family. How can the common people's medical skills improve if they keep it to themselves? Taoist son, although your medical skills are superb, you're still just one person. Once there are more patients, you won't be able to do anything else. My original intention of establishing the medical school is to cultivate thousands of medical experts like you. Then, I'll set up joint hospitals in the various states of the Great Tang, also known as joint medical centers. In this way, not only will the problem of the inheritance of medical skills be solved, but it will also allow the common people to be treated. Taoist son, won't your wish come true? Sun Simiao originally thought that Li Zishuan only wanted to imitate the talent cultivation method of the imperial physician department, cultivate a group of medical students, and then set up a medical center. However, he never expected that Li Zishuan would have such a huge plan behind it. He couldn't help but be shocked. If he really followed this plan, perhaps all the common people would really be able to be treated. Sun Simiao started his medical career at a young age and painstakingly studied medical skills for more than 40 years. Didn't he travel to hundreds of states and counties all for this dream? Little Xian, are you serious about what you said? You have to know that opening medical centers in all the states and counties of the Great Tang will cost tens of millions. Don't tell me you want to earn back this money from the patients' fees? That won't do. Sun Simiao was excited at first, but then he thought of a realistic problem and quickly shook his head. Li Zishuan said seriously, Taoist son, do you think I'm that kind of person? You have a kind heart. Although I'm not as good as you, I'm not evil. Hearing his witty words, who couldn't help but burst into laughter. Li Zishuan glanced at the little girl and said, Taoist son, don't worry. I'll find a way to get the money for the establishment of the joint hospital. The purpose of this joint hospital is definitely not to make money. When the time comes, the consultation fees will definitely be cheaper than ordinary medical centers. Sun Simiao saw that Li Zishuan was speaking so confidently. Moreover, based on his understanding of Li Zishuan, he really wasn't a greedy person, so he was relieved. That's good. Little Xian, if you really want to set up this joint hospital, I'll definitely give you a hand. You don't have to worry about the medical center. Since His Majesty has agreed, the doctors of the Imperial Physician Department will definitely help you set up the medical center. I'm afraid there won't be enough time to enroll students this year. Wait until next spring to enroll students. At that time, if I'm free, I can also help teach the students. Li Zishuan said happily. Thank you, Taoist son. Chapter 943. Li Zishuan did not have much confidence in getting Sun Simiao to join them. Now that the results were out of his expectations, He left the third courtyard with satisfaction. Then he prepared to go down the mountain to find his father-in-law, Han Tianhu, to discuss the matter of organizing the villagers to go into the mountains to collect herbs. Recently, he had planned to set up a school hospital department in Yanhuang College. When the time came, he would need to buy a batch of herbs. It would be better to buy them from the villagers. As for the herbs that Yunshan did not have, he would buy them from the pharmacies in Chang'an. After all, Yanhuang College was a highly ranked institution. If it did not even have a school hospital, wouldn't it be lacking in style? As for the doctors in the school hospital, Li Zishuan had also thought about it. He wanted to poach some old imperial physicians who were about to retire from the imperial medical department. For doctors, the older they were, the more diseases they had seen and the more experience they had. When the time came, the old imperial physicians would bring in a group of apprentices. Wouldn't the problem of inheriting talents in the school hospital be solved? Marquis Master and Madam want you to go back to Chang'an. Li Zishuan had just reached the mountain gate when he saw Peng Feiji walking quickly towards him and saying such a strange sentence. My parents want me to go back to Chang'an? For what? Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and asked with a strange expression. Peng Feiji's face showed a trace of difficulty. Under Li Zishuan's gaze, he finally answered, Marquis, it's your grandfather, grandmother, and uncle who have come to Chang'an. They are in the mansion now. Li Zishuan opened his mouth and took a long time to recover. What? What the F***ck? I have a grandfather and grandmother? It was no wonder that he was surprised. In the memories of his predecessor, there was not a single bit of information about his mother's family. After transmigrating for so long, he sometimes wondered why his mother's parents and brothers never came to visit him. It was impossible to say that they were too far away. After all, he was his mother's precious son and had finally returned from Mount Longhu with great difficulty. His body had also fully recovered. No matter how far away his mother's family was, they would still have to come and visit, right? Although he had many questions in his mind, he had never asked them in his long time in the Great Tang, because he was afraid that he would be exposed. What if the previous owner of the body knew about this, but the fusion of memories wasn't complete? Wouldn't that be exposed? Now that Li Zishuan suddenly heard that his maternal grandparents had come to Chang'an, he was a little dumbfounded. Hearing Li Zishuan's strange words, Peng Feiji's face twitched a few times and said, Marquis, everyone has a maternal grandfather and maternal grandmother. Li Zishuan came back to his senses and his expression returned to normal. He waved his hand and said, That's not what I meant. I was asking where my maternal grandparents came from. Cough cough. When I left home to go to Mount Longhu, I was still young, so I don't remember some things clearly. This last sentence was purely to deceive others and prevent them from being exposed. Peng Feiji didn't have such thoughts. Besides, he was just a guard. Even if he was beaten to death, he would never think that Li Zishuan in front of him was an outsider, who had transmigrated for more than 1,000 years in the future. At this time, when he heard Li Zishuan's question, he bowed and answered, Marquis, your maternal grandparents came from Nanyang. Madam used to be from Nanyang. Nanyang? Li Zishuan was even more puzzled. Nanyang was not far from Chang'an, only about 400 li. If they rode a horse carriage, they would arrive at Chang'an in at most 5 days. But his grandson, who had been away for treatment, had returned to Chang'an for so long. Why hadn't his maternal grandparents come to visit him? It didn't make sense. Peng Feiji definitely didn't know the answer to this question. So Li Zishuan was too lazy to ask. He ordered, Feiji, go to the Han family village and find my father-in-law. Tell him to inform the 8 villages under my rule that there are large amounts of herbs in the west of Mount Yunshan. Each village can organize young adults to go into the mountain to collect herbs. The herbs that they collect can be sold in Chang'an by themselves, or they can be sent to the academy to exchange for money. The academy recently wants to purchase a batch of herbs. In short, this matter is voluntary and not forced. But you must travel together to ensure your safety. Yes, Marquis. Peng Feiji bowed and left to receive the order. Li Zishuan turned and walked towards the side yard. He definitely couldn't go back alone and leave Han Yushi here alone. When he returned to the side yard, he explained the situation to Han Yushi. The husband and wife took the 2 young maidservants and boarded the horse carriage back to Chang'an. On the way, Han Yushi seemed to be very uneasy. Li Zixuan saw this and couldn't help but laugh. Wife, don't be nervous. You're just going to see the two elders. They won't eat you. Han Yushi said uneasily. But husband, what if grandfather and grandmother don't like me? Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and said, my wife is so beautiful, how could they not like her? Besides, we are officially married under the orders of our parents and the words of the matchmaker. Even if they don't like her, what can they do? You're living with me, not with them. Ah, husband, don't say such nonsense. If grandfather and grandmother don't like me, then it must be my fault. How can we say that the elders are wrong? If others hear this, I'm afraid it will be detrimental to your reputation. Han Yushi said hurriedly. In this era, filial piety was greater than heaven. Unfilial people would be despised wherever they went, and it was extremely detrimental to their official career. If someone used this as an excuse to impeach them, they would basically be demoted. Li Zixuan said carelessly, filial piety lies in one's heart, not in one's mouth. Besides, grandfather, grandmother, and wife have never met before. How could they not like you for no reason? Wife, don't think too much. Han Yushi nodded and felt a little relieved. In the midst of their conversation, the horse carriage rolled towards Chang'an City. It didn't take long for them to enter Chang'an City. Around noon, the horse carriage entered Yong'an Lane. Looking at the familiar streets and neighborhoods outside the window, Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. He hadn't been back for a long time. Ever since he built Yanhuang College in Yunshan, he spent most of his time in Yunshan and rarely came back here. If this continued, he would probably forget that he was from Chang'an City. It was quite funny when he thought about it. He was born and raised in the capital. Instead of being a rich second generation in the capital, he insisted on running to the suburbs of the capital to start a business. If this happened now, he would probably be called a fool. Young master, you're back. While his thoughts were running wild, the horse carriage had already arrived in front of the Lord Protector's mansion. When Sanbao saw the horse carriage, she hurriedly ran out and greeted him. Li Zixuan nodded and asked, where are my parents? Young master, old master and madam are in the front hall. You should go quickly. Chapter 944. Yongla Lane, House of Marquis. Li Zixuan held Han Yushi's hand and walked toward the main hall. However, he felt that the atmosphere in the house was a little strange. If he had to describe it, it would be that it was oppressive. The house was not like this in the past. With doubts in his heart, the couple came to the front hall. He saw an old man with a dignified face and a slightly plump figure sitting on the left side of the main hall. The old man was wearing a black robe and a hat similar to a Taoist crown on his head. Next to him sat a kind-looking old lady in her 60s. Mrs. Li sat below the old lady and was whispering something to the old lady. Below the old man was a middle-aged man in his 40s who wore a Taoist robe. He had a stern face and a stern look on his face. He looked very serious. Old man Li sat next to the middle-aged man, holding a cup of tea in his hand. His face revealed a trace of an awkward fawning smile. Below Li Jingma sat a handsome young man in a white robe with his hair tied up. The young man looked to be no more than 12 or 13 years old. From his appearance, he looked very young and inexperienced. At this moment, he was sitting upright on the special armchair of the Marquis estate. His eyes were slightly closed, and his appearance was solemn and dignified. There was a kind of calmness and sage-like aura that did not match his age. Li Zixuan had just stepped into the main hall with Han Yushi when he saw this scene. At the same time, he also felt the oppressive atmosphere in the house. Father, mother, your son is back. Li Zixuan's expression did not change as he entered the house and shouted to his parents. As for the other people's expressions, he did not have the time to care. Xianer, Humphrewd. Mrs. Li got up and was about to greet her son when she heard a cold snort from the seat above. It was the old man. Your grandfather and grandmother are here. Why don't you greet them first? Mrs. Li's expression changed as she hurriedly said, Father, when you came to Chang'an, Xianer was still young. Mother, please sit down. Li Zixuan frowned as if he understood something. He stepped forward and interrupted his mother. Then he looked straight at the old man and said, So you are my grandfather. So you're my grandfather. Pardon my rudeness. Grandson left home when he was young and followed master to Mount Longhu to treat his illness. After cultivating for 8 years, there are many things that I don't remember clearly. I hope grandfather won't blame me. After all, I haven't seen you for so many years, and you don't have the label of grandfather on you. Grandson can't possibly call everyone grandfather every time he meets, right? When the old man heard the first half of Li Zishuan's words, he felt quite comfortable in his heart. However, when he heard the second half, his face suddenly changed and he said angrily, "How dare you? What an eloquent tongue! Jade bamboo! Did you hear that? Is this how you talk to your elders? Is this how you and Li Jingma teach your children? Humph! I've already told you more than 10 years ago that the two of you aren't suited to be together, but you refused to listen. In the end, you gave birth to such an unfilial son who's plagued with misfortune." When Li Jingma heard this, he couldn't help but tighten his grip on his teacup. Madame Li reprimanded her son. "Xian, don't be rude." Then she hurriedly said to the old man, "Father, Xianer doesn't mean any harm. Please don't blame him." The old woman sitting to the right of the old man finally spoke. "Old man, don't be so picky. Let bygones be bygones. Xianer has already grown up, and Jade Bamboo and Jingma are also living happily. Why do you have to bring up the past again?" The old man's face flushed red. He wanted to say something, but in the end all he could say was a sigh. The old woman looked at Li Zishuan and said lovingly, "Xianer, come, let grandmother take a look at you. I haven't seen you for more than 10 years. I've missed you so much." Li Zishuan stopped in his tracks and looked hesitant. Madame Li nudged her son and whispered, "Xin, go, your grandmother is calling for you." Li Zishuan thought for a moment, then finally walked forward and called out to the old woman, "Grandmother! Hey! Good grandson, come to grandmother's side." The old woman held Li Zishuan's hand, the smile on her face never fading. "The last time grandmother saw you, you weren't even a month old. There was one time when grandmother hugged you, and you even peed on grandmother's body, ha. It's been almost 15 years since we last met, and in the blink of an eye, you're even taller than grandmother. You're also in the imperial court, and you're valued by the current emperor. Grandmother can even hear news about you from Nanyang. Grandmother only found out that you've returned to Chong, and from Mount Longhu when she heard that you've been conferred a title. Thinking that your body has recovered, grandmother happily ate 3 big bowls of rice that night. After that, I heard that you created some kind of newspaper, so I asked your uncle Huiming to buy a copy for me every day. There were all kinds of interesting things in the newspaper. Every time I read the newspaper I would think, is my good grandson happy now? Is he healthy? Is he well?" In July, grandmother heard that Xianer had founded an academy and was recruiting students from all over the Great Tang Empire. Grandmother originally wanted to send your cousin Fa Shan to add to your popularity, but this child's ambitions were not there, so she gave up. Then, grandmother heard that Xianer had been conferred a title of Marquis, and she was so happy. Good child. Sigh. It's all your grandfather's fault. Otherwise, grandmother wouldn't have worried about you every day, and not come to Chang'an to see you. If you blame grandmother in your heart, grandmother will accept it. To be able to see my good grandson today, grandmother is satisfied. Perhaps it was because she was old that she spoke more than usual. The old woman rambled on for a long time, and by the end of it, her eyes were filled with tears. Beside her, Madame Li was already sobbing. "Mother, don't say that. Xianer won't blame you, right? Xianer, come here and tell grandmother." Madame Li held Li Zishuan's other hand and cried. Li Zishuan had never seen his mother like this, and the hostility in his heart dissipated by half. Moreover, the old woman's love for him came from the bottom of her heart, and it touched him. At this moment he pursed his lips and said, "Grandmother, grandson has never blamed you." The sadness on the old woman's face disappeared without a trace, and she revealed a smile that came from the bottom of her heart. She held Li Zishuan's hand tightly and said emotionally, "Good grandson, you really are grandmother's good grandson. Xianer, don't blame your grandfather, okay? There were some things that you didn't know back then, but your grandfather did it for your mother's sake. Now that we're finally reunited, let's forget about the past." The old woman sighed and said suddenly. When the old man next to him heard this, he snorted softly. He did not think much of it. Sitting below, Li Jingma's face was a little pale. When Li Zishuan heard this, He secretly thought that there were many secrets that he didn't know. He frowned and asked, "Grandmother, what happened back then? Can you tell me?" Chapter 945. Ahem. Xianer, come out with me. I have something to tell you. In the main hall, Li Jingma, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly coughed and said. Li Zishuan nodded and was about to move when he heard the old man sitting at the top snort. "What can't you say here? If you don't want to say it, I will say it for you." Li Jingma turned around and said helplessly, "Father-in-law, it's not that I don't want to." "Humph, you don't need to say more. After so many years, your nature of wanting to save face still hasn't changed. Let me say it for you." The old man mercilessly interrupted Li Jingma again. Then he looked at Li Zishuan and said, "You were sick when you were young and followed spiritual master Ling Su to Mount Longhu to recuperate. There are many things you don't remember. I don't blame you. But you don't have the right to blame me." Speaking of this, the old man stood up and walked to Li Zishuan's side and continued, "I am Yi Guozhong, and this is your uncle Yi Huiming. The Yi family has cultivated for 4 generations and is also a prominent family in Nanyang. Although I didn't have much opinion about family background, I also hoped that my only pearl could find a good husband to entrust her life to. But I never expected that your father, who was just a traveling merchant and a poor boy, would cheat away my beloved daughter's heart. Being poor is nothing. Although the Yi family is not a wealthy family, we still have some money to spare. As long as your father is someone who is worthy of being entrusted with her life, seeing that both of them are in love with each other, it is not a big deal even if this old man marries my daughter to him. But when I first saw your father, I noticed that your father's middle was flat and there was a deep vertical line between his eyebrows. I have cultivated for decades. Although I'm not as good as your master, spiritual master Ling Su, I know that your father's face is the child-killing sword in the study of physiognomy. It's hard for someone with this face to have a son. Even if he does have a son, he won't have a good ending and will most likely die prematurely. At that time, it will be another tragedy of a white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. I only have one daughter, your mother. How can I marry her to someone like your father, who curses children? Even if your father's family is rich and powerful, this old man will never marry my daughter to him. But at that time, your mother was already deeply in love with him, and was unable to extricate herself. Even though your grandmother and I tried to stop her, your mother still tried to find a way to secretly meet your father. With no other choice, this old man locked your mother up and arranged another marriage for her. The other party was the son of the Nanyang County chief. He had a dignified appearance and was quite talented. When your mother found out, she resisted with her life. She didn't eat or drink for 6 days and 6 nights. In the end, she fainted in her room. When your father heard the news, he tried to break into the mansion several times, but he was beaten out of the mansion by the servants of this old man. Later, the doctor woke your mother up, but your mother still refused to eat, drink, or take medicine. Seeing that your mother's eyes were gloomy, I was afraid that she was about to die. Your grandmother's heart softened, and she begged me to agree to this marriage. How could this old man agree? But if this old man didn't agree, your mother definitely wouldn't have lived for more than 3 days. In the end, this old man's heart softened. But because of this, your mother was expelled from the family by the elders. This old man was also angry at that time, so I broke off my father-daughter relationship with your mother. We agreed that we would never meet again. But because of this matter, the Yi family also thoroughly offended the local chief. Both sides had constant friction. The Yi family sacrificed a lot of benefits, and their vitality was greatly damaged. However, in exchange for a temporary peace. Fortunately, not long after, Emperor Yang was killed in Jiangdu, and the Great Sui dynasty collapsed. The heroes of the world rose in revolt, and the central plains fell into the flames of war. The chief of Nanyang County died in the hands of a group of bandits. The Yi family accumulated virtue and did good deeds. They built roads and bridges, and had a good reputation in the Nanyang area. That was why they were able to survive in this chaotic world and gradually recover. Your mother gave birth to you many years after your father and your mother got married. At that time, your mother remembered that this old man once said that your father was a jinx. She was worried, so she came to Nanyang with your father and asked to see this old man. She wanted this old man to take a look at your face and examine your body. But because your mother and father eloped that year, it brought great losses to the Yi family. Many people in the Yi family hated your mother, and no matter what, they wouldn't let your father and mother take half a step into the Yi family. Later, your grandmother couldn't bear it and secretly went out by herself. She met your mother and you at the inn. After your grandmother returned, she begged this old man again and again, saying that this old man must see you no matter what. This old man couldn't persuade her, so I also went to the inn. But after looking at your face and taking your pulse, this old man only said 2 words, 6 years, and then left. From then on, this old man never saw you, your father, or your mother again. This old man also didn't let your grandmother go to Chang'an, because this old man knew that you definitely wouldn't live past 6 years old. Why should I let her go? If she saw too much when the time came and you died, wouldn't your grandmother be even more sad? Besides, all of this was caused by your father. This old man doesn't want to see him for the rest of his life. Later, I heard that after you grew a little older, you often fell ill and your health deteriorated. Your father and mother began to take you everywhere to find a doctor. But all of this was already predestined. Your illness was congenital, so how could ordinary doctors in the world cure you? The facts proved that this old man wasn't wrong back then. Your father shouldn't have been with your mother at all. But later, even this old man didn't expect that spiritual master Ling Su would take a fancy to you and bring you back to Mount Longhu. But even so, this old man still didn't think that your illness could be cured. So I didn't tell this news to your grandmother. It was better to let her treat you as a dead person, so that she wouldn't be happy about it. But this old man still underestimated spiritual master Ling Su's ability. He could actually help you go against the heavens and change your fate. Now your face has already... Your physiognomy? At this point, Yi Guozhong subconsciously looked at Li Zixuan's face. With this look, Yi Guozhong's face suddenly changed. There was shock and even more disbelief. Seeing this, Mrs. Li immediately panicked. She walked over and asked anxiously, "Father, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with Xian'er's face?" Li Zixuan also looked at Yi Guozhong curiously. His predecessor had cultivated for 8 years. Although he wasn't very proficient in the 5 Taoist metaphysics, mountain, medicine, fate, physiognomy, and divination, he had dabbled in all of them. As an atheist from the 21st century, Li Zixuan didn't believe in these things at first. But after merging with the memories of his predecessor, he started to believe. A few days ago, Li Zixuan also stared at his face for a long time, but he was interrupted. Now Yi Chongyang's expression made Li Zixuan curious. "What's wrong with my face? Why does this old man have such a reaction?" Chapter 946. Marquis Mansion Main Hall. Yi Guozhong was shocked for a long time before he recovered. He shook his head and sighed. The problem isn't his physiognomy, but that I can't see his physiognomy clearly. Could this be the person of destiny? If this old man came from the modern world, he would definitely scold. "Why the F***ck is your face covered in mosaic?" Yes, Li Zixuan's face is indeed covered in mosaic. Ordinary people can't see it, but if a physiognomist looks, they will find that his fate is gray, as if he is in a fog, making it difficult for people to see through. Mrs. Li didn't understand and hurriedly asked, "Father, what do you mean? What is the destined person? Is this physiognomy good or bad?" Yi Guozhong looked at Li Zixuan with a complicated expression. He was speechless and said, "The destined one." The destined person is also called the person outside of fate. The person who has this kind of fate is already out of the control of the heavens. In the future he may conquer the world, intimidate the world, or he may be the enemy of the world and die an unnatural death. In short, it is difficult to predict whether it is good or bad. It is either great luck or great misfortune. It is all up to the destined person to choose. At this moment, the young man who had been sitting quietly on the chair stood up and said as he walked over. Madame Li and Li Jingma were both stunned. They never expected that this unremarkable little fellow would actually say such words that did not match his age. Li Zixuan was also a little surprised. From the moment he entered the room and saw this young boy, he felt that this child was somewhat different. Now it seems that his guess was not wrong. This child is most likely a Taoist and his cultivation time is definitely not short. While talking, the young boy had already walked in front of Yi Guozhong. He raised his head and stared at Li Zixuan's face with burning eyes. But don't forget, he is only 11 or 12 years old. His face is still childish. Coupled with such a mature expression, it will make people want to laugh and think that he is pretending to be profound. Yi Guozhong's face didn't show any surprise. He was probably used to his grandson's behavior. At this moment, he put his hand on the boy's head with a comforted look on his face. A trace of kindness flashed across his solemn face. At this time, the old lady also stood up and walked over. She took the boy's hand with a smile and said to Li Zixuan, "Xiaoxian, this is your cousin Xiaoshan. Since he was 4 years old, he liked to go to your uncle's study to read books about Taoist cultivation methods and talisman seal scripts. He is always mysterious and always likes to wander. This time, I brought him here to let him see the world in Chang'an. Xiaoxian, you are familiar with Chang'an. Take your cousin out for a walk when you have time." After listening to Yi Guozhong's narration, Li Zixuan didn't have much resentment towards his maternal grandmother. Instead, he had a lot of respect for her. It was said that in a big family, there were all disgusting and filthy fights for power. It was already not easy for his maternal grandmother to help his mother time and time again. At this moment, he nodded in response. "Well, grandmother, don't worry. I will often take Xiaoshan out for a walk." Then, in order to show the care of an elder brother to his younger brother, he reached out and patted the boy's head. He didn't expect that the boy deftly avoided it. "Cousin, please don't call me Xiaoshan. That's what grandfather and grandmother call me. My name is Yi Fashion. Please call me by my name." The boy raised his head and frowned slightly. He said with a serious face. It seemed that he was very dissatisfied with Li Zexu's behavior and the way he called him. The old lady laughed and everyone laughed. Li Zixuan was amused and wanted to laugh too. But after hearing the boy's real name, the smile on his face suddenly froze. "Haha, father, mother. Xiaoshan is so cute. By the way, father, what Xiaoshan said about the destined one, is it true?" Mrs. Li smiled and returned to the topic she was worried about. Yi Guozhong stroked his beard and said with emotion, "Of course it is true. No one can say for sure about this child's future. No one can affect it. Only he can decide. But Yuzhu, you don't have to worry. From the fact that Xiaoxian has been conferred the title of Marquis at such a young age, his future will definitely be smooth." Mrs. Li heard this and felt a little relieved. She smiled and said, "Father, mother, sit here. I'll go to the kitchen to arrange the food." The old lady smiled and nodded. At this moment she saw Han Yushi, who had not made a sound since she entered the door. She smiled and said, "Oh, this is Xiaoxian's wife, right? Come and let grandmother take a look." A trace of panic flashed across Han Yushi's face. Mrs. Li saw this and came over to pat her on the shoulder. She smiled and said, "Yushi, go and talk to your grandmother for a while. Mother will go to the kitchen to arrange lunch." "Yes, mother." Han Yushi nodded reluctantly. Then she walked to the old lady's side and bowed. She shouted, "Yushi greets grandmother, grandfather, and uncle." The old lady held Han Yushi's hand and smiled from ear to ear. "Yushi, right? Your name is nice and you're really handsome. You and my good grandson are really a match made in heaven." Yi Guozhong did not show any expression this time. Instead, he nodded at Han Yushi rather kindly. Yi Huiming, who was sitting on the chair, also stood up and nodded in greeting. The old lady of the Yi family looked Han Yushi up and down. The more she looked, the more satisfied and happy she was. She pulled Han Yushi to the side and sat down. She rolled up her sleeves and took off the bracelet on her wrist. She smiled kindly and said, Come. Grandmother came in a hurry this time and didn't prepare a gift. This bracelet has accompanied grandmother for most of her life. Today I'll give it to you as a greeting gift. I hope that you and Xian can give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible." Mother. Yi Huiming was shocked when she saw this. Just as she was about to say something, the old lady glared at her. The expected difficulties did not appear. Han Yushi could not help but heave a sigh of relief in her heart. Facing the bracelet that the old lady had worn for her entire life, how could she dare to accept it? She hurriedly said, "Grandmother, Yushi appreciates your kindness, but this bracelet is too precious." "What's so precious about it? It's just a dead object. Come. Grandmother will help you put it on." The old lady grabbed Han Yushi's hand without any explanation. Then, she put the bracelet that had accompanied her for decades on Han Yushi's fair and slender wrist. The old lady sighed and said, "Beautiful jade matches a beauty. Grandmother is old. This jade bracelet is just right for you to wear." The old lady's eyes inadvertently revealed a hint of reluctance. It happened to be seen by the attentive Han Yushi. She was moved and said, "Thank you, grandmother. Grandmother, you're not old. You look very energetic." Chapter 947. You are ye fashion? Seeing that his wife was fine, Li Zixuan looked at his cousin again. He paused and asked in a low voice, "Yes." The young man nodded. His words were as precious as gold. Li Zixuan swallowed his saliva and asked again, "Which dharma is it? Which is good?" The young man looked at Li Zixuan strangely and paused for a while before answering, "The dharma is not passed on to others. The best is like water. Water benefits all things and does not compete for the goodness." Li Zixuan was finally shocked. He took 2 steps back and looked at the young man in front of him in horror. He muttered to himself, "Yi fashion, you are really Yi fashion." Previously, Li Zixuan still had a trace of luck, thinking that it was possible that they had the same pronunciation but different characters. At this moment his heart really grasped the grass. He never thought that his cousin was actually Yi fashion. Yi fashion. In the Tang dynasty, other than Li Chunfeng and Yuan Tiangang, the most famous Taoist priest was Yi fashion. His disciples were rare in the history of Taoism. According to historical records, Yi fashion had the skills of nourishment and divination. He was good at writing talismans. He lived in Gaozong, Wuzetian, and Zhongzong for 50 years. He often went to the mountains and was summoned to the palace. In the Gaozong dynasty, Yi fashion completely became the leader of Taoism in the world. Not only did he win the respect of the world, including the emperor, but he also actively participated in politics. He made a great contribution by helping Li Dan to ascend the throne and Li Longji to rise to the throne. He was once titled as the National Celestial Master and Duke of Yu. The status of the Yi family of Nanyang also reached the peak because of this. In the 10th year of Emperor Minghuang's Kaiyuan, Yi fashion, who was 107 years old, died without any illness. It was said that the courtyard he lived in at that time was full of fragrance and celestial music. It was even more confirmed that Yi fashion had ascended to immortality. 19 years after Yi fashion's death, Emperor Xuanzong of the Tang dynasty wrote the inscriptions of honored Master Yi, describing in great detail Yi fashion's diving into the water palace, flying into the fire room, cutting open the stomach and cleaning the intestines, cutting open the eyes and selecting the membranes, conscripting the ghosts, running away from the gods and other mystical techniques. Gradually, Yi fashion became the god worshipped by the Yulu believers. In the official history, Yi fashion was a human, a noble and virtuous person. But in the folklore he was a god, a Tao immortal with remarkable abilities. Such an awesome national heavenly master, and immortal of the mortal world, had become his cousin? At this moment, Li Zixuan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation. At this time he couldn't help but feel that his mother was really awesome. She was actually born in such a big family, and she even had such an awesome nephew. Yi Guozhong also noticed the commotion. He walked over and frowned. He looked at Li Zixuan and asked, "Xiaoxian, what's wrong? Is there something wrong with the name Shaner?" Logically speaking, the 2 words Shan and Shan were originally based on the Book of Changes and the Taoist principles of Yin and Yang and the 5 elements. It took him a lot of effort to come up with the name. How could there be a problem? Li Zixuan came back to his senses and quickly waved his hand. No. This name is very good, very good. Grandfather, please take a seat first. I'll bring my cousin around the mansion to familiarize himself with the environment." After saying that, he dragged Yi fashion out without any explanation. "Shan, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master?" Outside the house, Li Zixuan didn't bring Yi fashion around the mansion. Instead, he went to the pavilion in the west courtyard to fish for information from this kid. After all, he was very curious about the legendary heavenly master Yi. Moreover, most of the historical records about Yi fashion were too fantastical and legendary. Li Zixuan more or less had doubts in his heart. "Cousin, please don't call me Shan." Yi fashion frowned and said seriously, Okay, I won't call you Sean. Meeting such a serious kid, Li Zixuan felt helpless. He could only change the way he addressed Yi Fashion. Then Fashion, how many years have you been cultivating? Who is your master? Yi Fashion then answered, Cousin, I started cultivating when I was 4 years old. Now I've been cultivating for more than 8 years. However, the Tao that I cultivate comes from my own family. I haven't found a master yet. From next year onwards, I plan to leave Nanyang and travel around the famous mountains to find a master and find a way to transcend the Tao. The 4 generations of Yi family cultivators all used Yin arts and impeachment to save people. It could be said that the family had a long history. Even if Yi Fashion didn't go out, he could still learn the profound Tao. Before Yi Fashion, the Yi family had many famous Taoist priests. For example, his granduncle Yi Jingning was good at Tao, but he was good at literature. When his grandfather was still alive, he was a Taoist priest and a Taoist priest. He had more than 100 disciples. Yi Jingning's status in the Tao world was even higher than Yi Guozhong's. The Old Tang book, Biography of Zhongzong Wei Shuren stated, the Taoist priest Yi Jingning was good at charms and restrictions. He often served Qin Ku and was also good at medicine. Guanglu Shaoqing Yangjun was good at cooking meals. They all went in and out of the palace. Yi Jingning not only obtained the position of Taoist priest because of his knowledge and Tao skills, but also became the favorite of the empress. He went in and out of the palace. His political status was extraordinary. This was really a mature child. Li Zixuan muttered in his heart. He didn't know what kind of education Yi Fashion received in his childhood to develop such a strange personality. This was the Yi family's fortune. At the same time, Li Zixuan also felt that this was Yi Fashion's misfortune. This kind of life meant that he was destined to lose his carefree childhood. Li Zixuan was surprised to hear that this child was going to travel alone next year. He said with a straight face, Fashion, do your father and grandfather know that you are going to travel? Even though Yi Fashion was young and mature, he was still afraid of his father and grandfather. At this moment, he shrunk his neck and showed a rare guilty look on his face. He answered crisply, So what if they know? So what if they don't? My goal is to cultivate and save the world. No one can stop me from going out to search for the Tao. What a stubborn child. Li Zixuan said helplessly, Fashion, have you heard of the saying that parents should not travel when they are alive? You are still young. It is inevitable that you will encounter danger when you travel. Why don't you wait a few years before you consider this? Yi Fashion raised his head and said solemnly, My father and mother are still healthy. It is the best time for me to go out and search for the Tao. Besides, the love of family is just a small love. Saving the world is the greatest love. There are countless people in the world who are suffering from diseases. I want to search for the Tao and come back to save the world. Father and mother will definitely understand me. All right. Li Zixuan had been in the Tang Empire for so long and was used to seeing all kinds of weirdos. However, he was still defeated by this weirdo in front of him. He opened his mouth and was about to say something when suddenly Lanner's voice came from behind him. Brother, you are here. Chapter 948. Lanner. When Li Zixuan turned around, Lanner had already skipped over. Li Zixuan couldn't help but rub the ponytail on his little sister's head. He smiled and said, Lanner, where did you go just now? Why didn't I see you after so long? Lanner smiled and slapped Li Zixuan's big hand away. Then she said weakly, Lana was looking for little Gray to play in the backyard. Grandfather and uncle looked very fierce. Lana didn't dare to play in the front yard. Before Li Zixuan came back, the main hall was occupied with Li Jingma's being criticized special meeting. The atmosphere in the house had always been very oppressive. Children were usually more afraid of this kind of atmosphere. So Lana sneaked into the backyard to play with little Gray. Brother, isn't he that? As she spoke, Lana noticed Yi Fashion standing behind Li Zixuan. She quickly covered her mouth with her hand. At the same time, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her delicate little face. It was very cute. After all, she was badmouthing someone's father and grandfather in front of them. How could she not be embarrassed? Haha, Lana, this is your cousin, Yi Fashion. You should have seen him before. Li Zixuan couldn't help but laugh and say. Lana had an I know I was wrong expression on her face. she said to Yi Fashion in a crisp voice. Nice to meet you, cousin. Yi Fashion wanted to say something, but seeing Lanner's cute appearance, he couldn't bring himself to scold her. He could only mutter, Nice to meet you, cousin. Haha, that's enough. Let's go back to the front yard to eat. Otherwise, mother will come and call us later. Li Zixuan stood up and patted both of them on the shoulder. Yes, yes. Let's eat. Lanner is starving. Mrs. Li was very happy to see her parents after so many years. She was also able to untie the knot in her heart. This level of happiness was almost comparable to the time when she saw her son return from Mount Longhu. Although she had been expelled from the family back then, Mrs. Li understood that being able to be together with the person she loved in such a big family under such circumstances was already the best ending. Haven't you seen other young ladies of noble families fight to the death for marriages they don't like? In the end, their parents are still unmoved and watch coldly as they commit suicide? The living conditions of big clans were good, but most of the so-called big clans were cold-blooded. Shi Yiyuzhu was able to walk together with Li Jingma in the inn, because Yi Guozhong was soft-hearted at the last moment. Expelling him from the family was just an explanation to the other members of the family. Mother, try this mushroom celestial steamed pigeon. Yi Yuzhu picked up a small piece of pigeon and placed it in the old lady's bowl. The Yi family was also considered a wealthy and influential family. What kind of food had they not eaten? However, the old lady had never heard of this dish before. She couldn't help but ask curiously, Yuzhu, why is the name of this dish so strange? This old lady has never heard of it before? Yi Yuzhu chuckled and said, Mother, this dish is a new dish that Yushi came up with a while ago. Put the pigeon into a pot in advance, add mushrooms, scallions, ginger, garlic, immortal wine and salt, and mix it well. After marinating it for 2 hours, put it into a pot and steamed it for 2 hours. This dish is the most nourishing. Mother, quickly try it. The old lady said in surprise, Oh, it's actually a dish that my granddaughter-in-law came up with? This old lady has to try it properly. After saying that, she picked up the white and tender pigeon and put it into her mouth. Who knew that the pigeon meat would melt in her mouth? It was even more tender than tofu. Moreover, a strong mushroom fragrance and wine fragrance instantly exploded in her mouth. The old lady had lived for most of her life and was not a greedy person at all. At this moment, her eyes widened and she picked up another piece for herself. After eating, the old lady sighed. Yuzhu, this pigeon tastes really good. It melts in the mouth, is smooth and tender, and leaves a fragrance in the mouth and teeth. It's simply endless aftertaste. The kitchen maids of the Marquis's mansion definitely can't do this. It should be you who made it, right? I didn't expect my Yuzhu's cooking skills to be so good now. Jingma Lanner and Xiao Xian have been blessed these years. Mrs. Li smiled and said, Mother, your eyesight is really good. It's not easy for you and father to come. Of course, Yuzhu has to personally cook a few delicious dishes for you. Actually, Yushi is better at doing this than me. I learned it all from her. If she personally cooks, Mother, you will know what true delicacies are. The old lady smiled and said, Not only is my granddaughter-in-law beautiful, but she also cooks so well. Xiao Xian, you have to treat Yushi well and strive to give birth to a great-grandson for grandmother as soon as possible. Yes, grandmother. Li Zixuan did not want to dampen the old lady's mood, so he agreed. Han Yushi's face was flushed red, and everyone in the room laughed. Of course, other than the other two little fellows who were engrossed in eating. Mother, you don't know. Actually, the one with the best cooking skills in our family at first was Xianer. The new dishes in the Zuetian restaurant in the West City were almost all made by him at the beginning of the year. But later, this child was put in an important position by the emperor and became busier and busier. He didn't have the mood to think about food anymore. One look and you can tell that she's his biological mother. She can say that her son is lazy so tactfully, naturally, and in a dignified manner. Later on, when Yushi married into our family, this child followed the new dishes that Xiao Xian made in the past and came up with many dishes himself, such as fried chicken with black bean sauce, fresh shrimp with sweet wine, mushroom chicken pot, fried crab meat with rice flavor shrimp scallops, kung pao shredded taro, abalone mushrooms, colorful beans fried rice cake, snow pear and white fungus stewed meat soup. Alright. Yuzhu, stop talking. If you continue, your mother's saliva will flow out. The old lady narrowed her eyes and quickly interrupted Yi Yuzhu's words. She looked at Han Yushi next to her and said with a loving expression, "These dishes, just hearing the names makes grandmother salivate. Yushi, Xiaoxian is really lucky to have married you." Mrs. Li smiled and said, "Isn't that so? Mother, look, Xiaoxian has been married for less than half a year, and he's already a little fat from eating." The old lady smiled and said, "It's good to be fat. It's good to be fat. Xiaoxian is still too thin. He should eat more. Who asked this child to be so lucky to have married such a good wife? It's just that my granddaughter-in-law has suffered." Han Yushi was a little overwhelmed by this fierce praise. She hurriedly said, "Mother, grandmother, this is what Yushi should do. Don't praise me like this. Husband is out handling official business all day long. It's much harder than Yushi." "Haha. Wife, you don't have to be modest. Mother and grandmother are telling the truth. However, the one who deserves the most praise should be me. Who asked me to have such a good eye to choose you as my wife and marry no one else but you?" At this moment, Li Zishuan, who had silently made a fortune, suddenly began to boast shamelessly and shamelessly. There was a hint of humor in his voice, but it was more of his gratitude to his wife. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone at the dining table laughed. Han Yushi covered her mouth and her heart was filled with sweetness. At this moment, she felt that all the previous hardships were worth it. Yi Guozhong frowned. He wanted to say that it was not polite to laugh while eating, but then he remembered that this was not his home, so he gave up. In fact, ever since he entered the Li family, he felt that this place was very different. As for what exactly was different, he couldn't quite pinpoint it. If he had to pinpoint it, it was probably happiness. Everyone here, including the servants, was happy. It was the kind of happiness that came from the heart, not a forced smile. He had cultivated for decades and had his own way of seeing through people's hearts. "Mother, it's not easy for you and father to come here. Stay in Chang'an for a few more days. It will be the end of the year in a little more than a month. How about you spend the new year in Chang'an? It will be very lively here during the new year." After laughing for a while, Mrs. Li looked at the old lady and said. Han Yushi also said, "Yes, grandmother. It's getting colder and colder, and the road will be difficult to walk. Why don't you and grandfather stay in Chang'an for a few more days? I can take this time to be filial. Husband, what do you say?" The old lady patted Han Yushi's shoulder and narrowed her eyes. Yi Guozhong also looked at Li Zishuan. Han Yushi's last sentence seemed ordinary, but it was actually a question. She was asking if Li Zishuan had forgiven the Yi family for driving Mrs. Li out of the family back then. Now, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Li Zishuan was in charge of the Li family now, not Li Jingma. Yi Guozhong also wanted to take this opportunity to see Li Zishuan's attitude towards the Yi family. From a father's point of view, what Yi Guozhong did back then was not wrong, and he had never regretted it over the years. But how could the things in the world be measured by a simple right or wrong? As Yi Yuzhu's son, Li Zishuan certainly had a reason to take revenge for his mother's past. And now Li Zishuan also had the ability to do so. Although the Yi family had a good reputation in Nanyang, they were not qualified to go head-to-head with Li Zishuan, the Marquis of the Great Tang Empire who was favored by the emperor. But if Li Zishuan really shed all pretense of cordiality, he would also be cursed for being unfilial. In this era, if anyone was labeled as unfilial, then that person's future was basically over. Therefore, it could be seen that the Yi and Li families were in a delicate situation where both sides would benefit if they cooperated, and both sides would lose if they fought. Although Yi Guozhong looked indifferent on the surface, as the former head of the Yi family, how could he really not care? Li Zishuan's choice was directly related to the fate of the Yi family. The atmosphere suddenly became heavy. Seeing that most people were looking at him, Li Zishuan also put down his chopsticks. He was not wise, so naturally he could understand the key points. There was no doubt that he had resentment towards the Yi family in his heart. Not to mention how well his mother usually treated him. Even if she did not treat him well, he should be grateful to his mother. Because if it were not for his mother's insistence, there would not be a person like Li Zishuan in the Tang Empire, and there would not be a story of spiritual master Lingshu accepting a disciple. Then, as a person who had transmigrated from the modern era, he might have transmigrated into someone else's body. Anyway, No matter who he transmigrated into, Li Zishuan felt that his identity would not be as perfect as his current one. A rich second generation, a martial artist, and a disciple of a hidden expert. It was really difficult to have such a perfect identity. Therefore, not only was Mrs. Li a good person, but she was also Li Zishuan's great benefactor. In the end, he did not expect that his mother had been expelled from the family many years ago, and his father had been beaten by the Yi family's servants with sticks. How could Li Zishuan not be angry? To be honest, when he first heard about this kind of thing, he even had the thought of burning down the Yi family. But seeing that his mother looked at him with a trace of pleading in her eyes, Li Zishuan's heart suddenly softened. It seemed that even though his mother had been hurt by the Yi family, she still had a lot of feelings for the Yi family. Also, as the saying goes, blood is thicker than water. His mother, Yi Guozhong, and the old lady of the Yi family were connected by blood. How could it be broken just like that? Forget it. Forget it. Li Zishuan sighed silently and said with a smile, "My wife is right. Grandmother, you should stay in Chang'an for a few more days. Yushi knows how to cook a lot of dishes. She can take advantage of these days to cook one by one to show filial piety to you." The heavy atmosphere in the house suddenly disappeared without a trace as Li Zishuan's voice fell. The old lady laughed heartily and said, "Okay. Since my good grandson and granddaughter-in-law like me so much, then I will stay in Chang, and for a few more days to enjoy my life and try my granddaughter-in-law's cooking while I'm at it. Hee hee. Okay. Grandmother, don't worry. Yushi guarantees that you won't eat the same dishes every month, and all of them will be delicious." Han Yushi breathed a sigh of relief. She actually understood Li Zishuan's current situation better than anyone else. She was afraid that Li Zishuan would let his emotions affect his decisions. For the sake of the resentment in his heart, he would disregard everything and do the unfilial act of putting righteousness before family. At that time, he would be spurned by the world. Fortunately, Li Zishuan made a wise choice and did not let his emotions affect his decisions. Yo! There won't be the same dishes every month? What you're saying makes your grandmother want to stay here forever. The old lady said half-jokingly. Mother, what do you mean by staying here? If you like it here, what's the harm in staying here forever? Yuju can fulfill her filial piety by your side. Mrs. Li heard and hurriedly said. Good. Old master, what do you think? The old lady replied with a smile and then asked Yi Guozhong. Yi Guozhong coughed twice and said reservedly, I think there's nothing going on in the family recently. There's no harm in going back a few days later. However, as the current head of the Yi family, Huiming can't stay outside for too long. After 3 days Huiming, you will return to Nanyang. As for Shan, stay in Chang'an to accompany me. Logically speaking, although he did not like Li Jingma and had made things difficult for Li Jingma many times in the past, now that Li Zishuan had given him a way out, wouldn't he be too insensible if he still put on the airs of an elder? It seemed that Yi Huiming respected Yi Guozhong very much. She quickly put down her chopsticks, stood up and said solemnly, Yes, father. When you and mother want to go back, please send someone to inform me in advance so that I can come and pick you up personally. Li Zishuan interrupted, Uncle, there's no need. When the time comes, I will send guards to escort grandfather and grandmother. Chapter 949. Cousin, after your master passed away, why didn't you stay at Mount Longhu to continue your cultivation? Why did you return to Chang? Is it because you didn't have a good life at Mount Longhu? The next morning after breakfast, Li Zishuan planned to bring his cousin to Cloud Yamacho to broaden his horizons. On the way, Yi Fashion asked. From his point of view, Mount Longhu was the holy land of cultivation for all the Taoists in the world. Li Zishuan had been cultivating for 8 years, but he suddenly left to return to Chang'an. This was something that Yi Fashion, who was determined to use his Taoist skills to save the world, could not understand. When Li Zishuan heard this question, he subconsciously thought to himself, if the original Li Zishuan had really stayed at Mount Longhu to cultivate, how would I have the chance to transmigrate here? I might have already been reported to the King of Hell. Although this was what he thought, he could not say it out loud. He smiled and said, No, the head of Mount Longhu and junior martial uncle are very good to me. The reason why I returned to Chang, and is because my parents are getting old. If I don't return to fulfill my filial piety to them, how different would I be from a beast? Yi Fashion's expression was a little unnatural. He said, "Then cousin, how will you continue your cultivation in the future?" Li Zixuan turned around and looked at Yi Fashion's young face, which was pretending to be mature. He said, "Fashion, I think you have a misunderstanding about cultivation. Who said that you can only cultivate in a Taoist temple? As long as you have the Tao in your heart, where can you not cultivate? What is not Tao? What is not cultivation? The heavenly Tao is not kind-hearted. It is always with good people. The level of a cultivator depends on the depth of their use of Tao. Tao is not the private property of any immortal, God or true saint. Why should we care about where we cultivate?" Yi Fashion was stunned. After a long while, he bowed to one side and put his hands together in front of his stomach. He bowed from bottom to top and said, "Cousin, you are wise. Fashion has learned a lot." Li Zixuan's expression changed. Yi Fashion's etiquette was very particular. Taoists had 3 etiquettes and 3 kowtows. Towards mortals they would bow and kowtow. Towards gods, immortals and immortals they would bow and kowtow. Yi Fashion's etiquette was the standard Taoist kowtow. This was usually done towards the elders of the sect. From this, it could be seen that Yi Fashion was really touched by the words just now. Li Zixuan returned the etiquette by cupping his hands and said, "Monk, everyone has their own Tao. Cousin's Tao is the Tao of the mortal world. In the world of mortals, treat your family well and help those around you that you can. Of course, I also hope that you can be a Taoist of the mortal world in the future and not hide in the mountains to cultivate. You don't have to sit and watch the change of dynasties and not think about the people of the world." Yi Fashion bowed again and said, "Cousin, don't worry. Fashion wants to learn the profound Tao and walk the world to save the people of the world. I will not be a blind Taoist who only knows how to cultivate in seclusion." Li Zixuan smiled and nodded. He brought Yi Fashion and continued walking towards the Cloud Mountain. Yes, they were walking. He didn't know what was wrong with this cheap cousin of his. The Ho mansion clearly had horses, but he wasn't willing to ride them. Even if there was a carriage, he wasn't willing to sit in it. He said that he wanted to see how the people were living. Although Li Zixuan didn't want to, he couldn't just tie this kid up on a horse, right? Even though he had only spent a day with Yi Fashion, Li Zixuan already knew that when his cousin was stubborn, even 8 horses wouldn't be able to pull him back. Therefore, he might as well accompany this unlucky kid and walk together. Bang bang bang. Use more strength. The soil is still loose. How can you do it? Han Xiaodong, didn't you eat? Second Master Lu, I won't hide it from you. I really didn't eat this morning. Hey, you little rascal. You only know how to talk nonsense with me. Mother ***, work harder. The weather is getting colder. If we can't fix it by the time it freezes, we will delay Marquis's important matter. Look at the construction team of the 4th Regiment. How fast are they progressing? After they left the city, they walked through a section of the official road and arrived at the small path leading to the Cloud Mountain. They walked forward for about 2 or 3 miles. Then they heard a series of loud crashing sounds as well as the noise of some people. Yi Fashion looked over curiously. In the end, he was blocked by a small hill. He asked, "Cousin, what's going on over there? Why is it so lively?" Li Zixuan smiled and said, "The construction team of the academy and the villagers are repairing the road. We will see it after we turn this corner." Repairing the road? Yi Fashion thought to himself, how could there be such a big movement when they were repairing the road? However, even though he was doubtful, he still lowered his head and quickened his pace. After a while, the 2 of them had circled around the mountaintop. What entered their eyes was a dense mass of people. Some were hammering the ground with large hammers, some were shoveling soil to fill holes, some were pushing carts to dump sand and stones, and some were dumping mud onto the flat road. However, the mud was greenish-gray in color, which made Yi Fashion feel surprised. "Cousin, what is that slurry thing in the carriage?" Li Zixuan looked in the direction of his finger and replied, "That is cement. In the beginning it can be shaped like mud. However, it will solidify after a period of time. Once solidified, it will be as hard as a rock. Even if it is raining, it will remain in its original state." "Oh? There is such a magical thing in this world? Why have I never heard of it before?" Yi Fashion could not help but feel that the capital was indeed different. A small place like Nanyang could not be compared to it. Li Zixuan smiled and said, cement has only been around for half a year. It has not spread to Nanyang yet. It is normal that you have not seen it before. While they were talking, the two of them had already approached the road construction site. A hale and hearty old man with white hair and a white beard walked towards them. It was Master Lu. Yo, Marquis, you are here? Why did you not ride a horse today? And this is... Li Zixuan smiled and replied, I wanted to train my legs, so I did not ride a horse today. Oh right, Master Lu, this is my cousin. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday. He wants to visit the academy today. Yi Fashion saw that when Li Zixuan spoke to the old man in front of him, he did not put on any airs like Marquis. His tone was also not arrogant and condescending. Instead, there was some respect for an elder. Yi Fashion was surprised but did not show it on his face. He saluted Master Lu and said, Greetings, Master Lu. Master Lu was flattered and said, Hey, little Lang Jun, you are too courteous. Since you are Marquis' relative, I should be the one greeting you. Li Zixuan smiled and said, What are you saying, Master Lu? You are my elder. Oh right, Master Lu, this road looks like it is almost finished, right? Master Lu wiped his sweat and said, Hey, Marquis, it is almost over, almost over. There are only about 3 miles of road left to be repaired. It will take about 10 days to completely repair it. It is just that I am ashamed to say that we farmers are not very good at repairing this kind of cement road. We are dragging Regiment Commander Gong and the others down. When Li Zixuan first divided the construction corps, he set up 5 regimental commanders. They were Hu Hanyun, Master Lu, Chao Xiaofu, Gong Minyong, and Inai Taifeng. Later, in order to repair the cement road and the academy's project was almost completed, Li Zixuan disbanded 2 construction regiments, with a total of nearly 5,000 people. One was the 2nd Regiment of 2nd Master Lu, and the other was the 4th Regiment of Gong Minyong. Master Lu's prestige in this area was still very high. Later, the farmers who came to help repair the road were also under his command. In this way, Master Lu's 2nd Regiment now had more than 3,000 people in name. However, these farmers who came to help had not experienced the big project of Yanhuang College. Naturally, they lacked experience. As a result, although Master Lu's 2nd Regiment had more people, the overall progress was not much different from Master Lu's 4th Regiment. Li Zixuan smiled and said, It's okay, there is no rush. Don't let the villagers be too tired. By the way, Master Lu, I asked my father-in-law to inform everyone to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Do you all know? It was out of good intentions that the farmers were willing to help with the road repairs. At first, Li Zixuan wanted to pay the workers who came to help, but the farmers refused to accept it no matter what. It was only after he changed the wages to a bucket of rice that the farmers reluctantly accepted. The price of a bucket of rice was much lower than the wages of the construction site. Facing such a group of kind-hearted farmers, what else could he complain about? Master Lu heard Li Zixuan's question and grinned. Marquis, we all know. In the afternoon, it is said that each village will organize some young men to be guards. Even if they encounter wild beasts, they will not be afraid. Then, each family will send one person to go into the mountains to pick herbs. Hey, it is a pity that I am not free now. Otherwise, I would also go into the mountains to hunt wild beasts, and let the kids in the village see Master Lu's archery skills. Li Zixuan could not help but laugh and said, Haha, other people's treasured swords are not old, but Master Lu's divine arrows are not old. Haha. Master Lu said proudly, Of course. Back then, the villagers were hungry and wanted to go to the west of Yunshan to hunt. Master Lu went as well. I met a big tiger with white forehead. Master Lu began to explain the heroic deeds of the past to the two of them. Li Zixuan was also happy to rest at the side. Yi Fashion, on the other hand, was frowning deeper as he listened. Half an hour later, they bid farewell to Master Lu and continued to walk on the wide and flat cement path towards Yunshan. Yi Fashion suddenly opened his mouth and said, Cousin, if the farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs, then just pick herbs. Why do they have to fight wild beasts in the mountains? Everything in the world has spirituality. Wild beasts are also living creatures. That mountain forest originally belonged to them. Let's not talk about the farmers taking over the magpie's nest. Why do they have to search and exterminate them? Cousin, as a Taoist, not only did you not stop them, but you even secretly encouraged them? When it came to killing, many people would think of benevolence like sweeping the floor for fear of harming the lives of ants, and covering the lamp with gauze to protect the moths. However, some Taoist priests did eat meat. The Taoist doctrine did not support killing, but it did not forbid it either. Li Zixuan was inexplicably stunned. He did not expect Yi Fashion to ask such a question. After thinking for a while, he said in a deep voice, "Fashion, you are not wrong. Everything that is bloody has spirituality. That is to say, they have Taoism. There are early and late stages of enlightenment, and there are also differences in the speed of cultivation. Wild beasts are also living creatures. Logically speaking, they should not be killed easily. But sometimes killing is to protect them. When a wild beast wants to attack a person, what should you do? Kill? Or use your Taoism to influence it? The people are just mortals. They only care about food, clothing, and taking care of the old and young. Everything they do is for survival. Is there anything wrong with that?" Li Zixuan remembered that during the War of Resistance against Japan in his previous life, Taoists held guns in one hand and incense in the other. After killing the Japanese, they also worshipped the gods. Compared to those Taoist priests who only knew how to cultivate in seclusion deep in the mountains and forests, and did not care about the suffering of the people, such Taoist priests were the ones he admired. Killing is to protect them? Yi Fashion muttered under his breath and fell into deep thought. When the sun was about to reach the top of their heads, the two finally reached the top of the Cloud Mountain. When they stepped through the mountain gate and saw the tall and majestic Yanhuang College building, Yi Fashion was still greatly shocked even though he had mentally prepared himself. That small face of his that liked to pretend to be mature was now filled with shock and astonishment. "How is it, Fashion? Cousin, this college is not bad, right?" Li Zixuan saw that Yi Fashion finally showed a rare look of shock, and was somewhat proud of himself. Gulp. "Yes, it is not bad." Yi Fashion swallowed his saliva and said, "This was more than just not bad. It could be called a celestial palace." Li Zixuan laughed and said, "Haha, let's go. I'll show you around the college." After that, he led Yi Fashion into the college. They visited the Red Building, the auditorium, the sports field, the cafeteria, the student dormitory, the laboratory building, and so on. Finally, the two returned to Guanghua Building and went to the courtyard where the telescope was placed. He did not expect to meet Li Chunfeng here. "Oh, Taoist Li is here too?" Li Zixuan walked up to him and said with a smile. "Marquis." Li Chunfeng was focused on fiddling with the telescope. When he heard the voice, he quickly turned around. When he saw that it was Li Zixuan, he heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Marquis, please don't blame me. I've discovered a few celestial bodies recently, so I've been using this telescope more frequently." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "It's okay. Isn't this thing made for humans to use? Use it as you please. Oh, the light is so strong now. Aren't you afraid that it'll hurt your eyes?" Li Chunfeng shook his head and said, "I can't use it now. I could use it when the sun was just rising. Oh, who is this little friend?" It was then that he noticed Yi Fashion behind Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan introduced him. "This is my cousin Yi Fashion from the Yi family of Nanyang. He has been cultivating for more than 8 years. Fashion, this is Taoist Li Chunfeng, currently working in the Taisher Bureau. He's an expert in Taoism and has a noble character." Yi Fashion walked up and saluted. "Greetings, Taoist Li." Li Chunfeng returned the salute and said in surprise, "The Yi family of Nanyang? Are you the Yi family of Sanzhou? Who is Yi Jing to you?" Yi Fashion answered, "Yes, the Yi family of Sanzhou. The person you're talking about is my granduncle." Li Chunfeng mumbled, "Granduncle? You're the descendant of Elder Yi. What a coincidence." Chapter 950. The Yi clan of Nanyang had a long history. They were the descendants of Yi Wang, the founder of the Yi clan of Jiangnan. Yi Wang was originally from Yi County of Nanyang Commandery, now part of Hunan. He was once the governor of Yanmen and became the Guanglu minister at the end of the Han dynasty. In the second year of Jianan, he came from Qingzhou to Jiangnan and lived in Danyang Zhurong, now Zhurong Jiangsu. He was the founder of the Yi clan. Yi Ju was the governor of Qintang, now Hangzhou Zhujiang. He loved the people like his own children and was known as Father Yi. Yiju settled down in Qiantang under the persuasion of the people, and became a prominent family there. After Yiju passed away, he was buried on the right side of Mao Mountain in Songyang of Kuo Prefecture. He was known as the founder of the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture or Mao Mountain. Yiju had 4 sons. The second son, Yi Jianshi, was promoted to General Zhichong and stayed in Songyang. Yi Jian's descendants lived on the right side of Mao Mountain. Because of the long history of the temple, they were known as the Yi clan of Mao Mountain. Yi Fashion was Yiju's 19th descendant. Therefore, it was not wrong to say that Yi Fashion was from the Yi clan of Kuo Prefecture. Taoist master, you know my granduncle? Yi Fashion heard Li Chuanfeng's mumbling and was confused. His granduncle Yi Jingning was in his 70s. Li Chunfeng looked like he was in his 20s or 30s at most. Logically speaking, he should not have any connection with his granduncle. When your granduncle was still the chancellor of the Imperial College, I had a relationship with him. However, your granduncle might not remember it clearly. Li Chunfeng smiled but did not want to go into details. Yi Fashion did not want to force him. The 2 Taoists who had left a deep mark in the history of the Tang dynasty talked for another hour. Seeing that it was almost noon, Li Zishuan invited the 2 to Yanhuang College's cafeteria. Li Chunfeng could not help but sigh at the grandeur of Yanhuang College when he saw the clean and luxurious cafeteria. Yi Fashion was not surprised because this kid had just visited the cafeteria. The students were still in school, and there were no students who dared to skip classes to eat in advance. So the cafeteria was not crowded. Only a few teachers who did not have classes in the morning. When they saw Li Zishuan, they hurriedly greeted him. Li Zishuan greeted them with a smile and did not say much. The 3 of them ordered a few dishes and a pot of wine. They found a seat by the window and began to drink. Daoistly, my cousin plans to travel the world to seek Tao next year. You are his elder in this regard. You should teach him well. Li Zishuan took a sip of wine and a bite of soaring success. Then he looked at Li Chunfeng and started talking about serious matters. He had only known Yi Fashion for a little more than a day. Logically speaking, they weren't close enough to worry about him, but he couldn't help but worry. Perhaps he, who had transmigrated from the modern world, knew that Yi Fashion was destined to be extraordinary, so he couldn't help but worry. Haha. Marquis, you are worried that your younger brother will be in danger when he goes out, right? Li Chunfeng took a sip of wine and looked at Li Zishuan as if he could see through the world. He smiled and said, Actually, Marquis, you don't have to worry. When I was 9 years old, I left home to travel the world. I went to the Calm Cloud Temple in Nantua Mountain to learn Tao. I didn't meet any bad people along the way. Moreover, your younger brother's forehead is high. His eyebrows are raised and his forehead is full. These are the signs of wealth and wealth. He won't encounter any accidents in a short period of time. Li Zishuan realized that this Taoist priest in front of him was even more powerful. He started to travel the world when he was 9 years old. He couldn't help but think to himself, are all the people in the ancient times so powerful? Thank you for your kind words. Li Zishuan felt a little relieved. At the same time, he felt a little enlightened. If Li Chunfeng could see Yi Fashion's face, how could Yi Guozhong not see it? No wonder that old man was not worried at all. Everything was probably under his control. Haha, I should be the one thanking Marquis. I'm afraid that my son has caused trouble for Marquis in Yanhuang College. Li Chunfeng said politely. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, You must be joking. Your son has always been one of the top students in the college. How could he cause any trouble? The college would like to thank you for your good upbringing. Cultivators were also humans. Even though Li Chuanfeng's heart was as calm as still water, he couldn't help but smile when someone praised his son. He raised his wine glass and said with a smile, Haha, it's boring to keep thanking me. Let me toast to Marquis to thank you for your hospitality today. Li Zishuan nodded and drank his glass with a smile. Suddenly Li Chunfeng said, Marquis, I found a celestial body that is very close to us. Although it's a little farther than the moon, it's much closer than the stars in the night sky. But what I find strange is that this celestial body can only be observed in the morning. It's impossible to find it at night. And there's a circle of light around this celestial body. It's very beautiful. I've looked through all the astrological maps left behind by our ancestors, but I couldn't find any record of this celestial body. It's really strange. Astrological maps were not the patent of modern people. The ancient people of China had been observing the heavens for a long time. They had made many achievements that modern China was proud of. They invented astronomical tools such as the celestial sphere, and many others. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, people combined astrology and numerology, and the astrological theory was born. It was based on the idea of heaven and man as one, and used the changes of the stars to predict the good and bad luck of people. By observing the changes of the stars in the sky, people could predict the good and bad luck of people. The 3 enclosures and 4 signs, the 28 mansions, the 7 political systems, and the 4 miscellaneous elements were the basis of the astrological theory. After Li Chunfeng finished speaking, Yi Fashion's eyes widened. He never thought that the cylinder with a support frame in the courtyard of Guanghua Building was actually used to observe the stars. Furthermore, from what Li Chunfeng said, it was to observe the stars during the day. Why did it sound so mysterious? Li Zixuan was secretly shocked. Based on Li Chunfeng's description, it was very likely that he had found Saturn by accident. Saturn could be regarded as one of the more peculiar planets in the solar system. Through a telescope, its appearance was like a straw hat. The existence of the halo made Saturn the most beautiful planet among the stars, causing the viewers to exclaim in admiration. At first, people thought that Saturn was the only planet in the solar system with rings. However, from the late 1970s to the late 1980s, the discovery of the rings of Uranus, Jupiter, and Neptune changed this view. The telescope made by Mo Lingwei did not have a large aperture and magnification, so the imaging effect was not good. Therefore, it ruled out the possibility that the celestial bodies Li Chunfeng saw were Uranus, Neptune, and Jupiter. Compared to these celestial bodies, Saturn's rings were more obvious and easier to find. If one was lucky, they could see Saturn's rings with their naked eyes even without the help of a telescope. Congratulations, Taoist priest. You have found a new planet. In time, you might be able to perfect the existing astrological map. By then, your name will be recorded in history. Li Zixuan clasped his hands together and smiled. He did not tell Li Chunfeng about the 9 planets in the solar system. Oh, it should be the 8 planets. Some things were too easy to get and people would not cherish them. Sometimes it felt good to be a quiet prophet and let people discover things that they already knew. Li Chunfeng quickly waved his hand and said, "This is not my credit. If it wasn't for the help of Yanhuang College's telescope, I wouldn't have found this. Besides, there is still one thing I don't understand. Why can't I see this planet at night? And why is there a ring around it?" At this time, Li Chunfeng was talking about his new discovery. He forgot about the rule of not talking when eating and sleeping. Although Li Zixuan had never shown any talent in astronomy, Li Chunfeng's intuition told him that Li Zixuan must know something. Li Zixuan thought for a while and said, "Taoist priest, you can think about it. Why can't you see the moon during the day but only at night? The principle of the celestial body that can only be seen during the day might be similar to the moon. The angular distance between Saturn and the Sun was smaller than that of Mercury. Saturn basically rose and set with the Sun. Therefore, when the Sun rose in the morning, as long as the weather was clear and the air visibility was high enough, Saturn's rings could be clearly seen with ordinary telescopes. This was how Galileo discovered Saturn in the past with his self-made telescope. As for the ring around the planet, as long as you understand why the moon shines, you will know what the ring is. Saturn's ring was formed by the debris of comets and asteroids colliding with the larger moon Saturn. The ring could contain a lot of water. It was made of ice and snowballs with diameters ranging from a few centimeters to a few meters. Under the sunlight, these substances formed the light belt that people saw through the reflection of the sun. Li Chunfeng fell into deep thought. After a while, he cupped his fists and said, "Marquis, you're really knowledgeable. I've learned a lot. You're too kind. When the telescope is improved in the future, I believe that you will be able to find more planets. We will celebrate for you then." Mo Lingwei and Yan Xiaoning were rushing to produce a batch of military telescopes for the military. Therefore, the improvement of the astronomical telescope was temporarily put on hold. However, Li Zixuan believed that as the telescope technology in the workshop became more mature, the telescopes produced would be more advanced. By then, Li Chunfeng might be able to find all the planets in the solar system with the help of the telescope. In that case, Li Chunfeng might bring up the heliocentric theory. However, he did not know if he would be seen as an outlier. After all, when the theory was first brought up in the West, many people suffered because of it. Yi Fashion was stunned as he listened to their conversation. In the past, he was proud of his knowledge. Of course, he had heard a lot about Li Zishuan. He thought that his cousin was quite capable since he was able to reach such a high position with his own efforts. However, he did not expect him to be so knowledgeable. There were many things that he had never heard of, but Li Zishuan was able to talk with his cousin. This was the difference between them. At this moment, Yi Fashion was even more determined to go out and seek Taoism. If he did not step out of the house, he would be a frog at the bottom of the well for the rest of his life. The lunch lasted for almost an hour. When the students were about to leave school, the three of them finally left. After lunch, Li Zishuan went back to the Yunshan residence to rest for a while Yi Fashion meditated in the backyard. In the afternoon, Li Zishuan prepared to return to Chang'an with Yi Fashion, who had gone out to collect wind and had a bountiful harvest. Originally, he wanted to bring his cousin to the west of Yunshan to see if the farmers would encounter any beasts when they were gathering herbs. However, Yi Fashion could not bear to see the beasts killed, so he gave up on the idea. When they came to Chang'an, Li Zishuan did not want to continue walking. He felt that it was a waste of time, so he borrowed 2 horses from the guards of the academy. Each of them rode 1 horse and rushed back to Chang'an. Da-da-da! All the horses of Li Zishuan's guards were equipped with horseshoes. When they walked on the hard and flat cement road, the sound of the horses' hooves hitting the ground was particularly clear. Not only did people like to walk on the cement road, horses also liked to walk on it. Once they were on the cement road, they could clearly feel that the horses were running faster. At this speed, it didn't take long for them to reach the end of the cement road. After another quarter of an hour, they finally left the small path and walked onto the main road. Who would have thought that they would be greeted by a large group of soldiers? It was a grandiose group of about a few thousand people. Whoa! When Li Zishuan saw the leader of the group, he hurriedly stopped his warhorse and jumped off to greet him. "Your Highness, are you leading the soldiers to the south?" Li Zishuan asked. Yes, the person was Li Xiaogong. There were dozens of officials behind him. When Li Xiaogong saw that the person who had come was Li Zishuan, he had the army move forward slowly first. He would catch up with the officials in a while. Then he replied to Li Zishuan, "That's right. Now that the prototype of the Department of Shipping has been completed and the officials of the key departments are in place, His Majesty is in a hurry, so this prince can only bring them to Guangdong in such a hurry." It was obvious that Li Xiaogong did not want to go to the south at this time. After all, it would be the new year in a month. If Li Xiaogong went to Guangdong now, it was very likely that he would have to spend the new year there. "Your Highness, please be careful." Li Zishuan cupped his fists and said, "Oh, this little guy is?" Li Xiaogong saw Yi Fashion and asked curiously. Li Zishuan introduced, "Your Highness, this is my cousin Yi Fashion. He is from the Yi family in Nanyang. He just arrived in Chang'an yesterday." "Cousin?" Li Xiaogong pondered for a moment and said, "Oh, your mother's family is willing to come and find your mother? Haha, I know a little about your mother's matter. I didn't expect the Yi family to give in the end, huh?" Li Zishuan was speechless. Hearing Li Xiaogong's words, he already knew about the Li and Yi families. However, this guy was really tight-lipped. He had never mentioned it before. He was really cunning. "Haha, by the way, Xiaoxian, take a closer look at my team. Is there anyone you know?" Li Xiaogong suddenly lowered his voice and said mysteriously to Li Zishuan. Chapter 951. On the official road outside Chang'an City. Li Zishuan's mysterious words had piqued Li Zishuan's curiosity. He had been so focused on talking that he hadn't noticed the lineup Li Xiaogong had brought with him to the south. He calmly glanced behind Li Xiaogong. Although Li Zishuan didn't know the names of these officials, he had seen them all in court before. There were officials from the Ministry of Civil Affairs, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Rights, and the Ministry of Appointments. When he saw the gloomy-faced official at the back of the line, Li Zishuan almost laughed out loud. Who else could it be other than Cui Shanfu? Speaking of which, Li Zixuan hadn't even had the time to take revenge on the old fellow when Cui Shanfu had urged the diplomatic corps to go to Yanhuang College to watch the military training exercise. He hadn't expected Li Xiaogong to be so supportive, silently bringing this old fellow to Lingnan. Let's see how this old fellow can jump around once he's there. Yo, isn't this Minister Cui? You've been promoted. Congratulations. When dealing with villains, one had to beat them while they were down. Li Zixuan wasn't willing to give up such an opportunity. He walked over to Cui Shanfu and cupped his hands with a smile. The officials turned to look in Li Zixuan's direction, and saw Cui Shanfu's old face as black as the bottom of a pot. Humph. The Marquis of Yong, and is taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. I'm afraid you've lost your status as a marquis. At this point, Cui Shanfu felt that there was no need to pretend to be nice, so he snorted coldly at Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan was surprised and said, "Taking pleasure in other people's misfortune? Why would Minister Cui say that? This marquis was clearly congratulating you on your promotion and wealth. All my colleagues here can testify for me. How can you slander me? Assistant Minister Wang, please be the judge. Was this marquis taking pleasure in other people's misfortune?" Li Zixuan pulled over an assistant minister from the Ministry of Rights and asked. That assistant minister of the Ministry of Rights had originally been doing well as an official in the capital. Inexplicably, he had been pulled in by Li Xiaogong. However, this fellow was also a smart person. He knew that on this trip to Lingnan, their fates were completely in Li Xiaogong's control. Furthermore, Li Xiaogong's relationship with Li Zixuan was probably known to everyone in Cheng. How could he stand on the wrong side at this time? Cui Shanfu? Cui family. 5 surnames and 7 hopes? No matter how big it was, could it be bigger than his own future? Assistant Minister Wang opened his mouth and pretended to be stunned. With an exaggerated expression, he said, Ayaya, Minister Cui, the Marquis of Yong, and is clearly congratulating you with good intentions. How can you not recognize his good intentions? As His Majesty's subjects, we have to share His Majesty's burdens. Although Lingnan is a barren land, if His Majesty wants us to go there, we have to serve His Majesty without hesitation. Being able to serve His Majesty is a blessing for us subjects. Therefore, we have indeed been promoted. Your attitude isn't right. My fellow colleagues, don't you think what I said is right? That's right. Going to Lingnan this time, we are serving His Majesty. It is indeed the same as being promoted. That's right, that's right. Minister Cui, what you said is wrong. What do you mean by gloating? We are going to Lingnan to serve His Majesty. Where is the talk of calamity? Assistant Minister Wang's words had just landed when the surrounding officials instantly began to denounce Cui Shanfu. This kind of matter was related to political standing. If they didn't know how to choose, then they had really lived for so many years in vain. Cui Shanfu's face instantly turned even darker. Shameless. Extremely shameless. A bunch of vile people who invert black and white. This old man disdains to be associated with you. Saying that, Cui Shanfu flung his sleeves and walked to the other side of the road. Ai, Minister Cui, what you said is wrong. How are we shameless? That's right. That's right. Minister Cui, you are clearly flying into a rage out of humiliation. The officials weren't willing to be sinister vile people, and immediately began to stab Cui Shanfu. Every stab stabbed into his heart, making Cui Shanfu almost vomit blood. All right, everyone, get on your horses and catch up to the army. At this moment, Li Xiaogong roared. Everyone hurriedly acknowledged. Speaking of which, when it came to Lingnan, the sky was high and the emperor was far away. Li Xiaogong held a large number of troops in his hands and represented the imperial court. Even the local emperors like Fengong and Tandian and Lingnan had to be respectful to him. Therefore, these officials were truly obedient to Li Xiaogong because their lives were all in Li Xiaogong's hands. Although Cui Shanfu was unwilling, he didn't dare to say much. Presumably, he had resisted before but later realized that resistance was futile. Now he could only accept his fate. Little Xian, this prince will be leaving. Help me look after that stinking brat Huiran. If you need to beat him, beat him. Don't be courteous to this prince. Li Xiaogong urged his horse to go to Li Zixuan's side and smiled. Li Zixuan cupped his fists and said, Your Highness, don't worry. I will keep an eye on Huiran. The mountain is high and the road is long. I wish your highness a smooth journey. Li Xiaogong laughed. I'll count on your auspicious words. But if there's an emergency at the Bureau of Shipping, you as the right commissioner of the Bureau of Shipping can't refuse. Li Zishuan hastily replied. I wouldn't dare. But then he suddenly remembered something and whispered. Your Highness, the Bureau of Shipping deals with an enormous amount of money every day. You must prevent the people below from being corrupted and forming factions. After saying this, he meaningfully glanced at Cui Shanfu's back. Li Xiaogong's lips curled into a cold and profound smile. Heh, don't worry about that. This king was worried that he wouldn't jump around. His Majesty has already made arrangements. Otherwise, how could one of the 9 ministers be moved by this king? Li Zishuan instantly understood. At this moment he was completely at ease. Since Cui Shanfu had already been targeted by Li Er, he wouldn't be able to cause any waves in the Great Tang. For the rest of his life, he could only obediently live out his days. The moment he made a move, he wouldn't even need to do anything. Li Er would probably use this chance to eliminate him. The imperial treasury was now plentiful and had many soldiers and generals. Even the great clans weren't afraid. Moreover, Li Er had the time bomb Li Zishuan at his side to intimidate them. The great clans didn't dare to act rashly, because Li Zishuan was a true bomb. Feng Jidai had been able to see the clues in the overnight destruction of Snake Spirit Mountain, so how could those old foxes not see it? This was also why the Cui clan didn't dare to retaliate when the second young master of the Cui clan, Cui Yunhan, had been exiled to Chongzhou because of Li Zishuan. This was because they were afraid that Li Zishuan would do the same thing to their clans as he had done to Snake Spirit Mountain. If that happened, who the hell would be able to bear it? Since your highness and his majesty have already made arrangements, then this little nephew won't say anything more. Once again, I wish your highness a safe journey. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and cupped his fists. Haha, until we meet again. Hiya. Li Xiaogong laughed out loud and spurred his horse to leave. Chapter 952. In the Sweet Dew Hall of the Imperial Palace. Xiaogong's group should have left the city by now, right? Li Er softly asked from his throne. Your Majesty, His Highness has already left the city. Zhao Song bowed and replied. Li Er's eyes narrowed as he muttered. Whether or not the Great Tang's treasury can withstand the war with the Turks will depend on whether Xiaogong's Bureau of Shipping can shoulder the burden. And also the Cui clan Cui Shanfu Earlier, when Prime Minister Aluo Nazhun of the Jianri dynasty wanted to marry the Great Tang princess for King Jianri, Li Er was naturally unwilling. Chang'e was his most beloved daughter. How could he marry her off to a barbarian? But as the sovereign of a country, he could not let his emotions affect his decisions. Even if he was just going through the motions, he still had to listen to the opinions of his officials. In the end, Li Zishuan's bravery and righteousness had satisfied him. But Cui Shanfu supported the marriage of the Great Tang princess and vigorously advocated for a peaceful marriage between the two countries. At that time Li Er had wanted to kill Cui Shanfu, but he had never found a good opportunity. He had never imagined that Cui Shanfu's name would be on the list of officials selected to go to Lingnan that Li Xiaogong had brought a few days ago. Logically speaking, Cui Shanfu, as an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies and one of the 9 ministers, should not have been sent to Lingnan. But when Li Er saw the name Cui Shanfu on the list, many thoughts flashed through his mind, and so the final list of the Bureau of Shipping shocked everyone. After all, Cui Shanfu was not only an official of the Chamberlain of Dependencies, but also the successor of the Cui clan of Qinghe. Did Li Er not take the great clan seriously by making such a decision? But on second thought, many people realized that Li Er really did have the confidence to not take the great clan seriously. In the past, the Great Tang did not lack good generals, nor did it lack elite soldiers, but it lacked money. If a war broke out, the Great Tang's supply of provisions might run into problems. But now, the imperial court's treasury was abundant. It did not lack soldiers, generals, or provisions. If the great clans dared to be impudent, they would have to consider whether or not they could withstand Li Er's thunderous strike. Would the great clans dare to be impudent? Of course not. Since Li Er had dared to make this decision, it meant that he had already made preparations for the counterattack of the great clans. If the great clans made any strange movements, they might just be playing right into Li Er's hands. After all, for Li Er, stabilizing the rear before dealing with the Turks was not a bad choice. Because of this, East Commandery Duke Chui Junchuo, who had not been to court for decades, came to Ganlu Hall with a walking stick to plead for Chui Shanfu. Of course, Li Er did not neglect, but he did not agree. In the end, he sent Chui Junchuo back with the reason that Chui Shanfu's trip to Lingnan is only temporary. Once the Department of Shipping is on the right track, he will be summoned back. Just like that, under Li Er's strong insistence, the matter of Chui Shanfu following Li Xiaogong to the south was completely settled. However, even Li Er did not understand why Li Xiaogong would write Chui Shanfu's name on the list. If one were to say that this old man was talented, there were many ministers in the imperial court who were more talented than him. No matter how one looked at it, it seemed that Li Xiaogong had deliberately written Chui Shanfu's name. But what enmity did Li Xiaogong have with Chui Shanfu? Li Er was not too sure about this. Recently, pay more attention to the Chui family. If there are any strange movements, immediately report to me. A cold light flashed in Li Er's eyes as he instructed in a deep voice. He was now really confident because the Ministry of Works research on gunpowder had made great progress. If the great clans chose to make a strange move at this time, he did not mind giving them another round of justice from the heavens. Marquis, I have found the information you wanted. At night, in the study of the Marquis's residence in Yongla Lane, Li Zishuan stood in front of the window with his hands behind his back. Peng Feiji cupped his fists behind him. Oh? Tell me about it. Recently, he had not paid attention to the situation in the imperial court. After meeting Chui Shanfu on the road today, he had the heart to ask Peng Feiji to find out more information. Peng Feiji cupped his fists and reported, Marquis, according to my investigation, Chui Shanfu was in the first batch of officials selected by the regional prince to go to Lingnan City. Many people in the imperial court were against it, but I did not expect His Majesty to agree in the end. After that, the Chui family's ancestor, the East County Duke, personally went to the palace to plead for leniency, but it did not seem to have any effect. That is why Chui Shanfu went south with the regional prince today. Oh, I see. Li Zishuan suddenly understood and then asked doubtfully, but why did the royal prince want Chui Shanfu to go to Lingnan? He doesn't seem to have any enmity with Chui Shanfu, right? Peng Feiji's expression was a little unnatural as he said, This? I asked young Master Huiran. He said that the regional prince did not like Chui Shanfu for a long time, so... Did not like him? Li Zishuan was stunned. This reason was so strong and so willful. Well, I just don't like you and want to do you. What's wrong with that? People from the royal family are really awesome. In fact, Li Xiaogong's dislike of Chui Shanfu mainly came from the time when the prime minister of the Jianri dynasty proposed marriage for King Jianri. When he saw Chui Shanfu shamelessly insist on marrying the Tang princess to a distant country, Li Xiaogong felt as if his heart had been stabbed by a knife. He did not know why, but when he saw Chui Shanfu's face later, he felt that this old man wanted to marry his daughter to another country. Perhaps this is the fate of the heavens. In history, Li Xiaogong's daughter Li Shuyan was married to Tubo thousands of miles away because of a political marriage. Although she left behind the beautiful story of Princess Wenqing came to Tubo, who knows the pain of the separation of father and daughter, and the inability to see each other again. Marquis, I inadvertently found out a piece of news about young Master Huiran. Peng Feiji glanced at Li Zishuan cautiously and said in a low voice, Oh, what news? Tell me. Li Zishuan's interest was piqued and he quickly asked. Peng Feiji said, According to the news I found out, young Master Huiran was very famous in the Nanyang area since he was young. He was even called the fairy child. Seeing that Li Zishuan was very interested, Peng Feiji continued, It is said that young Master Huiran's mother had a dream during the day. She dreamed that a meteor entered her mouth and swallowed it. When she woke up, she was pregnant and gave birth to young Master Huiran 15 months later. This has become a legend in the area. When young Master Huiran was 7 years old, he accidentally drowned in the river and disappeared inexplicably. His uncle only found young Master Huiran's clothes by the river bank. 3 years later, young Master Huiran returned home. His uncle asked him where he had been all these years, but young Master Huiron said, "The fairy child led me to drink the cloud juice, so I did not leave any ears." Marquis, do you think this is amazing? Young Master Biao must have met a boy by the side of a deity. The more Li Zishuan listened, the deeper his frown became. In the end he said with a straight face, "Don't talk about strange things. Just some hearsay and you're scared to this extent. The monk is just a mortal. Don't talk nonsense. Get lost and go to sleep." Yes, yes, yes. I will take my leave. Chapter 953. Your Majesty, this is the first batch of military binoculars developed by the Academy. Would you like to try it? On the afternoon of the second day, Mo Lingwei and Yen Xiaoning were personally escorted by Mo Zhong and Mo Yun. They brought the binoculars to the Ho mansion and handed them to Li Zishuan. Since there was nothing to do in the afternoon, Li Zishuan brought the binoculars to the imperial palace. Li Er, who was in front of the dragon desk, was immediately energized. He quickly walked down and said, "So fast? Let me see." As soon as he finished speaking, he was already in front of Li Zishuan. Li Zishuan handed the binoculars to Li Er. Li Er took it and said in surprise, "So small? Can you see it clearly? Brat, are you cutting corners for me again?" He had personally played with the telescope in the academy before, but the one in his hand was only a little bigger than his palm. Compared to the big one in the academy, it was completely dwarfed. Li Zishuan said helplessly, "Your Majesty, you have wronged me. This kind of military binoculars is specially designed to spy on the enemy during war. Of course it has to be portable. If it's too big, how can it be brought to the battlefield? Don't be fooled by its small size. Its ability is not much different from the Academy's telescope." "Is it?" Li Er did not believe it. He looked at the binoculars in his hand and said, "Follow me upstairs to take a look." After that he took the lead and walked outside. Taiji Palace was the main palace of the Tang Empire, so it was also called the Inner Palace. It was usually the place where officials gathered. Of course it was also Li Er's office. Taiji Palace occupied a large area, including Taiji Palace, Yin and Yang Palace, and Ganlu Palace. Taiji Palace was not a group of palaces on the first floor, it had a second floor. Li Zishuan and Zhao Song followed behind Li Er, and came to the corridor on the second floor of the Taiji Palace. At this time, the sun had already set halfway down the mountain. Standing at their position, they could see the gorgeous red clouds on the horizon. The sky was dyed a deep red by the sunset glow, like a magnificent red sea. It was very spectacular. It was really, such a scene should only exist in the heavens. How many times can one see it in the human world? Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at the magnificent sunset for a while. Then, he picked up the binoculars and held the binoculars in front of his eyes. In order to protect the lens, Mo Lingwei added rubber to the edge of the lens. Compared to the hard and cold iron frame, the soft rubber was undoubtedly more comfortable for the eyes. Li Er raised the lens and looked at the front. Suddenly, a head wearing armor appeared in his field of vision. He could even see the hair on the person's face clearly. Although Li Er had killed many people in his life, he couldn't help but be startled by the sudden appearance of a head. Li Zishuan could clearly see Li Er's wrist tremble slightly before returning to normal. "Your Majesty, how is it? The effect of this military binoculars isn't bad, right?" Li Zishuan laughed secretly but asked softly, It's okay." After adapting to the ultra-long vision provided by the binoculars, Li Er was now using the binoculars to look for other sceneries. How could he have the time to comment on Li Zishuan? Therefore, he only gave a short reply and went back to playing. In fact, the effect of the binoculars was not only okay, it was simply too good. When Li Er was playing with the astronomical binoculars, he could see the moon and stars hundreds of thousands of miles away. Those stars were originally far away, so he didn't have much of an intuitive feeling about the magnification effect of the binoculars. But now it was different. Standing here, he could even see the appearance and clothing of the people on Vermilion Bird Avenue outside the Imperial City. It was exactly the same as the scene he couldn't see when he stood next to those people. This kind of intuitive visual impact shocked Li Er. For a moment he was addicted to playing with it. "Ahem. Your Majesty, it's getting cold. After a full quarter of an hour, Li Zixuan estimated that Li Er should have seen everything that could be seen from this angle. At this moment, a gust of cold wind blew from the west. Zhao Song could not help but let out 2 dry coughs. Li Er reluctantly put down the binoculars and said, "Let's go back to the Ganlu Palace." After a while, the 3 of them returned to the Ganlu Palace. Li Er looked at Li Zixuan with a face full of smiles and said, I'm very satisfied with this binoculars. Just based on this, my full support for you to establish Yanhuang College was not in vain. This binoculars was produced by the Chitsu Pavilion Workshop, right? Li Zixuan replied, Your Majesty, this binoculars was made by Yan Xiaoning and Mr. Mo's beloved daughter, Mo Lingwei. The workshop can now mass-produce them based on the technology they provided. Mo Lingwei? Li Er muttered once, then suddenly seemed to remember who Mo Lingwei was. He smiled and said, the idea of this binoculars was originally thought of by you, right? You still want to use them to fool me? Li Zixuan said helplessly, Your Majesty, this was indeed the idea that I provided. However, the work after that was completed by Xiaoning and Ink Girl. The fact that this binoculars could be produced so quickly is due to the 2 of them. Li Er smiled and did not waste his breath on this issue. He paced 2 steps with his hands behind his back and said, Your workshop will produce another batch of binoculars like this. Medicine Master and Jija have mentioned this to me more than once. Li Zixuan nodded and said, Your Majesty, Your Majesty. However, how much does Your Majesty want? After all, the production of this thing is extremely complicated and the materials are also extremely expensive. Li Er said with a toothache, You brat, don't try to fool me. How would I not know that the most important part of this binoculars is the 4 pieces of colored glass? As for the colored glass in your workshop, it is all made from sand. Li Zixuan never expected old Li to know so much. He quickly coughed dryly and said, Your Majesty, don't think that the materials are cheap. However, the process is complicated. To turn a bag of sand into colored glass, it requires dozens of processes. To grind the colored glass into the lenses of the binoculars, the workshop's old craftsman would have to grind it for several days. Furthermore, it might not even succeed. This is the cost. Shut up. Then tell me, how much are you planning to sell this binoculars to me for? Li Er said with a black face. Li Zixuan stretched out 5 fingers and carefully said, Your Majesty, I'll give you a friendly price. 500 strings of coins for one. How about that? 500 strings of coins? Li Er stared and sneered. 500 strings of coins, you brat, aren't you afraid of dying from overeating? At most 150 strings of coins. Get the workshop to make 50 for the imperial court as soon as possible. Don't try to bargain with me. This is my bottom line. Li Zixuan said with a pained expression. Your Majesty, you are cutting my flesh. Fine. 150 strings of coins it is. Just treat it as my contribution to the Great Tang Empire. Chapter 954. After finishing the deal for the binoculars, Li Er sat back on the throne in satisfaction. He was very satisfied with this deal and so was Li Zixuan. The price of 500 strings of cash that he quoted to Li Er was just a bluff. He had already expected Li Er to bargain with him. Although the final price of 150 strings of cash was not high, it was not low either. The workshop could make a small profit from this deal. At this moment, Li Er narrowed his eyes and looked at Li Zixuan. He said, This binoculars is a national treasure. The technology used to make them must not be leaked. In order to prevent people from sneaking into the workshop, I will send a team of Imperial Guards to guard the workshop. Do you have any objections? Li Er had fought in wars all his life. He understood the importance of binoculars in battle. Because of this, he knew better than anyone else that if the enemy had binoculars, it would be a great misfortune for the Tang army. That was why he was so concerned about the safety of the workshop. Li Zixuan thought for a while and gritted his teeth. He said, I don't mind if Your Majesty sends Imperial Guards to guard the workshop, but Your Majesty's men are not allowed to interfere with the daily operations of the workshop. Otherwise, I would rather close the workshop. Li Er narrowed his eyes, which flashed with a dangerous light. The hall immediately fell into silence. Zhao Song could not help but reveal an anxious expression. as he silently blamed Li Zixuan for daring to say anything. After a moment of silence, Li Er suddenly slammed the table and stood up. He pointed at Li Zixuan and said angrily, "Bastard! Do you think that I will swallow your workshop? Ridiculous! I have the wealth of the world. Do you think that I lack your workshop?" In fact, he knew better than anyone what was most valuable about the workshop. It was Li Zixuan's endless and amazing ideas. Without Li Zixuan, the workshop was worthless. That was why he had never thought of swallowing the workshop and taking it for himself. "I have misspoken. I hope that your majesty can forgive me." When Li Zixuan heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief and immediately cupped his hands in surrender. Although his words just now were suspicious of gauging the heart of a gentleman with one's own yardstick and might have even infuriated Li Er, he had no regrets. There were some things that had to be made clear from the start. He did not want his workshop to be a tool for the imperial court to make money. His workshop was to represent the most advanced productivity of the Great Tang. "Humph! You brat, you're getting bolder and bolder. I will remember this and settle it with you in the future." Li Er snorted coldly, venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. Then he suddenly changed the topic and said, "You know about Cui Shanfu, right?" Li Zixuan was suddenly confused. He didn't understand why Li Er would suddenly mention this. "Your Majesty, I happened to meet Cui Siqing outside the city yesterday. I didn't expect that Cui Siqing would follow Commandery Prince Hejian to the south to serve the country after not seeing him for a month. I admire you very much." Li Zixuan thought for a moment, then pretended to be confused and said in a strange tone. Li Er widened his eyes and had the urge to curse. He secretly thought that this brat's mouth was getting more and more despicable. If Cui Shanfu heard this, he would probably be angered to death. However, he didn't know that Cui Shanfu was almost angered to death by Li Zixuan outside the city. According to my investigation, the reason why the Nanyang envoy suddenly wanted to visit Yanhuang College last time was because of Cui Shanfu's instigation. He probably wanted to embarrass you in public. This person actually disregarded the imperial court's reputation because of personal grudges. He really deserves to be killed. If it weren't for the old Commandery Prince Chui's face, I would definitely kill this person. What do you think? What do I think? Stand and watch, Li Zixuan mischievously said in his heart. In fact, when he heard Li Er say this, he was quite shocked. He didn't expect Li Er to know about this matter. After thinking about it, he cupped his hands and replied with a serious face. "Your Majesty, I think that the country is the country. Only when there is a country can there be a home. The country is first and the home is second. At any time, the country's interests are above everything else. Although I don't know how I offended Cui Siqing shouldn't have disregarded the Tang Empire's reputation to seek revenge on me. His intentions are truly deserving of death." Li Er looked at Li Zixuan with a faint smile and nodded. "Yes, so I sent him to Lingnan. I hope that he can properly reflect on himself." "Your Majesty is wise." The ruler and the official chatted for a while more before Li Zixuan took his leave. Outside the palace, pedestrians hurried to and fro on Vermilion Bird Avenue. It seemed that they all wanted to rush home before the curfew. Li Zixuan rode on his horse and happened to meet an old acquaintance. "Yo, Dr. Qin. You just came out from the Imperial Physician Bureau and are preparing to go home?" That's right, it was the doctor from the Imperial Physician Bureau, Dr. Qin, who had attacked Snake Spirit Mountain with Li Zixuan and tested the poison with his own body. "Hey, so it's Marquis. I've seen Marquis before." "Marquis? How have you been recently?" "This old man has just been dismissed from the Imperial Physician Bureau and is about to go home." Dr. Qin hurriedly greeted with a smile. Li Zixuan dismounted and stood beside Dr. Qin. The two walked side by side. Li Zixuan said as he walked, "Haha, Dr. Qin, we are people who have been on the battlefield together. There's no need for you to be so polite." I wouldn't dare." Dr. Qin shook his head and laughed. Li Zixuan rolled his eyes and suddenly said, "Oh right, Dr. Qin, this Marquis intends to establish a medical school. In the next few years, I will establish public medical centers in all the states of the Tang Empire. The Academy's medical school will cultivate medical talents for these medical centers. Dr. Qin's medical skills are superb, and your medical ethics are noble. I wonder if you can recommend some similar talents to this Marquis to fill up the Academy's medical faculty. Well, this was a rather old-fashioned way of recruiting people. He just had to wait for the willing to take the bait. Public medical centers? Marquis is indeed bold. I admire you. But I've been in the Imperial Physician Bureau for most of my life. I'm afraid that those friends of mine are no longer practicing medicine, right? Dr. Qin praised and then said regretfully. Li Zixuan smiled and said, since there's no one else to recommend, Dr. Qin, why don't you come to Yanhuang College yourself? Don't you want to pass down your lifelong medical skills? Now that priest's son has a disciple, Dr. Qin said in surprise. Is priest's son also in Yanhuang College now? Li Zixuan smiled and said, yes. And not only that, when the medical students officially enroll, priest's son will occasionally substitute for them. At this time, Sun Simiao was the idol of many medical students. Dr. Qin's eyes lit up when he heard this. He stroked his beard and said with a smile, good, good, good. Since priest's son has already entered Yanhuang College, what's there for me to hesitate? Just as well, I'm getting old and I'm planning to resign from the Ministry of Personnel in a few days. When the time comes, don't look down on my old bones. Li Zixuan smiled and said, haha, why would I? The Academy's doors will always be open to Dr. Qin. Chapter 955. Oh, I'm a little tired of eating fish and meat every day. I'll get the kitchen to buy more vegetables and fruits for a change of taste. On this day, Li Zixuan was eating lunch and subconsciously complained when he faced the table full of fish and meat. Although Han Yushi and the kitchen maid at home were very good at cooking, no matter how delicious they were, they couldn't rely on eating meat every day. Moreover, a healthy life required vegetables. These days of eating fish and meat every day had been going on for more than a month. Li Zixuan couldn't bear it anymore. Child, have you been too busy recently? It's already winter. Where do you want the servants to go to buy vegetables for you? You don't want to eat pickles. It's already good enough to have meat to eat. Mrs. Li knocked on the bowl. Her eyes were full of love and helplessness. Han Yushi also said, yes, husband. In this season, other than the warm soup bureau, there are vegetables and cold melons in other places. Husband, why don't you make do for a while? The so-called warm soup bureau was a department set up by the Tang Dynasty Palace to cultivate off-season fruits and vegetables. Don't be surprised. Off-season fruits and vegetables were not the patent of modern people. Off-season fruits and vegetables had already appeared as early as the Qin and Han dynasties. Back then, Qin Shi Huang planned the burying of Confucianism incident because of this. According to the historical records, Qin Shi Huang secretly planted melons in the warm place of Li Mountain's Mausoleum Valley. The melons were ripe and he ordered the scholars to say it. People said different things, so the order was different. In the end, these Confucian scholars didn't know the reason. After seeing that the melons were rare in winter, they were all killed. In the Han Dynasty, the royal vegetable base, Taiguan Garden, began to use the method of storing fire to grow off-season vegetables on a large scale. At that time, there was an official named Zhao Xinchen. He said that off-season vegetables were illegal food and couldn't be eaten. It would hurt people if they ate it. However, these words were obviously to fool people. His real purpose was to persuade the royal family not to be too extravagant. However, the Taiguan Garden, which produced and supplied off-season vegetables for the royal family, was not abolished during the Han Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the Warm Soup Bureau replaced the Taiguan Garden and began to provide off-season vegetables for the royal family. However, the cultivation method of vegetables at this time was obviously more environmentally friendly. They provided heat to the vegetables through hot springs instead of storing fire. Warden of Warm Soup? After hearing what his mother and wife said, Li Zixuan finally remembered the era he was in. But when he heard about the Warm Soup Bureau, he subconsciously understood. After all, this guy had read a lot of Tang Dynasty novels in his previous life, so he knew what the Warm Soup Bureau was. Then I'll go back and ask Qin Ke for some vegetables. I'm sure he has some at home. Everyone was speechless. How could a teacher snatch food from a student? Li Zixuan's skin was really thick to the extreme. Cough cough. Actually, this fellow also wanted to get his own greenhouse vegetables, but distant water could not quench his immediate thirst. He would first get some vegetables from Li Tai to quench his thirst. As for the greenhouse vegetables, he would also get them. Put it here, put it here. You guys, go to the front yard and help me move those brackets in. Li Zishuan was never careless when it came to his diet. In the afternoon, he asked someone to buy a batch of materials and planned to build a greenhouse in his yard. Young master, why do you need so many oilcloth and wood? Xiao He looked at the open space in the yard, which was full of coarse cloth and wooden sticks, and couldn't help but wonder. Li Zishuan smiled. I'm going to build a house. Build a house? Young master, why do you want to build a house? Isn't the house enough for us to live in? Xiao He was even more puzzled. You'll know when the time comes. Li Zishuan didn't explain much and ordered the servants to start building the house. First, in an open space in the west courtyard, according to the length and width of the greenhouse that was designed in advance, the 4 corners of the greenhouse were determined. After making the 4 corners at right angles with the law of the Pythagorean string, positioning piles were placed, and positioning lines were drawn between the piles. Then, the foundation of the bamboo frame was leveled and compacted along the lines. Then, he let the servants use shovels to flatten the ground, followed by drilling holes and inserting wooden supports into the ground. In a short period of time, the sound of pile driving in the west courtyard resounded throughout the entire Li residence. Such a big movement naturally alarmed Li Jingma, Madame Li, and the Yi family. Xiana, what are you doing? Although Father Li had already retired and didn't care about the family's affairs, he couldn't help but frown when he saw his son destroying the house's courtyard. Li Zishuan saw that the main members of the family were basically all present, and understood that his movement was too big. He suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Father, I'm planning to build a house specially used to grow vegetables in the winter. When the time comes, if our family wants to eat vegetables, we don't have to beg others. Build a house? Grow vegetables? Li Jingma's eyes widened, and then he scolded with a straight face. Nonsense. I've lived for so long, and I've never heard of growing vegetables in a house. You've been following your master since you were young, and you've never been involved in farming. Now you're actually doing such a ridiculous thing. It's simply wishful thinking. If this gets out, it'll be a joke. Li Zishuan wasn't convinced. Father, you haven't tried it. How do you know this method won't work? Besides, it's not like no one has ever tried growing vegetables in the winter. Can't you just do it in the hot spring department? Li Jingma said angrily. There's a hot spring in the hot spring department to keep it warm all year round. How can it be the same? Stop fooling around and get them to remove these things as soon as possible. In fact, if it were any other time, Li Zishuan could do whatever he wanted at home, but now Yi Guozhong and the others were still living in the Li family. When Li Jingma saw his son fooling around like this, he felt a little embarrassed. If he didn't do it well, he would be reprimanded by his father-in-law again. Li Zishuan didn't have as many twists and turns as his father. He waved his hand and motioned for the servants who had stopped next to him to continue working. Then he turned to Li Jingma and said, Father, since you don't believe me, let's make a bet. If I grow vegetables in this house, will you eat them or not? How could Li Jingma believe Li Zishuan's nonsense? He stroked his beard and said proudly, Humph, don't try to deceive me. If you can grow vegetables in the winter, I won't eat a single one even if I starve to death. Humph, you old man have nothing better to do. Why are you being so serious with your son? When your son really grows vegetables, I'll see if you'll eat them or not. Mrs. Li, who was next to them, couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that the old man and the young man were actually betting. In her opinion, although her son's actions seemed ridiculous, countless facts in the past had proven that her son was always right. Chapter 956. Madam, I'm not being serious. Why don't you ask your parents-in-law if they've ever heard of planting vegetables in a house? Madame Li's words were obviously biased. Li Jingma was immediately dissatisfied. Speaking of which, he could be considered an official now. Why was his status in the family still so low? This was intolerable. Yi Guozhong saw that Li Jingma had turned the topic to him. He thought for a moment and said, It didn't exist in the past, but it doesn't mean it won't exist in the future. Little Xian has been good at creating miracles in the past year, since he returned to Jingma as his father. How can you not believe in your own son? It was rare for Yi Guozhong to actually speak up for Li Zixuan. Old Madame Yi smiled and said, "Old master is right. Little Xian doesn't look like someone who would boast casually. Jingma, if you speak so confidently now, you'll have to starve in the future." Old Madame Ye's words immediately made everyone laugh. Lanner clapped and said, Daddy is going to starve. But Daddy, don't worry. Lanner will send you food when the time comes. Send food? Your father, I am not going to jail. Do I need a little girl like you to send me food? Li Jingma's old face darkened. Everyone laughed again. While they were talking, 2 rows of wooden sticks of the same height were inserted into the ground in the courtyard. The top of the 2 sticks was supported by a curved bamboo strip. It really looked like the frame of a house. Li Zixuan didn't have time to chat with his father at this time. He personally went down and ordered the servants to tie the custom-made white tarpaulins one by one to the supports. There was no plastic in this era. Li Zixuan thought about it and could only use tarpaulins instead. Although it was white tarpaulins, how could they remain white after being soaked in tung oil? It looked dark yellow, but even so it was much better than black. After all, black tarpaulins absorbed light and didn't transmit light. It was not conducive to the growth of vegetables. These tarpaulins were specially made by Li Zixuan. There were 2 lengths of rope attached to them at specific intervals, which were used to tie them to the brackets that were inserted in advance. The winter in the north was especially cold. To be safe, 1 layer of tarpaulin was not enough to solve the problem. Li Zixuan made the greenhouse into a structure with 2 layers of tarpaulin. This way the greenhouse would be even more insulated. Of course, in addition to this, Li Zixuan also prepared a thermal insulation plan, which was the natural heating method. The so-called natural heating was not an increase in temperature for no reason, but the effect of a mysterious substance, which was the fermentation agent. The specific method is, when preparing the ground, making beds or making seed beds, the soil is filled with cow dung, pig dung, fresh garbage, manure and crushed straws and straws. Then an appropriate amount of wheat koji or xiaoziu is added to make fermenting agent, and finally the soil of the vegetable garden is filled, so that the microorganisms in the fermenting agent can use the raw materials to work. These raw materials can slowly release heat, gradually increasing the temperature of the soil and the air to ensure the normal growth of the plants. Although Li Zixuan had never farmed in this life, don't forget that he was born into a farmer's family in his previous life. At that time his family had built a greenhouse, and at that time, they used this method of releasing heat through fermentation to ensure the greenhouse's temperature. Reality proved that the effect was quite good. However, the fermenting agent they used at that time was also an industrial fermenting agent, so the effect might be slightly better than wheat koji or xiaoziu. More than 20 servants used more than 2 hours to build the greenhouse that was less than half a mu in size. It was the first time Lanner saw such a long house, and she was extremely excited. The little girl shuttled back and forth in the greenhouse, not knowing the meaning of tiredness. She could not be dragged out, as if she wanted to make this her new home. However, when San Bao came in with a load of dung, the little girl ran out at her fastest speed without needing anyone to say anything. "Stinky San Bao. Why did you bring 2 buckets of dung over for no reason? Ah, it stinks, you're so disgusting." Lanner covered her nose and scolded as she ran. "Miss I. Young master asked me to." San Bao looked wronged. Actually, he did not want to pick such smelly things. Wasn't it Li Zixuan's request? "All right, San Bao, quickly get someone to evenly fill the fields with horse and cow dung. Then sprinkle wheat koji over it. Then plant the seeds of water spinach, cold melon, leeks and shepherd's purse." Li Zixuan interrupted San Bao and ordered. Speaking of which, the excrement was not ordinary excrement, but fresh horse and cow excrement. It was not easy to obtain such excrement. Dozens of servants and Pang Feiji's personal guards went out together and took away almost all the cow and horse excrement in the mansions of every household in Chang'an. The reason why they used cow and horse dung instead of human dung was mainly because cows and horses were herbivores. Their dung contained undigested residues, which were easier to ferment. Moreover, the fermented products were better for the vegetables. "All right, young master." San Bao responded and led the other servants to work in full swing. In an instant, the west courtyard was filled with the stench. Li Jingma, Madame Li Yiguozhong and the rest could not stay any longer. They hurried out of the west courtyard. Although Li Zixuan could hold his breath and was not afraid of the stench, his wife Han Yushi was afraid. Hence he also pulled Han Yushi out. "Cousin, are you really confident that you can grow vegetables in this house?" Yi Fashion followed behind and asked Li Zixuan. Li Zixuan smiled confidently and said, "Of course. If nothing goes wrong, Fashion, you should be able to eat the vegetables here during the new year." "Haha. You won't be able to eat these fresh things during the new year at Nanyang." "It's all thanks to you, cousin." Yi Fashion smiled and said. Then he continued to ask, "Planting in the spring and harvesting in the autumn is the way of the heavens. Cousin, aren't you going against the heavens by planting vegetables in the winter?" Li Zixuan looked at the unlucky child and said in a speechless manner, Fine, fine, fine. There's no need for so many rules. Your cousin just wants to eat some of the vegetables he grew. How is that against the heavens? Fashion, don't be so rigid all the time. It's life. If you want to live a good life, you have to. Tui. You can't be so calculative. Think about it yourself. After that, he patted Yi Fashion's shoulder and turned to Han Yushi and said, My wife, I'm going back to Yunshan later. Do you want to come along? Han Yushi thought for a while and nodded. I'll go too. Who knows, I might be able to help you. Li Zixuan smiled and said, All right, I'll get someone to prepare the carriage. Chapter 957. Around 5 p.m., Li Zixuan and Han Yushi arrived at Yun Mountain in a carriage with a large group of servants. The carriage was filled with oilcloth and wood. They were planning to grow vegetables in greenhouses in Yun Mountain. Speaking of which, more than 90% of the roads in Cloud Mountain had been repaired. This greatly reduced the travel time. In the past, it would take more than an hour for a carriage to travel this long path. Now, it would only take a little more than 15 minutes. More importantly, the road was wide. In the past, if two carriages wanted to stagger, they had to be careful for fear of bumping into each other. Now, the cement road was wide enough to accommodate 4 carriages side by side. Compared to this, the official road outside the city was like a small road. San Bao, bring them here and build me a greenhouse that is exactly the same as the one in the residence. I have something to do outside. Li Zixuan said to San Bao as he marked out an empty space behind the courtyard. In this era, there were no strict management methods for abandoned land like in the modern era. Usually, the land would belong to whoever developed it. Besides, Yanhuang College was built on Yun Mountain. The entire mountain was basically Li Zixuan's private territory. He could plant wherever he wanted. Yes, young master. Don't worry and go. San Bao took on the responsibility without hesitation. As Li Zixuan's #1 henchman, this was a piece of cake for him. Li Zixuan nodded and left with his wife. He wanted to go to his father-in-law's house. He wasn't going to monopolize the vegetables in the greenhouses. Planting vegetables was just for fun and to satisfy his appetite. He didn't plan to use it to make money. However, it was a good idea to let the villagers in his fief take care of it. As for Han Tianhu, due to his relationship with Li Zixuan, he was now the head of one of the 8 villages in Li Zixuan's fief. The Han family manor's position among the 8 villages was skyrocketing. Only Plum Village, which was close to Yun Mountain, could compete with them. The other 6 villages were envious of these 2 villages. However, their villages were now part of Li Zixuan's fief. As long as they followed Li Zixuan's footsteps, their good days wouldn't be far away. Previously, when Li Zixuan mobilized the villagers to gather herbs in the mountains, the villagers were unusually enthusiastic. If there wasn't a quota, they would have brought their entire families into the mountains. It's Marquis. Hello, Marquis. Greetings, Marquis. Since Cloud Mountain wasn't far from Plum Village, Li Zixuan didn't choose to take a carriage. The couple hadn't gone far when they saw a group of villagers carrying bamboo baskets on their backs, heading towards the 3rd courtyard in an endless stream. When the villagers saw Li Zixuan, they stopped in their tracks and bowed. Their faces were filled with excitement. Yes, you're going to look for Dr. Sun? Some of them were familiar to Li Zixuan, while others were unfamiliar. However, when he saw the herbs in their bamboo baskets, Li Zixuan guessed that they were here to sell herbs. Yes, Marquis, we're all going to Dr. Sun to sell herbs. Why don't you go to the pharmacy in Chang'an City to sell? Li Zixuan asked with a smile. When he decided to set up a school hospital in the academy, he put a sum of money in Sun Simiao's place for him to purchase herbs. The purchase price of herbs here wasn't much better than the big pharmacies in Chang'an City. Some herbs were even cheaper than the ones in Chang'an City. The main reason was that Sun Simiao didn't think it was worth the money. This old man had always been frugal. Otherwise, he wouldn't have collected herbs himself to treat patients. When the man heard this, his face suddenly changed. He straightened his neck and said, "Marquis is kind-hearted. He pointed out a way for us to make money. Why would we do such a treacherous thing? Wouldn't that be like being criticized behind our backs?" An old man next to him also said, "Xuanzi is right. Marquis, you're kind-hearted. Besides, Dr. Sun doesn't charge for treating the poor. The herbs we collect don't cost anything. It's just a little effort. Even if Dr. Sun doesn't pay us, we have no reason to give these herbs away. Yes, who knows, these herbs might even be used by divine Dr. Sun on us in the end. Yes, although we're poor, we can't let others criticize us behind our backs." The old man's words immediately gained the approval of many people. Li Zishuan's kindness to the people of his fief and Sun Simiao's kindness to the poor had been widely spread in the area near Chang'an City. People's hearts were made of flesh. In the face of good people like Li Zishuan and Sun Simiao, how could they only recognize money and not care about feelings? It had to be said that the feelings of kindness in this era were quite strong. If this situation was in modern times, it would be hard to say. Han Yushi looked at Li Zishuan, her heart full of love. She was happy that her husband had won the hearts of the people. Li Zishuan patted the man's arm and said, "Haha, good. 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 I appreciate your kindness. Since you are now the people of my fief, I will definitely take you to live a good life." Marquis is righteous. Marquis is mighty. The people had been looking forward to this promise in their hearts. Now that they finally heard Li Zishuan say it personally, they were suddenly very excited and shouted. Li Zishuan smiled and chatted with the people around him. Then he took Han Yushi down the mountain. The villagers didn't go into the mountains to pick herbs every day. Now, the unified arrangement of the villages was to organize a group to go into the mountains every other day. Therefore, when Li Zishuan and his wife arrived at the Han village, Han Lijing didn't go out. Instead, he was playing chess with Old Hu in the courtyard. It was the slack period now. If Li Zishuan hadn't arranged a job to go into the mountains to pick herbs, Han Lijing would probably be even more free now. At this moment, the two bad chess players were happily playing chess on the stone table in the courtyard. Father-in-law. Han Yushi and Li Zishuan entered the courtyard. The two of them called out one after the other. "Yo, Yushi Shaoxian, you're back." Han Lijing heard and quickly stood up. His face was full of warmth. Old Hu also put down the chess piece in his hand and stood up with a smile. "Hey Han girl, young master, you're here." He didn't call Marquis, nor did he call Marquis madam. However, this kind of address made Li Zishuan and Han Yushi feel very close. "Yes, Uncle Hu, you're playing chess." Li Zishuan smiled. Old Hu patted his head and said resentfully, "Hey, I was about to win just now." "All right, Lijing, you lost this round." Oh. Chapter 958. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, how was the west side of Yunshan? Did you encounter any danger yesterday? After exchanging greetings for a while, the four of them sat around the stone table. Han Yushi brought 4 cups of water from inside the house. Li Zishuan took a sip and looked at Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Han Lijing smiled and said, "We didn't encounter any danger. There were so many of us. No matter how strong the beasts were, they would be scared away. We didn't even encounter a tiger." Hu Hanyun interrupted. "That's right, it was so boring. I remember that there were many tigers in the west side of the mountain in the early years. Yesterday, I was planning to hunt one back and use its skin as a mattress on my bed. In the end, we didn't even find a tiger's hair after searching for half a day. How infuriating." In the modern era, using tiger skin as mattresses was usually done by the rich. That was because tigers were protected by the country and were rare, so tiger skin was naturally even rarer. But in this era, even a farmer like Old Hu had a tiger skin, let alone a real rich family. Li Zishuan looked at Hu Hanyun and couldn't help but say, "Uncle Hu, it's a good thing that there are no beasts. At least there won't be any casualties, but we can't let our guard down." Father-in-law, even if we don't encounter any beasts in the future, we must have a group of young men accompanying us every time. Otherwise, we can't let farmers go into the mountains to pick herbs without permission. Many times, danger happens when people are not paying attention. Han Lijing stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. Yes, Xiaoxian, don't worry. I will arrange it well. By the way, apart from this matter, this son-in-law has something else to tell father-in-law. Li Zishuan changed the topic and said, Hey, young master, I have something to do at home, so I'll leave first. Although Hu Hanyun looked rough, his heart was not rough at all. He realized that what Li Zishuan was going to say to Han Lijing next might not be suitable for him to hear, so he quickly got up and took the initiative to leave. Hey, Uncle Hu, it's not a secret anyway, and it's also related to you. Sit down. Li Zishuan knew what old Hu was thinking, so he quickly dissuaded him. Then I old Hu will listen. When Hu Hanyun heard this, he laughed awkwardly and sat down again. Li Zishuan then told him about his plan to popularize greenhouses and use this method to cultivate vegetables in winter. When Han Lijing heard this, his eyes widened. He said in disbelief, Little Xian, is this method of yours really feasible? This old man has lived for so long, but I've never heard of anyone growing vegetables in their house. Before Li Zishuan could say anything, Hu Hanyun interrupted. Hey, Li Zheng, it's not right for you to ask this question. Since the first time young master came to our manor at the beginning of the year, when has he ever said anything wrong? From what I, old Hu, see, although this method sounds unlikely, but since young master said it, then it will definitely work. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Haha, Uncle Hu, don't praise me. How can I be as amazing as you say? Coincidentally, I've just built a vegetable shed in the side yard. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, why don't you come with me to take a look and learn how to build it and cultivate it? Later on, you can teach the other farmers in our manor who are willing to learn. When the vegetables are ripe, it will bring in a decent amount of income for the farmers, right? Good. Han Lijing said excitedly, Little Xian, this is not just a decent amount of income. It's simply a huge amount of income. You might not know how precious vegetables are during winter in Chang'an City. This is truly a priceless commodity. If this method of yours really works, then the few manors around our Han Manor will really make a killing this time. That's right. Young master, you really have a lot of ideas. The farmers in our manor must have cultivated good karma in their previous lives to be able to look forward to your arrival. Old Hu laughed heartily. Han Lijing didn't even lock the door, and followed Li Zishuan up Cloud Mountain with Hu Hanyun. Although the security wasn't so good that Tubu couldn't pick up his belongings, with the villagers around to look after them, Han Lijing wasn't worried at all that his belongings would be stolen. The four of them hurried along and arrived at Cloud Mountain's first courtyard in a little more than 15 minutes. At this time, a dark yellow tarpaulin shed about 10 feet long and 10 feet wide was revealed in front of them. San Bao and the servants were in the midst of finishing up the work. Young master, you're back? This place will be ready soon. Please wait a moment. San Bao saw that Li Zishuan had returned so quickly, and quickly came over to inform him. Li Zishuan waved his hand and laughed. Haha, no rush. San Bao, you did well. San Bao immediately grinned. It's all because you taught me well. Li Zishuan smiled and turned to Han Lijing and Hu Hanyun. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu, this is the shed I told you about just now. It's specially used to grow vegetables in winter. This shed is covered with 2 layers of tarpaulin. I'll add some fertilizer inside. When the time comes when the door is closed, no matter how cold it is outside, it'll still be warm inside. Why would the soup bureau provide vegetables to the royal family in winter? Isn't it because it's warm there? If we use this, we'll most likely be able to achieve the same effect. Han Lijing's eyes lit up and he nodded. Xiaoxian, after hearing what you said, this method is quite promising. Perhaps we can really try it out. After saying that, he immediately frowned and hesitated. But with so many tarpaulins added together, I'm afraid it won't be cheap. I just don't know if the farmers will dare to take this risk. What Han Lijing said was true. After all, Li Zishuan's method of growing vegetables out of season had never been tried before. The capital invested in the early stage was not a small amount for the farmers. It would depend on whether the farmers believed in Li Zishuan or not. Hu Hanyun waved his hand carelessly and said, "Hey, those who aren't willing don't have the life to earn this money. Li Jing, no matter how much you force them, it's useless. Anyway, I old Hu believe in young master. I'll go to Chang'an tomorrow to buy tarpaulins. My family will build 10 of these big sheds. Anyway, there's a lot of land that's uncultivated now." It wasn't an exaggeration to say that old Hu had been reborn. His son and daughter both had their own achievements. Now, not only were they no longer the burden of the family, but they had also become the pride of the family and even the entire Han family manor. Because of this, the Hu family was getting richer and richer. At this moment, old Hu seemed to be rich and overbearing. He directly said that he wanted to build 10 of these sheds. But sometimes honest people also had their blessings. It wouldn't be long before Hu Hanyun would be thankful for his current decision. Father-in-law, Uncle Hu's words are rough, but they are reasonable. When the time comes, the farmers will be free to build the sheds. If they don't want to, we won't force them. Chapter 959. Little Xian, you can't do this. In the Yunshan residence, Han Lijing listened to Li Zixuan and Hu Hanyun's conversation and quickly said, "Little Xian, you might not know the situation of the other villages. Take the Liujia village for example. Their village just joined your fief not long ago. During the previous autumn harvest, they still paid rent according to the previous landlord's request. In addition, this year's harvest is generally not good, making things worse. Their place is not rich to begin with. It's already not bad that they have enough food to eat. If you ask them to get so many oilcloths, even if they sell all the food in their house, it won't be enough. Little Xian, since you thought of this method to help the villagers increase their income, then you must also want all the villagers to receive this favor, right? Therefore, father-in-law still hopes that you can consider this matter carefully." After Li Zixuan heard this, he was silent for a while. He secretly thought that he had taken things for granted. The price of cloth in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was very cheap. The price of a spool of fine silk was the price of a bucket of rice. That is, 3 to 4 copper coins could buy a spool of silk cloth. As for the coarse oilcloths used to build the greenhouses, it was even cheaper. The cost of a greenhouse was actually only 200 to 300 copper coins. Li Zixuan's family had a ready-made clothing store, so he naturally knew the current price of cloth in Chang. It was because he knew that he subconsciously thought that the commoners could grit their teeth and bear the cost of a greenhouse. 200 to 300 copper coins was equivalent to a few $1,000s in the modern era. If a family squeezed together, they should be able to gather together. But he neglected a problem. The extent of exploitation of the farmers by the landlords of this era was far from comparable to the modern era. In this era, people who could not afford to eat enough and wear clothes were everywhere. Was 200 to 300 copper coins really a small amount? For some families, 200 to 300 copper coins could be enough for their family to eat for a year. Father-in-law is right. This son-in-law has indeed not thought it through. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and took the initiative to admit his mistake. He continued, "How about this? This son-in-law will take out 1,000 strings of money and leave it with father-in-law. If the villagers are willing to build greenhouses and have difficulties at home, they can come to you to borrow a sum of money. Each family can borrow at most 500 copper coins. They don't need to pay interest, as long as they can repay the principal within a year. Father-in-law, what do you think about this?" Capital loans were not unique to modern times. In ancient times, this was not a new thing at all. The reason why Meng Changjun, one of the 4 young masters of the Warring States period, was able to raise 3,000 retainers and recruit talents from all walks of life, was because of the business of lending money and collecting interest. According to historical records, there was a year when Shuedi failed to pay interest. Meng Changjun sent people to collect interest, but they still received an interest of 100,000. It could be seen that the scale of lending money was very large. Compared to that, Li Zixuan was not lending money at all. He was doing a good deed. After all, he did not charge any interest. Han Lijing said with a smile, "That's great. In this way, little Xian, you are truly working for the well-being of the common people." "Hey, young master, you are so kind. The banks in Chang'an City lend money to people, and they ask for 10% interest every month," Old Hu said with a grin. To be honest, he was a little tempted by this preferential offer. Regarding private lending, the Qin and Han dynasties was the first time in China's history that usury was at its peak. After the Tang dynasty, private lending developed even more rapidly. Various banks and pawnshops were set up in Xi City. Hence, it became the earliest financial street in China. Of course, in order to suppress usury, the imperial court also imposed many restrictions on private lending. There were clear records that the legal interest rate during this time was 10% per month and 120% per year. Compared to the interest rate during the Qin and Han dynasties, this interest rate was more friendly. However, to the common people, this interest rate was still relatively high. Hence, when Old Hu heard that Li Zixuan wanted to lend money to the villagers without paying interest, he could not help but be tempted. After all, if he borrowed money from the banks, he would have to pay back 600 in interest a year later. In this way, borrowing money was profiting. Li Zixuan smiled and changed the topic. Uncle Hu, father-in-law, take a closer look at this greenhouse. If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. In the next few days, this greenhouse will be promoted to all the villagers. When the time comes, I will have to trouble you. Han Lijing nodded and said, Okay. Old Hu and I will take a closer look. Although he and Hu Hanyun had an unruly time when they were young, later on, they obediently stayed at home and farmed. They could be considered as genuine farmers. Imitating others to grow vegetables was a piece of cake for them. Oh. The next day, Old Hu went out early in the morning. Today, he did not follow the village's young men into the mountains as a guard. He had more important things to do, and that was to buy cloth. There was no ready-made oilcloth, so he bought coarse cloth, and then some tung oil, and went home to make it himself. When he went there, it was an empty ox cart. When he came back, it was full of coarse cloth, and there were 2 barrels of tung oil hanging on the side of the cart. Yo! Isn't this Old Hu? Why did you buy so much cloth? Are you making clothes for your son? That's not right. Why didn't you buy silk cloth but so much coarse cloth? On the way, it was inevitable that he would meet some acquaintances. Old Hu usually laughed and said carelessly, Haha! Recently, the family is short of firewood, so I bought some coarse cloth to burn at home. If it wasn't someone from the village, Old Hu was determined not to reveal the secret of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. It was just that his response was a little too shocking. Buying coarse cloth to burn as firewood? Hearing Old Hu's response, people all suspected that Old Hu's brain was fried. Although the situation of Old Hu's family was much better this year, it was not to the point of being extravagant enough to burn coarse cloth as firewood, right? My son's mother. I'm back. Come out and help me carry the things. The road from the Chong, an official road to the Han village, was now flat and wide. After a while, Old Hu returned home. As soon as he entered the courtyard, he shouted at the top of his voice, Hey master, you're back so soon? When Lu Yu heard the noise, she hurriedly ran out of the house. When she saw the mountain of coarse cloth on the ox cart, she was stunned. This husband, how much did you buy these cloth for? Hu Hanyun wiped away his sweat and said with a grin, Hey, it's only 3 strings of coins worth of cloth. The shopkeeper said that if I bought more, he would give me more, so I bought more. It's not a loss, not a loss. It's not a loss? What did you say when you left? You only bought 2 strings of coins worth of cloth. Now that you've bought such a big cart, what are you going to do with the extra cloth? Lu Yue said angrily. Do what? Burn. Bah, I'm going to grow vegetables. Old Hu answered this question too many times along the way, so he couldn't help but say that word directly. Chapter 960. Hearing Hu Hanyun say burn, Lu Yue was so angry that smoke almost came out of her head. Husband, we've built so many greenhouses. What if we lose money? After all, growing vegetables in winter doesn't sound very reliable. Hu Hanyun glanced at his wife and said in annoyance, What does a woman like you know? Young master is the son of a god. How can he be wrong? If it weren't for young master, we would still be living in this rundown house. We would still be cooped up at home with them. You don't have to believe other people, but you have to believe everything young master says. Although Lu Yue liked to take advantage of others, she wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for her. In this kind of situation, she was still able to distinguish between right and wrong. Understood, husband. Hu Hanyun said with satisfaction. Take down these coarse cloths and dip them in tung oil to dry. I'll go to the mountains to chop some wood. We'll go build the greenhouses in the afternoon. Lu Yui agreed and said, Then husband, go quickly and come back quickly. Okay. At the same time, the news of Li Zishuan's intention to promote greenhouses to grow vegetables began to spread among the 8 villages. Of course, what was more attractive was Li Zishuan's interest-free loan, which ignited the hope of many poor people. Wife, tie up the old hen at home. I'll bring it to the Han village later and borrow 500 copper coins from Han Lijing. Our family also wants to follow Marquis and build greenhouses. In a dilapidated courtyard in the Liujia village, a middle-aged man with dark skin and a thin figure suddenly seemed to have made up his mind. He stood up abruptly and said to the house, Husband, you're going to borrow so much? What if we can't pay it back when the time comes? A woman in coarse clothes walked out of the house and said anxiously. The man gritted his teeth and said, We have to pay it back. When the time comes, we'll definitely be able to pay it back. Wife, think about it. As long as we can use these greenhouses to grow vegetables, let alone 500 copper coins, we'll have a few thousand copper coins. You know old Hu from the Han village, right? It was said that his son was cured by Marquis. Who knew that he would be admitted to Yanhuang College a few months ago? He was really lucky. Our Huzi isn't young anymore. I have to hurry up and get him a package so that he can go to school to learn something. If he can also get into Marquis' Yanhuang College in 2 years, then our family's ancestral graves will be smoking. In ancient times, it was a kind of gift given to each other by superiors and subordinates, relatives and friends. In ancient times, when students and teachers met for the first time, they would first present gifts as a sign of respect. This was known as a gift. It had already been implemented during the time of Confucius. In the Tang dynasty, schools still used the ceremony of paying tuition, but many poor families could not afford to pay tuition, so naturally, they did not have the life to study. The woman hesitated and said, But husband, what if Marquis' method doesn't work and we can't grow vegetables? In fact, this woman's thoughts represented the thoughts of a considerable number of people. Most of the farmers who were still hesitating were not sure whether Li Zishuan's method could grow vegetables in winter. The man was suddenly speechless. After a while he stamped his feet and said, It definitely can. Since Marquis dares to promote this method to us, then he must have confidence. You didn't see how rich the Han village and Plum village are now. That's all because of Marquis' help. Besides, if we really can't grow vegetables and can't pay back the money, then I'll sell my life to Marquis to repay the debt. After saying that, he resolutely turned around and walked out of the courtyard. His steps were so firm and his back was so bleak. However, hey, husband, you forgot to take the chicken. Do you still want the old hen at home? Chang'an City, Yongla Lane, Li Mansion. After Li Zishuan finished his business in Yunshan yesterday, he came back directly. His father-in-law was in charge of the farm, and Li Gang and Yan Silu were in charge of the academy. He was very comfortable as a hands-off boss. Xiao Xian, I heard that you want to let the people in your fief grow vegetables with you? When it was almost noon, Yi Guozhong found Li Zishuan and asked. Li Zishuan nodded and said, Yes, grandfather. Yi Guozhong frowned and said, Are you 100% sure that this method will work? You have to know that the people are not rich. If they can't grow vegetables, you'll be doing bad things with good intentions. In the end, this old man was still worried that Li Zishuan's good reputation, which he had painstakingly built, would be ruined because of a greenhouse. At the same time, the people who followed Li Zishuan to grow vegetables in the greenhouse would also be ruined. Grandfather, don't worry. I tested this method of growing vegetables with my master when I was at Mount Longhu. As long as it's done properly, we'll definitely be able to grow vegetables. Li Zishuan didn't want to keep talking nonsense, so he directly brought out his omnipotent master. When Yi Guozhong heard this, he was suddenly speechless. As a cultivation family, Yi family was certainly clear about spiritual master Lingshu's magical power and his status in Taoism. Since these greenhouse vegetables had been verified by spiritual master Lingshu, what else could he say? A kind-hearted person will be rewarded with good fortune. A family that accumulates kindness will have more to celebrate. Xiao Xian, you have to always remember this. People follow the laws of the earth follows the laws of the heaven follows the laws of the Tao, and the Tao follows the laws of nature. Taoism emphasizes karma. Your good deeds today will definitely be rewarded with good results. Grandfather is very pleased to see that you treat the people in your fief so well. Yi Guozhong came over and patted Li Zishuan's shoulder, and said with deep meaning. Old man Ye's words could be set to Li Zishuan's heart. Li Zishuan cupped his hands and said, Grandfather, you flatter me. After lunch, Li Zishuan's uncle Yi Huiming carried a small bag of luggage and prepared to leave Chang'an and return to Nanyang. Father, mother, take care of your health in Chang'an. I'll go back first. Yi Huiming bowed and cupped his hands. Good. Huiming, you also have to be careful on the road. Take the official road, don't take the small roads, so as to avoid encountering bad people. The old madam of the Yi family nagged. I know. Yi Huiming responded and looked at Yi Fashion. He really didn't know what to say to this son of his who had been like a sinner since he was young. After thinking for a while, he decided not to say anything. In the end, he looked at Li Jingma and Yi Yuzhu. Yi Yuzhu quickly said, Big brother, don't worry. I will take good care of father, mother, and Fashion. Yi Huiming nodded and whispered, Don't resent father for what happened in the past. He did it for your own good. Then he turned and got into the carriage at the door. With the coachman's go. The carriage gradually drove out of Yongla Lane and finally disappeared from everyone's sight. Chapter 961. Okay, Lu Meng. Put your thumbprint here and you can borrow these 500 coins. Han Village, Han family's courtyard. There was a long line in the courtyard. Han Li was setting up a table in the courtyard. Beside him stood a middle-aged scholar. At this moment, Han Li was smiling as he spoke to the dark-skinned man in coarse hemp clothing. This man was the father of Liujia village's Hu Zi. He was the one who came here to borrow money but forgot to bring his hen. However, even if he brought it, it would be a waste because Han Lijing would not accept it. Hey, I will press it now. Lu Meng did not look at the content of the paper. He responded and without hesitation, bit his thumb and put a red thumbprint on the paper. Han Lijing's character was well known by everyone in the surrounding area. Therefore, Lu Meng was not worried that Han Lijing would cheat him. Besides, even if he did not believe Han Lijing, how could he not believe Li Zishuan? After all, Han Lijing was helping Li Zishuan. Okay, here are 500 coins. You better count them carefully. Han Lijing nodded. He took out a string of coins from the wooden box behind him and handed it over to Lu Meng. Lu Meng took it with both hands. He wanted to count but he was a bit embarrassed. Han Lijing saw this and laughed. Hee. It is best to count the coins face to face to avoid any misunderstandings later on. Thank you, Han Lijing. Lu Meng was moved. He moved 2 steps to the left to give way to the line. Then he stood on the side and counted the coins face to face. Han Lijing shouted. Next. A young man in his 20s came over. Han Lijing found him unfamiliar and asked, Little brother, which village are you from? Han Lijing, my name is Wang Qing'an. I am from Shirley Village. Last month, my village was annexed to Marquis' fief. The young man quickly replied. Han Lijing looked at the middle-aged scholar beside him. He saw the scholar open the book on the table to a certain page. After looking at it for a moment, he nodded and said, There is indeed this person in Wang Village. Han Lijing nodded and asked the young man, Wang Qing'an, how much money do you want to borrow? Why do you want to borrow money? Wang Qingyuan replied, Han Lijing, I want to borrow 500 copper coins. I also want to build a greenhouse to grow vegetables. Han Lijing nodded and took out a piece of paper with a document written on it and said, Just like Lu Meng, put your fingerprint here. Hey, I understand. Wang Qingyuan said excitedly. At this time, Lu Meng, who is next to him, has already counted the copper coins. He scratched his head and somewhat embarrassedly asked Han Lijing, Han Lijing, how should we build this greenhouse? I want to learn. Holding the heavy 500 copper coins, he felt a huge pressure in his heart. If he couldn't grow vegetables, then his family would be completely finished. His son wouldn't be able to go to school, and he was afraid that even eating would be a problem. Therefore, before he set up the greenhouse, he had to learn the technique well. Otherwise, the borrowed 500 copper coins would be wasted. Yes. Han Lijing, where should we go to learn how to build a greenhouse? The other people also looked at this side. The question that Lu Meng asked was also what they wanted to ask. Those who made up their minds to borrow money actually wanted to use this opportunity to completely improve their family's situation. No one didn't want to be able to grow vegetables in their greenhouse. Han Lijing raised his head and said to everyone, "If you want to learn how to build a greenhouse after you get the money, I can take you to Old Hu's house to have a look. His house has already built a greenhouse. At that time, if you have anything you don't understand, be sure to ask on the spot. Old Hu will also teach you some planting techniques. If you want to learn, you can wait for a while on the side." Lu Meng grinned and said, "Hey, that's fine. I will wait for a while on the side. Thank you, Han Lijing." Yo, there are so many people. At this time, Li Zixuan came in from outside the courtyard. Looking at the long line in the courtyard, he was surprised. In the afternoon, after he sent his uncle away, he remembered the situation in the village and immediately rushed over. Things like greenhouse vegetables for many people were entrusted to their family's livelihood. If he didn't come personally to teach in case something went wrong, it would be a big sin. Marquis is here. Greetings to Marquis. Greetings to Marquis. Among the nobles of the Great Tang, Li Zixuan was one of the more down-to-earth nobles. He often interacted with the people of the lower class, so there were many people who recognized Li Zixuan. The moment he entered, many people recognized him, and the people in the procession instantly grew excited and enthusiastically bowed. Li Zixuan nodded his head to greet them one by one. He walked to the front of the line. The middle-aged scholar from before hurriedly straightened his clothes and quickly came over to salute. Lowly official Xiaohai greets Marquis. Yuan Shikai. Li Zixuan was taken aback subconsciously. Could it be so coincidental? I actually met Yuan Datu in Tang Dynasty? The middle-aged scholar looked embarrassed and said carefully, "Marquis, that lowly official is Xiaohai, not Yuan Shikai." At this time, Han Lijing said to Wang Qingyuan, who had finished pressing his fingerprint, and handed over a string of copper coins. He hurriedly came over and said, "Xiaoxian, this is County Deputy Yun from the county government. I invited him here today to be a witness. It's more reliable this way." Li Zixuan suddenly understood. He had also heard that in ancient times, it was often necessary to find a well-respected middleman to act as a witness. Generally, commoners like to find a judge from the county government to act as a witness. This way it would be easier to file a lawsuit. He had to admit that his father-in-law was very considerate. At this time he also realized that he had misheard the name just now. He said apologetically, "Oh, it's County Deputy Yuan. I didn't pay attention just now and misheard the name. I'm really sorry. County Deputy Yuan, please forgive me." Xiaohai hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Marquis, you're too serious. You didn't mean it, and I didn't take it to heart." Li Zixuan nodded and smiled. "That's good." Then he looked at Han Lijing and asked, "Father-in-law, how many people came to borrow money?" Han Lijing replied, "In the morning, there were already more than 70 households coming to borrow money. Looking at the situation in the afternoon, there should be nearly 200 households coming to borrow money today." Li Zixuan was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many farmers who couldn't afford to build greenhouses. He secretly thought that it was fortunate that his father-in-law had reminded him. Otherwise, according to the previous policy, many people would be unable to build greenhouses even if they wanted to. "Well, father-in-law, have you arranged for the farmers to train them in building greenhouses and how to plant vegetables?" Li Zixuan asked again. Han Lijing nodded and smiled. "Yes, I have. I'll take them to Old Hu's house later. Old Hu's house has already built the greenhouses. I'll take them to the site to have a look. As for the farmers who came to collect money in the morning, I've already told them to go to Old Hu's house in the afternoon." Li Zixuan was slightly relieved. He looked at the wooden table in the courtyard and the big box containing the copper coins. He turned around and said to Peng Feiji, "Feiji, go to Yanhuang College now and ask Li Tai Mengwenhao, Iron Egg, and Kashirqing to come over and wait here." "Yes, Marquis." Peng Feiji cupped his fists and accepted the order. He immediately turned around and left. Han Lijing didn't understand and asked, "Xiao Xianyu?" Li Zixuan said, "Father-in-law, there are so many farmers. You can't handle it alone. Iron Egg and the others will come over later to help you count and distribute the money. Now bring the farmers and follow me to Uncle Who's house to have a look. If Uncle Who makes any mistakes, I can point them out from the side." Han Lijing heard and felt that it was reasonable. He replied, "That's good. We'll go and have a look first." As he finished speaking, he called out to the villagers, intending to follow Li Zishuan to Old Hu's residence. Beside him, Ming Hai suddenly didn't know what to do. Should he follow along? Li Zishuan hadn't invited him. If he didn't go, what would he do if he stayed here alone? Moreover, there was still a pile of huge money in the courtyard. If he didn't have enough money, how could he explain himself? "County Deputy Yuan, if you're willing, you can come with us." Fortunately, Li Zishuan didn't forget about him. Hu Shihai hurriedly said, I'm willing, of course I'm willing." However, the farmers were a little unwilling. They were afraid that Hu Shihai would steal their knowledge and teach the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse to outsiders. However, the technology of growing vegetables in the greenhouse was Li Zishuan's. Since Li Zishuan didn't say anything, they naturally didn't have the right to say anything. They could only keep their unwillingness in their hearts. In fact, Li Zishuan wasn't worried about the technology leaking, because he didn't have the intention to monopolize the business of growing vegetables in the greenhouse from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taught the technology to the farmers. He just wanted his farmers to be the first batch of farmers to grow vegetables in the greenhouse and be the first batch to taste the sweetness of growing vegetables in the greenhouse. This technology wasn't difficult to learn. After a period of time, it was inevitable that other farmers or other dignitaries would learn it. If he didn't want to leak it, he shouldn't have made this technology public. Since he planned to teach it to the farmers, it would definitely leak one day. However, the good thing was that there were basically no vegetables in the market now. The farmers under his rule could enjoy the first batch of dividends brought by growing vegetables in the greenhouse, which was also a huge profit. As more and more people grew vegetables in the greenhouse in the future, the price of vegetables in the greenhouse would correspondingly decrease. Naturally, the profit wouldn't be as big as it was now. Marquis, you're here. Under Han Lijing's guidance, Li Zishuan and his group came to a field in the south of the Han village. This field was actually beside the Han village and was very close to the village. Li Zishuan didn't expect that there would be a large group of people in the field. There were people from the Han village and Plum village. Second Master Lu was also among them. Although the old man was old, his eyes were very good. He was the first to notice Li Zishuan coming over. Second Master Lu, you're here too. Li Zishuan smiled in surprise. Hey, aren't you here to learn? Not only me, but basically every family in Plum Village is here. Second Master Lu said with a smile. When Han Lijing informed the 8 villages that Li Zishuan wanted to promote dumping vegetables, the people from the other villages might have hesitated a little. However, the people from Plum Village and the Han Village basically chose to join without hesitation. This was because Li Zishuan had helped them chase away the bullies, Lu Shuren and his son. It was Li Zishuan who led them to live a prosperous life today. Li Zishuan was a god in their hearts. They believed in Li Zishuan unconditionally. These 2 villages were under Li Zishuan's management at the beginning of the year. The people in the villages were basically considered wealthy. When others were thinking about whether to build a greenhouse or where to borrow money to build a greenhouse, they had already taken action. Most of them went into the city this morning to buy the coarse cloth and tung oil. When they were free in the afternoon, they ran over to Old Hu to learn the skills. Young master, you're here. Old Hu, who was not far away, hurriedly put down his work and ran over. Uncle Hu, your shed is not bad. Li Zishuan glanced at the greenhouse in the field and smiled. Old Hu scratched his head and said, Hey, it's still a little lacking compared to young master's greenhouse in the other courtyard. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, Haha, it's not bad, not bad. Uncle Hu, tell them about the techniques of building a greenhouse. I'll walk around and see if there are any flaws in your greenhouse. Old Hu naturally agreed. This was something that had been agreed upon earlier. He led everyone to the side of the greenhouse and began to explain. Haha. Actually, building a greenhouse is very simple. I'll explain it to you once. You'll definitely know how to do it. If you want to build a greenhouse like this first, Old Hu led the farmers into the greenhouse and explained as they walked. Li Zixuan wandered around the outside of the greenhouse. He was checking the airtightness of the greenhouse. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of a small patch of yellowish green in the mound not far away from the greenhouse. When he took a closer look, he found that there was a small patch of mung bean sprouts growing in the mound. Oh, to be precise, it should be called mung bean sprouts. Those that sprouted in water were called bean sprouts. Those that grew in the ground were called bean sprouts. Damn! Why didn't I think of making bean sprouts? Seeing this, Li Zixuan suddenly thought of something. He could not help but pat his head and said regretfully, "Bean sprouts? Marquis, what's a bean sprouts?" Kuhai, who had just walked over and wanted to talk to Li Zixuan, could not help but be stunned and asked, "Oh, nothing." Li Zixuan came back to his senses and turned to look at Kuhai. He changed the topic and said, "Why didn't you go in with us, County Magistrate Yuan?" Kuhai smiled bitterly and said, "This greenhouse cultivation method was created by Marquis for the farmers under his rule. As an outsider, how can I eavesdrop?" Li Zixuan looked at this person in surprise. He did not expect this county magistrate to be a gentleman. Haha, it's just a folk art. It can't be considered a secret. Since I've taken it out, I don't want to keep it a secret forever. If County Magistrate Yuan is interested, you can go in and listen. Villains were born in troubled times, while gentlemen were born in prosperous times. It had to be said that ever since Li Zixuan transmigrated to this world, he had met more good people than villains. He had a good impression of people like Maing Hai. Kuhai said happily, "Marquis is so righteous. Actually, I've always been curious about how this greenhouse is used to cultivate vegetables in winter. Since Marquis has given me permission, it would be impolite of me to refuse. But don't worry, Marquis. Before I get permission from Marquis, I won't talk nonsense." Chapter 962. Li Zixuan hurriedly left after pointing out a few small mistakes in the shed that the Han family manor had built for Hu Hanyun. "Wife, do you have soybeans or mung beans at home?" Li Zixuan asked Han Yushi when he returned to his home in Cheng. Yes, he wanted to get some bean sprouts to eat. Although the greenhouse vegetables could provide vegetables on a large scale during the winter, distant water could not quench the immediate thirst. At the very least, they would have to wait for close to 2 months before they could eat them. The vegetables that they ate yesterday were all taken from the Prince of Wei's residence. It was not a big deal to take it once or twice, but it would not be good if they took it too many times. The small bean sprouts in the Hu family's field in the afternoon made Li Zixuan's eyes light up. It took a long time for greenhouse vegetables to mature, but bean sprouts did not. In this season of shortage of vegetables, crisp and refreshing bean sprouts tasted much better than fish and meat. "Hubby, there should be lioli, same pronunciation as green beans at home. But what is yellow bean?" When Han Yushi heard this, she thought for a moment and asked curiously. Mung beans and soybeans had a history of thousands of years of cultivation in China. They existed before the Western Zhou dynasty. The ancients called mung beans. Although they had different characters, they had the same sound. Therefore, when Li Zixuan said mung beans, Han Yushi could understand what he meant. But soybeans were different. At this time, there was no such thing as soybeans. Later generations generally believed that the word soybeans first appeared in the Tang dynasty's Kaiwan Zhanjing. The book was written between 718 and 726, and Yuangzi. Before that, they all used the word soybeans. There was also an interesting story about soybeans. During the reign of Emperor Wenzong of the Tang dynasty, a strange thing happened in the capital Cheng. The price of soybeans, which were originally an agricultural product, soared overnight. 1 stone of soybeans was sold for 10 taels of gold. It was said that Emperor Wenzong loved women with big breasts. There was a palace maid surnamed Wang who became a phoenix just because one of her breasts was unusually prominent. She was promoted to Jiaoyi and became the favorite of Emperor Wenzong. With this successful precedent, the imperial concubines in the harem began to buy and store soybeans in large quantities. They would eat them every meal. According to the theory of traditional Chinese medicine, soybeans had a certain breast enlargement effect. With the help of the imperial concubines, the price of beans in Chang rose faster than the price of houses in modern times. It's soybeans. Wife, do we have soybeans at home?" Li Zixuan patted his head, recalled the memories of the previous owner of this body, and quickly corrected himself. Yes, there was. What do you want to do with soybeans and black beans? Han Yushi replied. Li Zixuan chuckled and said, Hey, wife, you'll know when the time comes. After saying that, he rushed to the kitchen excitedly and asked for a ladle of green beans and a ladle of soybeans from the cook, Auntie Zhao. He then soaked the two types of beans in clear water. In his previous life, Li Zixuan's grandmother often made bean sprouts, so he was quite familiar with the steps of making bean sprouts. Soaking the beans in water was only the first step. According to his grandmother's experience, the beans had to be soaked for at least 8 hours before the next step could be done. Husband, why are you soaking the beans? Could it be that you want to grind tofu? Han Yushi followed in and couldn't help but ask after seeing what Li Zixuan was doing. Li Zixuan heard and turned around. He looked at Han Yushi's chest and said with a naughty smile, Husband, I only know how to take advantage of tofu. I don't know how to make tofu. Husband, what are you talking about? Auntie Zhao is still here. Han Yushi's cheeks blushed and she said angrily. Although she didn't understand what taking advantage of tofu meant, she guessed the general meaning when she saw the naughty smile on Li Zixuan's face. She secretly thought that her husband sometimes looked like a gentleman, but sometimes he was perverted and naughty. He was really special. Auntie Zhao, who was outside the door, quickly coughed and walked away. Li Zixuan saw Han Yushi's shy face and couldn't bear to tease her anymore. He went back to the topic and said, I soaked the beans to let them sprout. Although we have 2 greenhouses to grow vegetables, it will take at least 2 months to eat the vegetables inside. After the beans sprout, take the sprouts and stir-fry them in the pot. It can be considered a delicious dish. Before the vegetables in the greenhouses come out, this dish is a very good substitute. Han Yushi was obviously not the kind of young lady who didn't eat food and didn't know about farming. She frowned and said, Husband, these beans have been soaked in water. I'm afraid they won't sprout. Instead, they will become smelly. Li Zixuan said with a smile, Of course, I won't let them soak in water all the time. There are still many steps later. When tomorrow morning comes, I will take out the beans and put them in a bamboo sieve covered with wet gauze. The bamboo sieve will then be placed in a basin filled with water. The basin shouldn't be too big. It will be enough for the beans to breathe. Another wet gauze needs to be covered on top of the bamboo sieve. Finally, a slightly heavier bowl needs to be pressed on top. The weight of the bowl can make the bean sprouts thicker. After that, the beans have to be drenched 3 to 6 times every day to maintain the moisture of the beans. After the drenching, you have to continue covering them with wet gauze. By the 5th day, the bean sprouts at the corners will have grown out. Moreover, they will have roots. Then they can be eaten. Han Yushi listened attentively. In the end, she asked, Husband, how do you know so much? Have you made them yourself before? It was mainly because Li Zixuan said it in such a serious manner that she couldn't help but wonder if Li Zixuan had made bean sprouts before. That was why he was so surprised. Li Zixuan touched his nose. Although he hadn't made them himself, he had seen his grandmother make them many times. Cough cough. You can say that. Li Zixuan coughed dryly and said vaguely, In short, wife, you will be able to see what these bean sprouts look like in 5 days. Moreover, you will be able to taste this delicacy. Han Yushi put her hand into the water basin and gently stroked the soybeans in the basin. She raised her head and said, Husband, the farmstead and Yanhuang College need you. You still have a lot of things to do. Leave this matter to me. I have remembered all the steps you mentioned earlier. Since it's not a troublesome matter, I will definitely do it for you. Li Zixuan thought for a moment and nodded. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, wife. He was very confident in his wife's ability to do things. In some matters, Han Yushi's attentiveness even made him feel inferior. The wife he married seemed simple, but in fact she wasn't. Husband, Father already knows that you want to promote greenhouse vegetables in the farmstead. He said that since you are confident that you can cultivate vegetables in winter using this method, then use this to make our other 6 farmsteads rich in one fell swoop. However, Father said that there is one thing that you might have overlooked. He asked me to remind you. Han Yushi took her hand out of the water basin and suddenly said to Li Zixuan seriously. Chapter 963. Wifey, what did Father say? After listening to his wife's serious words, Li Zixuan asked aloud. Han Yushi pursed her lips and said softly, Husband, in the afternoon, Father asked me to tell you that letting the people grow vegetables in greenhouses is a good deed, but you have to consider things more thoroughly. For example, the oilcloth needed to build greenhouses. Husband, there are thousands of people in your fief. Even if only 50% of the people are willing to build greenhouses and grow vegetables, the amount of coarse cloth needed will be quite large. When the time comes, the unscrupulous cloth merchants in Chang and will see a business opportunity, and will definitely wait for the opportunity to raise prices. Although husband has given the people an interest-free loan of 500 copper coins per household, who knows how much the coarse cloth will cost? Maybe 500 copper coins won't even be enough to build a greenhouse. With Han Yushi's explanation and analysis, Li Zixuan's brows gradually wrinkled. Han Yushi saw this and said, "But husband, you don't have to worry. Father has already informed shopkeeper son of our family's ready-made clothing store to prepare a supply of coarse cloth in case of an emergency. Presumably, it will alleviate the situation of the shortage of coarse cloth in Chang." And Li Zixuan couldn't help but sigh. Father has considered everything thoroughly. I almost neglected this matter. Previously, when we lent money to the farmers, it wasn't just for them to buy greenhouses, but also for the seeds. If the price of cloth in Chang and soars, even if the people have enough money, they may not be able to afford the seeds. Han Yushi saw that Li Zixuan's face revealed some disappointment and hurriedly comforted him. "Husband, this is your first time doing this kind of thing. How can you be so considerate? Even a wise man will make a mistake once in a while." Li Zixuan heard this and laughed. Wifey, you don't have to comfort me. I'm not that weak. Actually, with shopkeeper son's connections, he may not be able to gather so much coarse cloth in such a short time. If we want to solve this matter quickly, we have to rely on the Chamber of Commerce. Wifey, you go ahead with your work. I'll go arrange it. And husband, go ahead with your work. Li Zixuan went to the front yard and found Wang Zhong. He asked him to send someone to invite someone over. About an hour later, when the sun was about to set, an old man in luxurious clothes came to the Li residence. San Bao, who had been waiting at the entrance, quickly went up to welcome him. "Boss Chow, my family's marquis is waiting for you in the front hall." That's right, this well-dressed old man was Chow Wendong, the largest silk and cloth merchant in Chang'an City. He was also the third largest shareholder of the Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce. "Please lead the way." Chow Wendong politely cupped his hands and said. Under Sanbao's lead, Chow Wendong came to the front hall of the Li residence. When he saw Li Zixuan sitting at the head of the table, he quickly cupped his hands and greeted. "Greetings, Marquis." Li Zixuan waved his hand and said, "No need to be so courteous." Then, without even exchanging pleasantries, he went straight to the point. "Mr. Chow, I'm looking for you today because I need your help with something. I hope I'm not bothering you." Chow Wendong shook his head. No. I don't have anything to do at home. How am I bothering you? Marquis, if you need anything, feel free to tell me." Chow Wendong was so polite that Li Zixuan felt a little embarrassed to come. Whenever he needed help with something, he would drag him out. If he didn't need help, he would put him aside. No matter how he looked at it, it was a little unkind. Actually, he was thinking too much. His thinking was still stuck in the ways of the modern world, but he forgot that he was in the ancient times. In this era of scholars, farmers, businessmen, there was a strict hierarchy. If he didn't do this, Chow Wendong would find it strange. It's like this. Recently, the people of the Marquis Manor want to buy a large batch of coarse cloth. The amount is huge, but the people have limited money. Therefore, I intend to ask Mr. Chow to help me transport a batch of coarse cloth from other places to prevent the other cloth merchants in Chang'an City from increasing their prices. Li Zixuan asked someone to pour a cup of tea for Chow Wendong and said. Hearing this, Chow Wendong felt strange in his heart. Why did the farmers of Li Zixuan's manor need a large amount of coarse cloth? However, he didn't ask the question in his heart. After experiencing all kinds of ways of the world, he knew that there were some things that he shouldn't ask. Marquis, how much coarse cloth do you need me to prepare? Chow Wendong pondered for a moment and asked. Li Zixuan calculated a little in his heart and stretched out 5 fingers. 50,000 bolts. And all of them are white cloth. If they can't be sold out, I'm willing to buy them all at the market price. If each of the farmers under him was willing to build a greenhouse, He would need at least 100,000 bolts of coarse cloth. Moreover, this didn't take into account the situation like Old, whose family who had built multiple greenhouses. The reason why he only asked Chow Wendong to prepare 50,000 bolts was mainly because he considered that not all of the 8 farms would be willing to build greenhouses. Moreover, in the existing stock market in Chang'an City, there was a considerable amount of coarse cloth in stock. If Chow Wendong prepared 50,000 bolts, it would be enough to control the price of coarse cloth in Chang'an City. Chow Wendong was secretly shocked. He didn't expect Li Zishuan to ask for so much cloth. He would be lying if he said that he wasn't curious. However, this kind of question, if Li Zishuan didn't take the initiative to ask, he wouldn't and couldn't take the initiative to ask. Marquis, don't worry. I can definitely gather 50,000 bolts of coarse cloth within a day. If I can't sell them in a short time, I don't need Marquis to buy them. I naturally have my own channels to sell them to other provinces and counties. Chow Wendong said with a confident smile. The reason why he could become the largest cloth merchant in Chang'an City was because of his extensive and high-quality supply channels. Li Zishuan's request might be a little difficult for others, but for him it wasn't difficult at all. He only needed to move his mouth. Okay, then I won't force you. Thank you, Boss Chow. Li Zishuan stood up and cupped his hands. Chow Wendong quickly stood up and said, "You flatter me. If there's nothing else, Marquis, I'll go back and make arrangements." Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Take care, Boss Chow." The next day, the cloth merchants in Chang'an City welcomed a large number of special customers. The reason why it was special was that these people only came to buy 2 bolts of coarse cloth near the new year. However, there was still more than a month before the new year, and these people came in groups. Not only did they come, but they also bought cloth by cart. The craziness of this made many cloth merchants secretly speechless. When these people were asked why they bought so much coarse cloth, most of them were vague or gave very strange reasons. It was obvious that they were deliberately deceiving people. This strange phenomenon made the merchants very puzzled. Some cloth merchants saw a business opportunity. On one hand, they slightly raised the price. On the other hand, they urgently mobilized coarse cloth from other places. Although coarse cloth was less profitable than silk and fine silk, it couldn't be relied on the large quantity. An undercurrent of price increase was rapidly brewing. Chapter 964. Shopkeeper. Do you have any more coarse cloth? Do you want white cloth? No more, no more. Just now 3 people came and bought all of it. Do you want black cloth? I still have some black cloth here. No need. I'll ask the other shops. Shopkeeper, do you still have white coarse cloth here? Yes. That's great. Shopkeeper, give me 150 bolts of white cloth. Haha. Brother, white cloth is now 2 copper coins for a bolt. Do you really want 150 bolts? Ah, wasn't it 3 copper coins for 2 bolts before? Haha. Brother, you said that was before. Now the price of cloth in Chang'an changes every day. If you don't buy it today, it might be even more expensive tomorrow. But shopkeeper, this is too expensive. A bolt of fine silk is only 3 copper coins. How can your coarse cloth be sold for 2 copper coins? Hey. Brother, what you said is wrong. Now fine silk is 4 copper coins for a bolt. Silk is 6 copper coins for a bolt. I'm not cheating you. In the eastern and western districts of Chang'an, similar conversations like this could be found everywhere. Farmers from several villages in Lantian County were all asking for white coarse cloth. Many cloth merchants were waiting for the opportunity to raise the price. The farmers were caught in a dilemma. If they buy, 100 bolts of cloth would be 50 copper coins more than before. This was not a small amount. If they don't buy, what if the price continues to rise tomorrow? Meng, the white cloth from Li Ji garment shop in the western district is still 3 copper coins for 2 bolts. Go buy it quickly. If you're late, it might be gone. In the eastern district, an old man was walking quickly toward the entrance of the eastern district. He saw Lu Meng on the side of the road and quickly shouted, "Third master, which Li Ji garment shop is it?" Lu Meng's face lit up as he turned his head and asked. The old man grinned and said, "You child, which Li Ji garment shop can it be? Of course it's Marquis shop. Go quickly. I heard it from Wang Dehai from the neighboring Wang family village. If you're late, it might be gone." "Hey, thank you, third master. I'll go with you. Lu Mang agreed and then left with the old man without any hesitation, leaving the cloth shop owner with an ugly face. Shopkeeper, should we reduce the price of our cloth? When the shop assistant saw the ugly expression on his boss's face, he carefully probed. What surrender? Don't you see that there are so many commoners who need cloth today? Even if Li Ji clothing shop is backed by the Marquis of Yong. And this old man doesn't believe that they can supply so much cloth. When these people can't buy cloth from them, they will definitely come back to us to buy. What are you afraid of? The cloth merchant thought for a moment and scolded with a cold face. The shop assistant shrank back and hurriedly flattered. Yes, yes, yes. Shopkeeper has great foresight. You are truly wise. The cloth merchant frowned and ordered. Go and find out why these farmers suddenly need so much cloth. This old man will have someone transport a batch of coarse cloth from Fuzhou. Yes, shopkeeper. Young master, the price of cloth in Chong'an is rising. Right now, only our shop and Chow family shop have not increased their prices. After the commoners heard the news, they will flock here. I reckon that our stock won't last until today. Yongle Lane Li Mansion. Housekeeper Wang Zhong walked in from outside and reported to Li Zishuan. Before Li Zishuan could speak, Yi Fashion furrowed his brows and angrily said, Preposterous. Cousin, these profiteers are hoarding and driving up the prices. Cloth is a necessity for the commoners. How can they be allowed to run amok? These people are guilty and should be punished. Yi Guozhong also worriedly said, Little Xian, if this happens, the farmers in your fief will have to pay a higher price if they want to continue building greenhouses. Li Jingma frowned and didn't say anything. Yesterday, he did ask Sun Huiming of the clothing shop to prepare a batch of coarse cloth in advance. However, the time was too short and the commoners' demand was too large. Even if they prepared in advance, it would be difficult to supply all of it. Li Zishuan smiled confidently and said, It's not the end yet. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Those cloth merchants who see an opportunity to increase their prices will soon suffer the consequences of their own actions. After that, he looked at Yi Fashion and said, Fashion, the world is full of people. Everyone is here for profit. I am not surprised that the cloth merchants have such a reaction. When the higher-ups encounter such a situation, they must not use brute force. They must use profit to balance the situation. Only then will they be able to make those people pay the price and accept it wholeheartedly. Yi Fashion's eyes lit up and asked, Cousin, do you have another trick up your sleeve? Li Zishuan smiled slightly. He didn't deny or admit it. Haha. Little Xian, it seems that you are prepared. Then I won't worry for nothing. I heard that Fashion recently met a Taoist priest from the Taisher Bureau. He is quite skilled in Taoism. I will go and meet him later. Yi Guozhong stood up and laughed when he saw this. The price increase of the coarse cloth in Chong'an City had awakened the villagers who were still hesitating about whether or not to take the risk of building greenhouses. In this situation, if they continued to hesitate and missed the opportunity, there would be no medicine for regret. Therefore, the number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased. The number of villagers who went to the Han family village to borrow money suddenly increased from 200 to 600. The queue stretched from the Han family village's courtyard to the entrance of the village. With so many people flocking to the village, the Han family village suddenly became very crowded. Of course, when they saw the new houses that the Han Manor's commoners lived in, the new clothes that the Han Manor's children wore, and the extravagant village school, the commoners from other villages who came to borrow money were all the more determined to follow Li Zishuan and grow vegetables in greenhouses. Only by following Li Zishuan would they have the chance to live as blissful a life as the Han Manor's residents. Faced with so many villagers who came to borrow money, Han Lijing suddenly felt that Alexandria was too big. He knew that he could not solve this problem alone. Moreover, there was no one in the village who knew how to keep accounts. He could only ask for help from Yanhuang College. Fortunately, Mr. Li Gang was very open-minded. He also agreed with Li Zishuan's teaching philosophy of combining knowledge and practice. Therefore, when he heard that Han Lijing had sent people to the college to ask for help, he immediately informed the head of the mathematics department, Su Hongji, to send 10 students with excellent results to the Han family village to help. Su Hongji had recently heard that Li Zishuan wanted to encourage the villagers to grow daping vegetables. This kind of good deed that would benefit the people. He naturally raised both hands in approval. Thus, the top 10 students in the entrance exam were sent to the Han village. Han Lijing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. The burden on his body suddenly became lighter. However, when he heard that the price of cloth in Chang and had skyrocketed, he suddenly became worried again. Chapter 965. Your Majesty, the price of cloth in Chang and has suddenly changed today. Coarse cloth, fine silk, and silk have all increased by varying degrees. In the Sweet Nectar Hall, Zhao Song quietly walked in and spoke respectfully to Li Er. Li Er frowned and said with displeasure, Have you found out who is hoarding and driving up the price of cloth? In this era, the rulers of the upper class did not have much financial awareness. Naturally, there was no such thing as excessive currency devaluation and price inflation. Under normal circumstances, only in times of chaos would prices go out of control. When Li Yuan was in power, he did not lack in controlling the price of goods in the country. Because stable prices were often a symbol of a country's peace and stability, the price of goods in the beginning of the Tang dynasty was relatively low. How could Li Er not understand this? He was also very concerned about the price of goods in the country, especially in Chang'an. So when he heard about the price change in Chang'an City, his brows immediately furrowed. Zhao Song bowed and said, Your Majesty, this is not a hoarding of goods by some merchants. Almost all the cloth merchants in Chang'an City are raising prices at the same time. Yesterday and today, the farmers in the villages outside the city have all entered the city and bought large quantities of coarse cloth. The amount is so large that it makes one speechless. Many of the cloth shops have been swept clean. When the cloth merchants saw this, they collectively raised the price. However, the clothing shop of the Marquis of Yong, and the cloth shop of the number 1 cloth merchant in Chang and City Chow family, did not raise the price. There is such a strange thing. Why would the people buy cloth in large quantities? Li Zishuan Chow family? Li Er was puzzled. He stood up and paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. Suddenly he said, Li Zishuan and the Chow family formed a Yanhuang Chamber of Commerce a few months ago, right? Zhao Song lowered his head and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Er seemed to understand and muttered. So, the reason why the Chow family did not raise the price of cloth should be because they were instructed by Li Zishuan? What is this kid doing? Why do I feel like he predicted that the price of cloth in Chang'an City would soar? This matter must have something to do with him. Zhao Song's eyelids twitched. Then, like an old monk in meditation, he remained silent. After a long while, Li Er ordered, Investigate why these farmers suddenly bought so much cloth. At the same time, order Lu Dui, the Chancellor of the Supreme Court, to investigate the peddlers in Chang'an City who have been maliciously raising the price of cloth. This old servant obeys. Zhao Song cupped his fists and left. There was no shortage of well-informed people in Chang'an, especially for the bigwigs in the imperial court. There were few secrets in Chang, and that they did not know. Today, when the price of cloth in the city skyrocketed, they all received the news one after another. Some even knew that the bulk buyers came from Lantian County, Li Zishuan's fief. Combined with the fact that only Li Zishuan's and Chow Wendong's shops in Chang and City did not raise the price of the cloth, the answer behind the incident was obvious. However, the truth of the matter was really puzzling. What was Li Zishuan trying to do? Why did he instigate the farmers to buy cloth in large quantities? What would be the use of the cloth he had bought? The bigwigs in the imperial court could not figure it out. It was not their fault that they were not well informed. It was just that the farmers were unusually tight-lipped. The cloth merchants had asked, the servants sent by the courtiers had asked, and the farmers of other farms had asked as well. However, they could not get anything out of them. Li Zishuan's seemingly simple decision had affected the nerves of many people. The main reason was that Li Zishuan's performance in Chang'an City over the past 6 months had been too outstanding. Now, any news about him would attract a lot of attention. Xiao Xian, I heard that the farmers of your farm are all buying cloth everywhere. Are you up to something mysterious recently? When it was close to evening, Chang Yaojin came to Li Zishuan's residence to find him. This old fellow did not beat around the bush. After taking a seat in the main hall of the Li residence, he asked directly, Li Zishuan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. He already knew that the farmers had collectively kept the matter of the greenhouse vegetables a secret. Regarding the farmers' thoughts, he naturally understood. Moreover, he also hoped that his family's farmers would be among the first to enjoy the benefits of the greenhouse vegetables. However, the relationship between the Li family and the Chung family was not shallow. It could be said that the benefits that the Chung family's farmstead enjoyed were basically implemented by Chang Yaojin, imitating Li Zishuan's policies towards the farmers. Now that Chang Yaojin had personally come to ask about the sudden purchase of cloth, Li Zishuan was somewhat embarrassed. Should he say it or not? For himself, it did not matter whether he said it or not. However, for the farmers of his family, it was different. The market in Chang'an City was not small, but it was not big either. If more people were to share the market, Li Zishuan's farmers would naturally receive less profit. Uncle Chang, to be honest, I have a method of growing vegetables in winter. It requires a lot of oilcloth. I have already passed this method to the farmers of my fief. That's why they have been wantonly buying cloth in Chang'an City these 2 days. After weighing the pros and cons for a moment, Li Zishuan decided to tell the truth. He believed that Chang Yaojin knew his limits. At the very least, he would give the farmers some methods to make money. How could there be enough money in this world? Even if the farmers of the Chung family's fief started to build greenhouses, Li Zishuan felt that his own family's profits would definitely not be low. What? You can grow vegetables in winter? Xiao Xian, did I hear wrongly? Chang Yaojin's first reaction was shock. His eyes were as big as copper bells and his face was filled with disbelief. Li Zishuan nodded and said, "Yes, Uncle Chang, you didn't hear wrongly. Let me bring you to see something." Chang Yaojin did not understand, but he still followed Li Zishuan to the west courtyard. Seeing the greenhouses in the west courtyard that were half the height of a person, and with Li Zishuan's explanation, Chang Yaojin finally accepted the reality of the greenhouses. If your greenhouses can really grow vegetables in winter, then the farmers of your fief will make a lot of money this year. Lantian County will probably become one of the top 3 counties in Chang'an City. Haha, you little brat, you really treat your family's farmers well. Chang Yaojin stroked his beard and praised. Li Zishuan smiled and said non-committally, "Perhaps." Chang Yaojin rubbed his chin and thought for a moment before saying, Forget it. I shouldn't have come today. This was supposed to be a benefit for your farmers, but I found out about it. I shouldn't have. Don't worry, I will pretend that I didn't hear anything today." Old Chung was not stupid. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. Although he was jealous of the huge profits from the greenhouses, he would not take advantage of his own family. Chapter 966. After hearing Chang Yaojin's words, Li Zishuan couldn't help but think that old Chung was still very principled in dealing with matters. If it wasn't his, he would definitely not snatch it, even if it was something very attractive. Uncle Chung, actually. Haha. Xiao Xian, you don't have to persuade me anymore. Since this thing is a benefit that you're giving to your family, then this old man has no reason to meddle in it. Let's wait until next year. When the time comes, I'll send some farmers to your farm to learn and gain experience. Don't refuse. Li Zishuan opened his mouth to say something but was interrupted by Chang Yaojin. Old Cheng's attitude was very firm. Li Zishuan thought about it and said with a smile, "Haha, thank you Uncle Chang for your understanding of my family's farmers. But actually, if you want to let the farmers of the public house grow vegetables in greenhouses, you don't have to wait until next year. You just have to wait half a month. At that time, the maturation period of the vegetables in our greenhouses will be staggered. Even if there is a small overlap, it won't have a big impact on my family's farmers. Besides, the stock of cloth in Chang'an is getting tighter and tighter. After half a month there will be a lot more, so Uncle Chang, you can wait a little longer." Chang Yaojin's eyes lit up and he said, "This really won't affect your farmers?" Li Zishuan said, "It won't affect them much. Even if the maturation period of the vegetables overlaps, we can still use the waterway to transport the vegetables to other provinces and counties to sell." Using the waterway to transport vegetables was actually an option. In this era, Chang'an had developed water transportation and benefited from the Grand Canal built by Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty. From Chang'an one could go straight to the south through the Grand Canal. However, the preservation and consumption of vegetables during the transportation process was a big problem. Therefore, Li Zixuan didn't want to take this route unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Chang'an had a population of millions. This huge city could completely consume the vegetables in the greenhouses on his land. Besides, even if there was a certain amount of vegetables in the greenhouses, Li Zixuan wouldn't interfere personally. Didn't he have the Chamber of Commerce? The members of the Chamber of Commerce must be very envious of the vegetables in the greenhouses. Chang Yaojin laughed heartily and said, "Haha, if it really doesn't affect your farmers, then in half a month's time, the farmers of the Cheng family will also start building greenhouses. By the way, how can second brother be left out of this kind of thing? This old man will tell him about this matter later. You won't mind, right?" Li Zixuan shook his head and said, "Of course I don't mind. Even if Uncle Cheng didn't say it, I would tell Uncle Qin about the vegetables in the greenhouses. Our three clans share weal and woe, and our fates are the same. Why should we draw such clear distinctions?" In fact, if Chang Yaojin didn't come today, Li Zixuan planned to go to the Qin family tomorrow and ask Qin Qiong if he wanted to import the vegetables in the greenhouses. Qin Qiong was his wife's adoptive father. Usually, he treated Li Zixuan as his own son. Whenever Li Zixuan was in trouble, Qin Qiong would be the first to stand up for him. Moreover, he would always agree to Li Zixuan's requests unconditionally. For example, during the military training at the academy, Qin Qiong didn't hesitate to accept Li Zixuan's invitation and come to the academy to be a military training instructor for a month. Therefore, whenever there was something good, Li Zixuan would definitely think of giving Qin Qiong a share. As for Chang Yaojin, of course, he treated Li Zixuan very well. Old Chang was loyal and valued friendship. Many times when Li Zixuan was attacked, his behavior would be more violent and direct. Li Zixuan respected this old man very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told Chang Yaojin about the vegetables in the greenhouses today. Chang Yaojin looked deeply at Li Zixuan and said seriously, "Good. You are loyal and loyal. Choox didn't misjudge you and I didn't misjudge you either. But Xiaoxian, don't worry. Second brother Qin and I will never tell outsiders about the vegetables in the greenhouses. I will also tell the farmers in the village to keep it a secret. This winter, the vegetables in Chang'an City will depend on us three families. Haha, now we don't have to ask Her Majesty for vegetables." The next day. "Cheer up. There will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today. Be more diligent." Early in the morning, the owners of the Eastern and Western cloth shops lectured their workers at the same time. Their faces were full of confidence. Yes. Boss, don't worry. Boss, how can you be so sure that there will be a lot of people coming to buy cloth today?" One of the workers couldn't help but ask. The boss smiled proudly. His face was full of a strategist's expression. He said, I received news that the cloth from Li Jichen clothing shop and Chow family cloth shop were sold out yesterday. Since no one is disrupting today, the people can only come back to sell our cloth that has increased in price. Hey, I have already mobilized 5,000 bolts of white cloth from Fuzhou yesterday. They should be here soon. Ha ha ha. Shopkeeper, you're wise. The workers immediately flattered him. The boss smiled and said, "Listen carefully. Today, the coarse cloth in our shop will be sold for 3 copper coins a bolt. Fine silk will be sold for 5 copper coins a bolt. And silk will be sold for 10 copper coins a bolt. Don't sell it for less than 1 copper coin. 3 copper coins a bolt." Compared to the previous price of 3 copper coins for 2 bolts, the price of the coarse cloth had increased by a whole fold. "Boss, what if the other shops sell it at a lower price than us?" a worker asked worriedly. The boss narrowed his eyes and said firmly, I said 3 copper coins a bolt, and it will be 3 copper coins a bolt. Without the Marquis of Yong'an and Chao Wendong causing trouble, the coarse cloth in Chang'an City today will only be sold at this price. Do you all understand? Yes, we understand. Many times greed could blind people. When a person's heart was filled with greed, then danger was not far away from that person. Shopkeeper. Not good. Not good. Eastern City Luji Cloth Shop. The market had been open for an hour, but there was not a single transaction. There were people who came to look at the cloth and silk, but after hearing the high price they all flinched. At first, the boss was not anxious at all. He felt that when the buyers realized that Li Jichen clothing shop and Chow family cloth shop did not have cheap cloth, they would definitely come back to buy their expensive cloth at a higher price. But after an hour, there was still no one coming to buy the cloth. The boss in the shop could not sit still and hurriedly sent someone to inquire about the situation. After a quarter of an hour, the worker who went to inquire about the situation returned in a hurry, shouting as he ran. The boss was immediately alerted. He quickly stepped forward and asked anxiously, "What happened?" "Huff huff. Boss, not good. Chow family cloth shop shipped a large batch of coarse cloth from somewhere today. Now their shop's entrance is filled with cloth. There are at least tens of thousands of bolts. The commoners have all gone there to buy cloth." Chapter 967. What? Tens of thousands? Why do they have so many pieces of cloth? The shopkeeper's expression changed when he heard that. He grabbed the worker's shoulder and asked anxiously. The other workers in the shop didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They prayed that the shopkeeper wouldn't vent his anger on them when he got angry. The worker who was grabbed by the shopkeeper felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, but he couldn't care less. He quickly said, "Shopkeeper, I don't know. I heard that old Master Chow had people place coarse cloth outside the shop early this morning. It was piled up like a mountain. I don't know how many pieces of cloth there are, but it seems that there are at least tens of thousands of pieces. I'm afraid there are almost 100,000 pieces." This was Chow Wendong's strength. He directly piled up some of the pieces of cloth in his hands, giving a strong visual impact. He took out more than 20,000 pieces of cloth, but achieved the effect of 100,000 pieces of cloth. It made people unsure how many cards he had in his hands. There was a lot of psychological warfare in this. The reason why he did this was mainly because Chow Wendong knew that the 50,000 pieces of cloth in his hands couldn't satisfy the appetite of the people in Li Zishuan's farmstead. If he wanted to complete the task given by Li Zishuan, he had to use some tricks. The method he used was exactly what Li Zishuan wanted to see. Why was Li Zishuan so sure that Chow Wendong only needed 50,000 pieces of cloth to stabilize the price of cloth in Chang'an? This involved the concept of the banker controlling the market. Take stocks for example. The banker usually collected chips in the low-priced areas to achieve the initial goal of controlling the market. Then he took the opportunity to raise the share price. After that, he would make a profit and leave behind a pile of chicken feathers. If the banker wanted to control the market, he had to have at least 20% of the circulating shares in his hands. In other words, for a company with a market value of 10 billion, the banker only needed 2 billion chips to achieve the goal of controlling the market. This was also the quality that an outstanding trader must have. Now, the shortage of coarse cloth in Chang'an was about 100,000 pieces of cloth. Chow Wendong had 50,000 chips in his hands, which was about 50%. Under such circumstances, if he still couldn't control the price of cloth in Chang'an, Li Zishuan felt that he might as well kill himself with a piece of tofu. Almost 100,000 pieces. After the shopkeeper heard this, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. What kind of concept was 100,000 horses? Chang'an City's monthly consumption of cloth was estimated to be around 100,000 bolts, right? How the F***ck are we supposed to play? You can't bully me like this. At this moment the shopkeeper felt like crying. Shopkeeper, the 5,000 bolts of coarse cloth you transferred from Fuzhou yesterday have arrived. They're in the backyard. Would you like to take a look? At this moment, a servant in green ran into the shop and cupped his hands. The shopkeeper's face was so gloomy that water was about to drip out. He panted heavily and roared, "Get lost!" The servant in green was so scared that he trembled and fled. Who knew that after a short while he returned? Shopkeeper, no good. There's a team of officers from the Supreme Court at the Wang family's cloth store across the street. Shopkeeper Wang has already been arrested. What? The shopkeeper of Luji cloth shop's old face turned pale. In the end, he couldn't resist the great fear in his heart. His eyes rolled back and he fainted. Quick! I'll reduce the price of the cloth. Before he fainted, he said weakly. The Supreme Court's minister Lu Dui personally led the troops to the eastern and western cities. This was the last straw that crushed all the cloth merchants in Chang'an City. In order to avoid trouble, the cloth merchants scrambled to reduce their prices. They were afraid that if they were too slow, they would be imprisoned. In fact, when the Chow family's cloth store released tens of thousands of bolts of coarse cloth, many cloth merchants saw the opportunity to reduce their prices. As for the other cloth merchants who wanted to resist to the end, the sudden appearance of the officers from the Supreme Court extinguished their last hope. Thus, just as the price of cloth in Chang'an City showed signs of increasing, it was quickly pinched down. Your Majesty, after a secret investigation, I've arrested a total of 15 cloth merchants who collectively raised the price of cloth in an attempt to make huge profits. These people saw that there were many merchants in Chang'an City who wanted to buy large amounts of cloth in the past 2 days. So they saw the opportunity to raise the price. Moreover, these merchants have cooperated with each other in an attempt to raise the price of cloth. Just today, the price of coarse cloth has been raised by these people to twice the previous price. In the afternoon, Ganlu Hall, the Supreme Court's minister, Lu Dui, walked into the hall and reported to Li Er. Lu Dui fought under Pei Runji at the end of the Sui dynasty. Later, he joined Li Mi and returned to Tang with Li Mi. He was conferred the title of Left Marquis General, and was conferred the title of County Duke Tang. In the first year of Zhengguan, he was conferred the title of Supreme Court's Minister. Bam! When Li Er heard this, he slapped the dragon table with a gloomy face and said angrily, "Twice the price. This group of people was really daring. Cloth is a daily necessity of the people. How can they be allowed to commit such atrocities? Punish them severely." Lu Dui bowed and said, "Your Majesty, these criminals have been detained by the Supreme Court. In 2 days, Your Majesty will interrogate and punish them." Li Er said again, "Investigate. Continue investigating. If similar situations are found again, detain them directly. The prices of Chang'an City must not be messed up." "Your Majesty." Lu Dui bowed and accepted the order. "Old Master, the price has fallen, the price has fallen. The price of coarse cloth from all the other cloth shops in Chang'an City has fallen." In Shi City, the Chow family's cloth shop, a manservant who looked like a servant ran into the backyard and reported loudly. Chow Wendong narrowed his eyes and heaved a sigh of relief. "Is that so? Now it's good to report to Marquis. Haha." At the same time, in the Li residence in Yongla City, Li Zishuan also received the news not long after. "Little Xian, did you expect that His Majesty would send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter?" Yi Guozhong asked Li Zishuan after hearing the news. Yesterday, when he saw Li Zishuan's scheming look, he knew that Li Zishuan had a trick up his sleeve and could settle this matter. However, he didn't expect that Li Zishuan could settle the price of cloth in Chang'an so quickly. It was practically a miracle. Li Zishuan shook his head and said, "Grandfather, even if His Majesty didn't send people from the Supreme Court to intervene in this matter, those clowns who only know how to hoard and inflate the price of cloth won't be able to do anything. At worst, they'll just waste a few more days. Good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent." Yi Guozhong's expression suddenly became complicated. He murmured, "Good and evil will be repaid. Justice will only be late, but it will never be absent. Good, good. Your Master's spirit in heaven must be gratified to have a disciple like you." Chapter 968. Under Li Zishuan's and Chow Wendong's ingenious plan and Li Er's suppression, the price of cloth in Chang'an City quickly returned to the previous price. Some shops' prices were even lower than before. As for the shopkeepers of these shops, it was unknown whether they had a guilty conscience or had found their conscience. After the incident, the Supreme Court arrested more than 20 cloth merchants who had jointly manipulated the price of cloth. These people were not wronged at all, because just the night before, they had made an appointment with each other and finalized the price of cloth for the next day at the same time, using this opportunity to make huge profits. Hoarding and price gouging were things that no one would care about in modern times. However, in ancient times, especially in times of peace and prosperity, the imperial court strictly controlled such things. Marquis Young Master Yen sent someone to report that the cement road from Yunshan to the official road has been completed. He dismissed the construction team yesterday. A few days later, Peng Feiji came to Li Zixuan's residence in Chang'an in the morning and told him this news. Half of the construction team from the college had been dismissed, and the other half was busy repairing the cement road. Yin Xiaoning was still the leader of the construction team. However, as the leader, besides supervising the construction, he was often caught by Mo Lingwei to be a strong man. Li Zixuan, who was inspecting the greenhouse in the courtyard, was stunned when he heard this. Then he was overjoyed and said, "Oh, it's been completed so quickly? Ask Sanbao to prepare a horse. I want to see it." The cement road in Yunshan was a road that Li Zixuan had spent a lot of money to build for the Han family village and Mei village. A total of more than 100,000 strings of coins were spent, and the construction team had reached more than 6,000 people. The total length of the road was more than 30 miles. It took nearly 2 months and a huge amount of manpower, material and financial resources to finally be completed. Perhaps many people would feel that it was not worth it, but Li Zixuan did not think so. In his vision, Yanhuang College would definitely become the top engineering school in the Tang Empire in the future, and it would also have a strong research ability. At the same time, the new workshop of the Wonderful Taste Pavilion, which was backed by the Plum Village, would become the representative of the Great Tang's advanced productive forces. The two of them combined to form a complete closed-loop system of production, learning, and research. Cloud Mountain would gradually develop into the industrial center of the Great Tang. As the industrial center of Great Tang, how could it not have a flat and wide cement road to increase the efficiency of transportation? Riding on Big White, Li Zixuan led Peng Feiji on a mad dash. In the time it took for half an incense to burn, they had already arrived at the intersection of the cement road in Yun Mountain and the official road outside Chang'an City. Looking at the wide and flat cement road in front of him, Li Zixuan was in a trance. For a moment, he felt as if he had traveled back in time to the modern society full of reinforced concrete. Although the more developed the industry, the more serious the pollution would be, the industry could create a large number of high-tech products with added value. Even though Li Zixuan was doing very well in the Great Tang, had power, influence, and a beautiful wife, there were still times when he missed modern society. He missed his former family, and he missed modern mobile phones, computers, and other electronic devices. Without experiencing the days without mobile phones and computers, one would never understand how important these things were. This was also the reason why Li Zixuan had been working so hard ever since he had traveled back in time. If he did not work hard, he would be bored to death. Marquis? Seeing Li Zixuan in a daze while staring at the cement road, Peng Feiji was confused. He waited for a long while, and seeing that Li Zixuan still did not move, he called out. Li Zixuan, whose thoughts were in a mess, heard the call and came back to his senses. He stroked the mane on Big White's neck and said to Peng Feiji, "Let's go. Let's experience this cement road and see how long it will take to reach Cloud Mountain." Hiya! This was the first cement road in Great Tang, but it would definitely not be the last. Li Zixuan thought to himself. "Yes, Marquis." "Hiya!" Peng Feiji responded and hurriedly urged his horse to chase after Li Zixuan's back. The two of them, one in front and one behind, planned to race on this road. Oh no, it should be a horse race. Da-da-da-da. On the quiet cement road in the mountains, only the da-da sound of horse hooves could be heard, and the sound was very hurried. The horses galloped on the wide and flat cement road to their heart's content. Due to the high speed, their hair and clothes were pulled straight by the wind. The carefree feeling brought about by galloping at such high speed made them feel heroic. However, their wish to ride the horses back to Cloud Mountain did not come true, because there were many naughty children playing with scooters on the road. Come and chase after me. Whoever is in last place will be everyone's horse in a while. Wah! Lil Rong, why did you bump into me? Lil Rong, you cheated. Shoo! After turning 2 hills, Li Zixuan saw more than 10 naughty children suddenly appear a few hundred feet ahead. They were chasing each other on scooters on the road. He hurriedly pulled the reins and ordered Big White to slow down. Peng Feiji, who was behind, saw this and hurriedly followed suit. Fortunately, they reacted quickly. When they were still a few feet away from the last naughty child, the two of them finally slowed down. Da-da-da. Due to the large number of naughty children, in order to avoid bumping into people, Dabai exhaled 2 breaths of white air. Under Li Zixuan's control, his four hooves began to stroll leisurely on the road. Feiji, why are there so many naughty children here? Li Zixuan frowned and asked. He almost blurted out the words naughty children. Marquis, this subordinate heard 2 days ago that the children in Chang'an City saw that the road here was very flat and started to play with scooters on the cement road. I just didn't expect there to be so many people. Pang Feiji scratched his head and said awkwardly. In fact, there were already naughty children who started to play with scooters on the cement road more than 10 days ago. However, at that time, they were all naughty children from Plum Village and the Han Village. After all, the pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. There was no need to doubt whether the villagers had the money to buy scooters for their children. The villagers from Plum Village and the Han Village were very rich now. It was not impossible for them to grit their teeth and buy scooters for their children. Later, the naughty children from Chang'an City also joined in. They realized that the road here was smoother than the bluestone road in the city, and more suitable for scooters. Word of mouth spread, and more naughty children came to Yun Mountain to play with scooters. Because of this, the sales of scooters in Strange Taste Pavilion even reached a small peak. Just like that, the first cement road in Tang Dynasty had now become the holy land for scooters in the eyes of the naughty children. Every one of them was having fun here. Li Zixuan was speechless when he heard this. No matter what, he would never have thought that the road that he had spent a lot of money on had become a playground for naughty children. The world was really unpredictable. When it came to ancient streets, many people might subconsciously think that ancient streets were all dirt roads and were full of potholes. In fact, that was not the case. In fact, the streets in Chang'an City were not dirt roads with potholes. Instead, they were paved with bluestone slabs. Millions of people in the city walked on the streets all day long, and the bluestone slabs had been polished until they were quite smooth. In terms of smoothness, the cement road could not compare. It was because of this that Li Zixuan had bought scooters back then. If the roads were full of potholes, why would he buy a scooter? However, although the bluestone slabs were smooth, the joints between the bluestone slabs were not seamless. On this kind of road, the scooter would be bumpy, and it could easily cause a car accident. In comparison, the flat and wide cement road was like a God-given road for these naughty children who liked to play. There was nothing more suitable than a cement road. Let's go. Don't bump into these kids. Li Zixuan had wanted to race on the road, but he did not expect a group of naughty children to race on it. He could only sigh helplessly and gloomily. Yes, Marquis. Pang Feiji said embarrassedly. The two of them slowed down and continued to walk towards the Cloud Mountain. On the road ahead, they saw many naughty children again. The mountain road that used to be quiet and cold was now filled with the laughter of naughty children, and it was very lively. Seeing this scene, Li Zixuan felt an inexplicable joy in his heart. Perhaps happiness was really contagious. Marquis, look at these kids. Their faces are all red from the cold, but they are still running around. It's as if it's the new year. After passing by the group of naughty children, Pang Feiji said happily. Li Zixuan heard this and did not even turn his head. He said, "Aren't all kids like this? When you were at this age, if you could also come across something as fun as a scooter, you would definitely be similar to them." Pang Feiji was stunned. He then said, Marquis is right. Kids nowadays are really living a good life. When I was young, where would I get these things? It's good enough that I can eat my fill." Li Zixuan laughed. We can't be worse than the previous generation, right? The current emperor is working hard to govern the country, and the civil and military officials are working hard. The Tang Empire will only get better and better. When he said the last sentence, his tone suddenly became incomparably firm. Pang Feiji nodded vigorously. Marquis is right. Old Pang had a hard life back then, but the next generation must not continue to have such a hard life. The soldiers of the Tang Empire fought with their blood to give their descendants a prosperous world. If anyone dares to destroy the peace now, Old Pang, will be the first to rush over and chop off his dog head. Haha, well said. If anyone dares to make things difficult for us, we will make them suffer. Li Zixuan laughed. When Li Zixuan and the others appointed him as the Marquis of Yong, Li Zixuan understood the responsibility on his shoulders. Yong'an, he wanted to ensure the Tang Empire's eternal peace. Xiaoning. Haha, not bad, not bad. You can multitask now, and you can even bring forward the cement roads construction by a few days. Impressive. When he arrived at Yanhuang College, Li Zixuan saw Yan Xiaoning, who was beaming with happiness. That's right, he was beaming with happiness. Compared to the last time, Yan Xiaoning's face was ruddy and full of smiles. Even an idiot could tell that this guy was very happy. Heh, could it be that something shameful happened between this guy and Mo Lingwei during this period of time? Li Zixuan thought to himself. He couldn't be blamed for having unhealthy thoughts. It was just that Yan Xiaoning's expression today was too. Love was written all over his face. Furthermore, he had talked to Mo Lingwei last time and imparted to her a love theory of, if you love him, you must train him well. Under such circumstances, it was hard for Li Zixuan not to think about it. What? What multitask? Xiaoxian, you're too mean. I've been supervising people to help you build the road these days. Yan Xiaoning immediately retorted like a cat whose tail was stepped on after hearing Li Zixuan's words. Li Zixuan said, "Hey, I'm praising you. Why are you in such a hurry to explain?" Yan Xiaoning didn't fall for it. He rolled his eyes and said, "Xiaoxian, don't try to trick me. How can I not know that? Also, you didn't come here today just to be sarcastic, did you?" Li Zixuan restrained his smile and said in all seriousness, "I came here today especially to thank you, Xiaoning. You've contributed a lot to Yanhuang College, and the cement road from Yunshan to Cheng. How about it? Are you interested in working at the college?" In the end, Li Zixuan changed the topic and revealed his true thoughts. If it was half a month ago, Yan Xiaoning, who had been ravaged by Mo Lingwei, would definitely refuse without hesitation. But now, cough. Xiaoxian, it's not about whether I'm willing or not. It's just that I don't know much about your engineering and Confucianism. How can I work at Yanhuang College? Yan Xiaoning rolled his eyes and coughed dryly. The expected rejection didn't happen. Instead, he got this sentence. Li Zixuan was stunned at first. Then he understood. It seemed that Yan Xiaoning, a straight man, was finally subdued by Mo Lingwei and fell under Mo Lingwei's pomegranate skirt. Haha, Xiaoning, what you said isn't a problem. Although you don't know much about engineering and Confucianism, you have a lot of engineering experience. Engineering is the study of engineering, and there are many similarities. Xiaoning, you can be the teacher in charge of student experiments in the college. You can participate in the college's daily teaching after you're fully familiar with engineering. Li Zixuan took advantage of the situation and followed Yan Xiaoning's words. Yan Xiaoning hesitated for a while and nodded. Cough. I think that's fine. Then I'll stay at the college from now on. Li Zixuan glanced at Yan Xiaoning and pretended to ask casually. Oh right, where's your family's ink girl? Wait, damn. Xiaoxian, don't talk nonsense. When did she become part of our family? Yan Xiaoning was about to answer subconsciously, but he suddenly realized something and scolded Li Zixuan angrily. However, only he himself knew how much of his anger was genuine and how much of it was fake. Haha, it was a slip of the tongue. Don't mind it, Xiaoning. Li Zixuan blinked his eyes and cast a look that everyone understood as he said wretchedly. Chapter 969. Li Zixuan was quite happy that his good friend was finally about to leave his singlehood. However, he did not know how far the two of them had progressed. What if they got pregnant before marriage and got married? That would be awkward. If that really happened, old man Mo would probably raise his sword and chop this brat up, right? Although the Tang dynasty was liberal, it definitely wouldn't be to the point where chastity wasn't important. Wei Er went to the workshop. Yan Xiaoning replied gloomily. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and said, Oh right. Xiaoxian. Faubert told me yesterday that the thing you asked him to make last time has been completed. Wei Er should be going to the workshop today to see that thing. Do you want to take a look too? Li Zixuan was stunned. He thought for a while before he remembered that when the workshop received a large batch of rubber, he gave Faubert 2 blueprints. One was a football and the other was something even more awesome than a scooter. Really? Haha. Xiaoning, you shouldn't be busy now, right? Let's go take a look. Li Zixuan was excited as he looked at Yan Xiaoning. Yan Xiaoning actually wanted to go a long time ago. However, he knew that Li Zixuan would come to the academy to look for him today, so he was too embarrassed to go with Mo Lingwei. Hearing this, he immediately said, Okay. I'll go with you to take a look. I also want to know what you asked Faubert to make. Li Zishuan smiled and didn't expose the little scheme in his heart. The two of them didn't ride horses and went down the mountain directly to the new workshop near the river. Hey, Xiao Xian, why are the farmers in Plum Village and the Han family village so secretive recently? Previously, when Wei Er and I went to the village to play, we felt like there were people watching us everywhere we went. Also, there were some places that we weren't allowed to go. Don't you think it's weird? Yin Xiaoning suddenly sighed when they passed by Plum Village. When Li Zishuan heard this, his heart skipped a beat. If he guessed correctly, the farmers were probably trying to prevent outsiders from stealing the secret of the greenhouse vegetables. He didn't organize this kind of thing. It should be the villagers who did it spontaneously. It seemed like these villagers had a strong sense of secrecy. Hee, I think you've been too tired recently and are hallucinating, right? The villagers all know the two of you, so why would they keep an eye on you? You're being paranoid. Li Zishuan rubbed his nose and pretended that he didn't know anything. However, he deliberately emphasized the word tired, to make it seem like there was a deeper meaning behind it. Too tired? No. Yin Xiaoning scratched his head in confusion. When he saw Li Zishuan looking at him with a smirk, he immediately realized what was going on and shouted angrily, "Fuck! Little Xian, you're becoming more and more naughty. You even dare to make such a joke. If we're talking about fatigue, shouldn't you be the one who's tired? Look at the dark circles under your eyes. You're the one who's tired." Li Zishuan glanced at him and said, "Heh? I'm tired? I'm legitimately tired. I say, when you're with Ink Girl, you have to pay attention to safety measures. Don't give birth to a little Ning." Yin Xiaoning opened his mouth and his eyes were filled with fire. He wanted to punch Li Zishuan's shoulder. "Fuck! There's nothing between me and Wei Er. Don't you dare taint our innocence." With a flash, Li Zishuan easily dodged Yin Xiaoning's punch and then said, "Haha, just kidding. Brother. I'm just reminding you out of kindness." He was really reminding him out of kindness. When young boys and girls in puberty were together for a long time, it was hard to guarantee that nothing wonderful would happen. The two of them chatted and laughed along the way. Soon they arrived at the workshop of the Strange Interest Pavilion. This new workshop was built with high standards. It integrated production, office, and research. In the future, as the scale of the workshop grew larger and larger, there would be more and more products. Li Zishuan planned to set up the headquarters of the Yin Huang Chamber of Commerce here as well. It would be more convenient for the distribution of resources and the exchange of information. Ah! Just as they reached the entrance of the workshop, Li Zishuan and Yin Xiaoning heard a scream filled with terror. Then they saw a young girl standing on a two-wheeled metal frame and rushing towards them unsteadily. Behind her was a panting Faubert. "Ah! Get out of the way! Get out of the way! I can't control this car." That young girl was Mo Lingwei. When she saw Li Zishuan and Yin Xiaoning suddenly appear at the entrance of the courtyard, she hurriedly screamed. Yin Xiaoning was instantly dumbfounded. Firstly, he was dumbfounded by the two-wheeled car that Mo Lingwei was sitting on. Secondly, he was dumbfounded by the fact that Mo Lingwei was mysteriously in a dangerous situation. He stood there in a daze and even forgot to move his feet. In the blink of an eye, seeing that Mo Lingwei and the car were about to crash into Yin Xiaoning, Li Zishuan gently pushed Yin Xiaoning 2 steps to the right with his right hand. Then he used his left hand to precisely press on the center of the handlebar. The car that was about to crash into them could no longer move forward. The car stabilized, but the person on the car lost her balance at this time. "Ah! They've... Help!" Mo Lingwei screamed and was about to fall to the ground in front of her right. Men and women should not touch each other. Besides, this was his brother's wife. Li Zishuan would rather watch Mo Lingwei fall to the ground than help her up. However, in this situation there was a way to get the best of both worlds. His right leg hooked onto Yin Xiaoning's leg joint at lightning speed. Before Yin Xiaoning could react, he had already fallen to the ground before Mo Lingwei. The position where he fell was coincidentally where Mo Lingwei was about to fall. Bam! The collision between flesh and flesh produced a muffled sound, followed by a muffled groan and a scream. "Oh! Ah!" The muffled groan was naturally made by Yin Xiaoning, while the scream was made by Mo Lingwei. This girl thought that she would be disfigured if she fell face first, so she kept screaming. Little did she know that she had already landed safely. Cough cough cough. Well, I'm the one who's injured. What are you screaming for? Hurry and get up. Yin Xiaoning was lying on the ground. At this time he couldn't care less about having a soft and warm body in his arms. Oh, it should be on his back. He only felt that his old waist was about to be broken by Mo Lingwei. When he heard Mo Lingwei's scream, he grinned and said unhappily, "Ah, little Ningzi, why are you below me? Are you trying to save me? Wow, so touching. I'll definitely reward you well later." Mo Lingwei only reacted when she heard Yin Xiaoning's muffled groan. She pressed her hands on Yin Xiaoning's old waist, propped herself up and said, "Ouch! Ouch ouch ouch." Chapter 970. Yin Xiaoning's waist was already severely injured, and with Mo Lingwei's push, it could be said to be one disaster after another. He felt like his waist was about to fall apart. Actually, he wanted to say that he didn't mean to save her. But Mo Lingwei's second half of the sentence made him shut his mouth and dispel the thought of telling the truth. Oh, little Ning, how are you? Are you okay? I didn't mean to push you there. Mo Lingwei hurriedly stood up, tidied her clothes and said apologetically, "Cough cough." Yin Xiaoning struggled to get up from the ground. He first looked back at Li Zixuan bitterly, then forced a smile at Mo Lingwei. It's nothing. Where, what's this?" At this moment he noticed the two-wheeled bicycle that Li Zixuan stopped, and couldn't help but feel strange. Mo Lingwei heard Yin Xiaoning mention the bicycle that she was playing with, and immediately became excited. "Little Ning, this is the two-wheeled bicycle that Faubert just made. He said that this thing can be pedaled. I've been practicing this before, but I didn't expect the two-wheeled bicycle to suddenly lose control and almost hit you guys. Luckily, Yamacho helped me stop it." After saying that, she patted her chest with a face full of fear. Yin Xiaoning's face turned red, and he hurriedly turned his head. "Hee, this is called a bicycle." Li Zixuan laughed. That's right, the second blueprint that he gave to Faubert was a bicycle. At that time, Faubert looked at the blueprint and thought that the structure of this thing was quite simple, so he thought that he would be able to give it to Li Zixuan in 10 days. Who knew that when he actually built it, he realized that this bicycle wasn't as simple as he thought. A bicycle can be simplified into a body, handlebars, pedals, chains, seats, wheels, and brakes. These basic parts were first invented in 1885 by the Englishman John Staley. Under his improvements, the bicycle had the basic form of a modern bicycle. A triangular frame, pedals in the middle, chain-driven, and brakes. But 1885, according to the classification of middle school textbooks, was already modern. At that time, the United Kingdom had already established a relatively complete industrial system, and the smelting technology of steel was also mature. It was not difficult to make bicycles. But this was the Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty had an underdeveloped industrial system. It would be quite difficult to make one or two bicycles. First, it was the frame. Modern bicycle frames were usually made of steel or aluminum alloy, carbon fiber. Cough cough cough. It would be a bit of a bully to ask the ancients for this. However, if there were not too many requirements for the strength of the frame, bamboo or wood would be fine. It was just that they had to pay attention to fire and prevent insects from eating them. The front fork was relatively strong, so it could be made of cast iron or relatively hard wood. The bicycle in Li Zixuan's hand was made of iron. Next it was the wheels. If Li Zixuan had not transmigrated, it would be impossible for him to make rubber tires in the Tang Dynasty. This was because China had only planted rubber trees for about 100 years. Before the reform, there were not enough rubber trees to make condoms. Rich people had to wash their condoms before using them. That was why the wheels could only be made of wood. But it was different now. Under Li Zixuan's push, rubber was introduced to China more than 1,000 years earlier. At this time it was not a problem for factories to make rubber tires. Not only did Uncle Fu make the rubber tires, but he also made the pump according to Li Zixuan's drawings. It could be said that he had a complete set of tools. The first two parts were not difficult to make, but the next part was the transmission of the bicycle, the chain. The chain was made up of an outer plate, an inner plate, a shaft, and a roller. From the perspective of modern people, it was not difficult at all. It was also very simple to make. Stainless steel or carbon steel. A machine would punch out a pile of steel plates and fasten them together. But in the Tang dynasty, steel could only be forged and processed. To hammer out hundreds of identical small steel plates would force the blacksmith's entire family to hang themselves. It was possible to use cast iron because the molten iron was poured into the mold. The shape and size would be similar, but the strength of cast iron. Let's put it this way. If an iron pot in your house broke into 8 pieces, it would be cast iron. As the transmission of the bicycle, the chain had to withstand a considerable amount of tension. The strength of cast iron was obviously not enough. Also, cast iron chains had another disadvantage. Once it touched water, it would rust to death. That was why Faubert had been worried about this for a long time. Later, he could not think of a better alternative, so he went to find Li Zixuan and explained the situation. Li Zixuan then realized that a simple chain in modern society would be so troublesome to make in ancient times. In fact, this problem was not unsolvable. A hydraulic stamping machine would be enough. However, the hydraulic punch machine required strong water power. The flow of the Ba River was relatively gentle. If he wanted to get strong water power, he needed a large water level difference. Then he needed to build a dam to store water. The project was too big. He could do it in the future, but now it was winter. In winter, the river might freeze. Even if he did it, it would be useless. At the beginning of October, he had planned to build a generator, but after the cholera and the telescope incident, he felt that it was too late. The river was about to freeze, so the generator blueprints he had drawn could only be locked in the cabinet for the time being. As for the chain, Li Zixuan decided to give up on using the chain because the conditions were not ripe yet. He chose to install the pedals on the front wheel and change it to a front-wheel drive. This form was already made by the Scots in 1839. Although it was more strenuous and easy to fall into a trap, at least it could be used on the road. As for the chain-driven bicycle, because it needed the hydraulic stamping machine, it would have to wait until next year. Coincidentally, he planned to update the workshop with a new batch of professional equipment. After Faubert got the plan, he immediately came back to lead the craftsmen to modify the bicycle. After more than half a month, this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was finally made. Bicycle. Emo Lingwei heard Li Zixuan's words and her eyes lit up. She said, "This name is very appropriate. Bicycle, bicycle, a bicycle that can walk on its own." But Yamacho, your bicycle only has 2 wheels. It's not easy to ride at all. It's hard to stand still. I've fallen a few times. Yin Xiaoning chimed in, "Yeah, Xiaoxian, can't you make 3 wheels? It's too easy to fall with 2 wheels. Li Zixuan laughed. "Who said that it's not easy to stand still with 2 wheels? That's because you haven't mastered the balancing skills of this type of bicycle. I'll show you 2 later." Chapter 971. Young master, this bike is built, but no one in the workshop can control it. You have to be careful when you ride it. Seeing that Li Zixuan was about to get on the bike, Faubert quickly came over and warned him. Li Zixuan smiled and said, "Faubert, don't worry. With my skills, even if I ride with one hand, I won't fall." After saying that, he looked at Emo Lingwei and joked, "Ink girl, I think your skills are pretty good. Why didn't you just jump off the bike?" As the daughter of a martial arts master, Emo Lingwei knew martial arts, and her skills were pretty good. At least, it was more than enough to beat Yin Xiaoning up. A martial arts master would actually flip over when riding a bike? If this was spread out, people would probably laugh their heads off. Emo Lingwei came back to her senses. Her face turned red, and she stuck out her tongue embarrassedly and said, I just forgot." Forgot? Li Zixuan was stunned. He really didn't know what to say. Shaking his head, he walked to the side of the bike and said, "Look carefully, the bike shouldn't be ridden like that. Also, not only can you stand on the 2 wheels, you can stand very steadily." The 3 of them immediately focused their attention on Li Zixuan. Cough cough. Because this bike was a front-wheel drive type, Li Zixuan could only step on one leg and sit on the bike seat while the bike was still. After feeling the flexibility of the steering, Li Zixuan stepped on the front foot of the bike. At first, the bike swayed a little, but then a familiar feeling returned to his body. The bike instantly regained its balance and began to move forward steadily. "Wow! Yamacho is amazing." He can ride so steadily. Mo Lingwei saw that the bike that was swaying under her hands was like a well-behaved horse under Li Zishuan's control. Her eyes widened, and she suddenly screamed in excitement. TSK. If it were me, I would definitely be able to ride so steadily too. Seeing Mo Lingwei's excited look, Yan Xiaoning felt a little jealous and immediately began to brag. Hee. Little Ning, you really know how to brag. If you get on the bike, you'll definitely fall to the ground. Mo Lingwei stuck out her tongue and mercilessly attacked him. You! Yan Xiaoning's face turned red, and he pointed at Mo Lingwei. He wanted to say that she was insulting him, but after thinking about it, he decided to let it go. On the other side, Li was riding on the bike to ride. To be honest, it had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Before he transmigrated to Tang Dynasty, bicycles were extremely popular in China. However, as an otaku, he rarely went out. Even if he did go out, he wouldn't choose to ride a bicycle. It had been more than 2 years since he last rode a bicycle. Now that he had transmigrated to the Tang Dynasty, he could actually ride a bicycle. What a novel experience this was. Perhaps only Li Zishuan himself knew. Heh, Faubert. I'll ride this bike home first. The workshop needs to hurry up and produce a batch of bicycles. Li Zishuan rode his bicycle and circled the workshop's courtyard a few times. He was in a good mood as he laughed heartily and called out to Uncle Fu. Faubert nodded. Okay. I'll arrange it in the next few days. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect a two-wheeled bike to be so stable. Li Zishuan smiled and said to Yan Xiaoning. Xiaoning, I'll have to trouble you to send Big White back to Chang'an later. I'll take my leave first. Yan Xiaoning's face was filled with resentment. They walked together when they came. Why did he have to walk when he was riding a bike back? Although it seemed unfair, he had no choice. There was only one bike here. Even if there was another one, he wouldn't know how to ride it. Therefore, he could only nod his head sullenly. Mo Lingwei was unhappy. Hey, Yamacho, don't ride it away. I haven't had enough fun yet. However, Li Zishuan ignored the crazy girl. He rode his bicycle like a gust of wind and floated past the few of them. When he rode in front of Mo Lingwei, he purposely showed off his skills. He crossed his arms in front of his chest, so that the bike could run faster without anyone controlling it. Mo Lingwei was envious of Li Zishuan's cool and easy operation. She chased after Li Zishuan and said, Wow. Yamacho, come down and let me play with you for a while. But just as she finished speaking, Li Zishuan had already dashed off into the distance. She could use her qinggong to catch up, but she felt that this was a little too absurd, so she could only gloomily stomp her feet on the spot. Faubert, you have to make another bike as soon as possible. In the end, the girl could only pin her hopes on Faubert. Okay. I'll do it as soon as possible. Faubert was unusually happy. Of course, Faubert was happy to see that the bike that he worked so hard on for more than a month was so popular. Moreover, the person who spoke was Mo Lingwei, Yan Xiaoning's fiancé. He had even more reason to be happy. Even though he no longer worked for the Yan family, he still had feelings for Yan Xiaoning after all these years. Seeing that Yan Xiaoning was finally enlightened and had the possibility of starting a family, he was happy from the bottom of his heart. Oh wow! Look, that big brother is riding a monster. On the road, a group of kids who were playing with scooters shouted in surprise when they saw Li Zishuan riding a bike towards them. Wow! The monster that big brother is riding is so fast. When the kids saw Li Zishuan in the bike, they were all excited. However, they were not stupid. They knew to stand on both sides and make way for Li Zishuan. When Li Zishuan passed through them like the wind, the kids immediately turned their scooters around and chased after Li Zishuan while shouting, Big brother, wait for us. Big brother, where did you buy the monster? Big brother, make your monster run slower. Tang Dynasty's first bicycle was called a monster by the kids. However, the kids were not afraid of the monster. They all wanted to know where Li Zishuan bought the monster. Li Zishuan shook his head helplessly when he heard the brats chirping. Although this kind of front-wheel drive bicycle was a bit ugly, it couldn't be a monster, right? Li Zishuan had no choice but to increase his speed in order to prevent the brats from encountering any danger during the chase. The ugly bicycle immediately ran at the speed of a fast horse, and in the blink of an eye, It had pulled a large distance away from the brats. The brats could only look at Li Zishuan's back and howl in grief. Chapter 972. Li Zishuan finally arrived at Chang'an City on his monster, after shaking off a few groups of naughty kids who were racing on the road. Looking at the oddly shaped bicycle, the pedestrians all looked at it in amazement. The first bicycle in Tang Dynasty had a 100% chance of turning their heads. Marquis, what is this? Dugu Feng was on duty at the city gate today. When he saw Li Zishuan pushing such a monster into the city, he asked in confusion. The ancient city gate officers were like the security guards at modern train stations and subway stations. They had the responsibility to check if the people entering the city were carrying any prohibited items, such as heavy crossbows. Haha, Feng, this is a new bicycle made by my workshop. What do you think? Isn't it cool? Li Zishuan laughed proudly. Dugu Feng, who had been with Li Zishuan for a long time, knew what cool meant. However, when he saw the oddly shaped bicycle, he frowned and said, "Cool? Let's just say it's cool. But how can a two-wheeled car stand stably?" As they spoke, Li Zishuan pushed the bicycle to the inner corridor of the city gate. Although Dugu Feng couldn't figure out what kind of bicycle Li Zishuan was pushing, he wouldn't go over to check. After all, they were acquaintances. Haha. Then Feng, watch carefully. Li Zishuan laughed and got on the bicycle. When the wheels started to turn, the bicycle started to move forward steadily. Dugu Feng's eyes widened and he couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. The pedestrians near the city gate also let out cries of surprise. What is this bicycle? Why does it look so strange? This two-wheeled bicycle can stand steadily? This is too amazing. It's very fast. The main thing is that it's convenient and doesn't take up much space. I just don't know where to buy this kind of bicycle. Hey, isn't that the Marquis of Yong'an? It must be something new from Chitsu Pavilion. Wow, it really is the Marquis of Yong'an. No, I have to go to Chitsu Pavilion to see if they sell it. Forget it, save your breath. They definitely haven't started selling it yet. Why? Brother Zhao, have you asked? Not really. But if Chitsu Pavilion started selling this new toy, they would definitely announce it in Datong Daily. However, there hasn't been any news about this in the past 2 days. Brilliant. Brother Zhao is brilliant. After attracting a lot of attention, Li Zishuan finally returned home. When Lan'er saw Li Zishuan push the bicycle in, she was stunned for a moment. Then she ran over happily and shouted, "Brother! Brother! What is this thing? It's so fun! The Chitsu bicycle." She stood. Lise was looking. She, of course, the bicycle's bicycle as a child of the bicycle of. She of the lookings as the S bicycles as S bicycle. Did you ride this back? Li Zishuan patted Lan'er's head. After hearing his wife's guess, he laughed and said, "My wife is really smart. I rode this bicycle back." Lan'er looked up and said, "Brother, what's this bicycle? Lan'er wants to ride it too." Li Zishuan patted his sister's head and said, "No, you can only ride it when you're this tall. Otherwise you'll fall easily. When that happens, Lan'er, you'll become ugly." As he spoke, he gestured with his hand to his chest. Lan'er's little face instantly turned bitter. Lan'er doesn't want to become ugly. But when can Lan'er grow so tall? Han Yushi bent down and said to Lan'er, "Lan'er, you're not tall enough to ride a bicycle, but you can take a car." Lan'er was overjoyed when she heard that. Okay. Brother, Lan'er wants to take a car. Quickly take me." Li Zishuan had always agreed to his little sister's requests. He smiled and said, "Okay." Then he said to Han Yushi, "Wife, help me hold the bicycle first." Han Yushi agreed with a smile. Li Zishuan carried Lan'er to the back seat of the bicycle. Yes, this bicycle had a back seat and could carry people. Then he took control of the bicycle from Han Yushi's hands. After getting on the bicycle, he shouted, "Lan, hold on tight." Yes. Lan'er had just agreed when Li Zishuan started the bicycle. She suddenly felt like she was on a small boat drifting in the sea. She was swaying, so she immediately screamed. However, when the bicycle stabilized, Lan'er's emotions calmed down when she felt the breeze and the speed of the bicycle. She began to enjoy the feeling of riding. "Brother! Faster! Faster! Aya, brother, can you go faster? After Lana got used to riding the bicycle, she began to feel that it was slow. Li Zishuan was helpless. This girl could no longer stay in the house. He could only say, "Let's go. Lana, sit tight. Brother will take you out for a walk." Okay. Lana was overjoyed when she heard that. Her 2 small canine teeth were exposed. Li Zishuan bade farewell to his family members and rode his bicycle out of the mansion. Shaner, do you want to ride your cousin's bicycle too? After Li Zishuan left, Mrs. Li looked kindly at Yi Fashion and smiled. She asked because she noticed that Yi Fashion had been staring at Li Zishuan's bicycle in a daze. Yi Fashion came back to his senses and hurriedly said, No, Aunt. Fashion was just thinking about why cousin's bicycle only has 2 wheels, but it can move smoothly. He thought to himself, I'm not a child anymore. How can I still think about playing? I want to save the world. So that's how it is. Mrs. Li looked at Yi Fashion with a faint smile. She didn't expose him, nor did she expose him. She just smiled and walked away. This bicycle has a weird shape, but it's much lighter than a horse carriage. It's also much faster. It's really a great tool for traveling. Yi Guozhong looked at the direction where Li Zishuan and his sister had disappeared. He stroked his beard and sighed with emotion. Mrs. Yi laughed and said, That's my good grandson for you. You have so many ideas. One look and I can tell that this car is amazing. Li Zishuan, who was outside the mansion, couldn't hear Mrs. Ye's praise. At that moment, he had already brought his sister out of Yongla Lane. The magical bicycle once again attracted the attention of passers-by. They were discussing and chasing after it. Wow! It's Marquis. Marquis is riding that strange bicycle again. Wow! This strange bicycle can carry people? It's amazing. It's so fast. The bicycle's appearance on the first day caused a huge commotion. It became the topic of many people's leisure conversations.